Speaker, this is Delegate Daniels calling in.
Good morning.
Speaker, this is Delegate Cole. I'm on the line.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Halona. I'm on the line now. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, proposed agenda Naabik'iyati Committee budget hearing via telecommunications, Windrock, Navajo Nation, August 29, 2020. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Davis, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order. Invocation. 2, review the budget agenda. 3, review the budget hearing guidelines. 4, oversight budget reviews. A, legislation 0207-20 and acts related to the Naabik'iyati Committee, accepting and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Executive Offices presented by OMB staff regarding budget and performance summary reports. FY 2021 proposed budgets for the Navajo Nation Executive Offices 103001, Office of the President, Vice President 103002, Navajo Nation Washington Office 103003, Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office 103004, Office of Hearings and Appeals 103005, Office of Miss Navajo Nation 103006, Telecommunications Regulatory Commission 103007, Executive Protection Services 103009, Office of First Lady 103015, Navajo Nation Veterans 903002, Navajo Nation Veterans Loan Program 103016, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Chandler Agency 103017, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Eastern Agency 103018, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Fort Defiance Agency 103019, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Ship-Out Agency 103020, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Western Agency 103021, Navajo Youth Advisory Council 104003, Office of Public Defender 703XXX-2, Veterans Affairs Eastern 703XXX-3, Veterans Affairs Port Defiance 703XXX-4, Veterans Affairs Chinle 703XXX-5, Veterans Affairs Western 703XXX-6, Veterans Affairs Ship-Out N01XXX, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, being legislation 0170-20, an action relating to Naabik'iyati, accepting and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. Presentation by OMB staff regarding budget and performance summary reports. FY 2021 proposed budgets for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch 101001, Navajo Nation Council 10003, Budget and Finance Committee 101014, Navajo Nation Labor Commission 101015, Navajo Nation Office of the Speaker 101016, Office of Navajo Government Development 101017, Office of Legislative Council 101018, Navajo Utah Commission 101019, Office of Legislative Services 101020, Ethics and Rules Office 101021, Election Administration Office 101022, Board of Election Supervisors 10102, Black Mission Review Board 10102, Office of the Auditor General 101025, Navajo Hopi Land Commission 101026, Commission on Emergency Management 101027, Eastern Navajo Land Commission 101028, Office of Eastern Navajo Land Commission 101029, Human Rights Commission 101030, Health Education Human Services Committee 101031, Resources and Development Committee 101032, Law and Order Committee 101033, Naabik'iyati Committee 101034, Legislative District Assistance, New Elections 901001, Navajo Nation Enterprise Fund. 5, close the budget hearing announcements. Adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, motion, Halona.
Is that him? that, let me go ahead and move on down. We don't need a motion, Honorable Helena. This is budget hearings for the Naabik'iyati committee. So let me go to Ms. Barbara to read our Office of Legislative Counsel. I don't know who's on the line to review the budget hearing guidelines.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. I'm going to have to defer to Office of Legislative Services. I don't know what as far as the budget hearing guidelines, I don't know what you're talking about. So, thank you.
She said who's going to wait for word from Marcia.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, there isn't actually a formal adopted process for budget guidelines. Over the years, as I worked with this committee, there's never been one that's been uniformly adopted. Everybody kind of does their own. There was some guidance provided by Office of Legislative Counsel on the procedure. And then there was an email later indicating that there's the old procedure, the recommended procedure, and then the old procedure, and that either one of those would work. All of those information have been emailed to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So this isn't a formalized process or a standardized process. We did meet with Legislative Council yesterday, and our discussions concluded that for next year, we need to have a standardized process that we all need to work together on to adopt a formalized process so that everybody follows the same process. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, moving on down to number 4, oversight budget reviews. Legislation 0207-20, action related to Naabik'iyati Committee accepting and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Executive Offices. This is sponsored by myself, Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So will be taking over as a sponsor today. Presentations will be by OMB staff, budget and performance summary reports. So with that, colleagues, we'll go ahead and turn this the floor over to Office of Management and Budget. Are you on the line?
Speaker, question of privilege?
Yes, question. Just a question. You can just ask a question. You can just ask a question.
Vice Chair Smith is asking a question regarding the proposed budgets. Is that on the website, or where do we find these unit numbers for the executive office to go in line with what is being presented? Is there a binder? Is there a website, or how do we coordinate this, Speaker?
Let me to refer that back to Office of Legislative Services. Mr. Botero?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, all of the budgets for legislative and all of the budgets for executive have been emailed. We sent out an email to the 24th Navajo Nation Council indicating to them that binders are available, and only a few people came and picked them up, but all of this information has been available online, as well as a presentation by OMB for both executive and legislative. Those have all been emailed out. The agenda is posted on the council website, and that was also emailed out to everyone. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Tom. On behalf of that, I found it. Repeat that.
Great. With that, let me go again. Refer this over to refer the floor over to Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Bial, I don't know who's on the line, you and your team members.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Daniel So. I'm on the call now.
Hey, good morning, Chairman.
Oh, yeah, it's auto colleagues, all good morning, and legislative staff, and all the presenters. Thank you.
Office of Management and Budget, are you on the line?
Speaker Damon,
Colleagues, we're calling them right now. Honorable Chairman.
Yes, it was the same problem we had with OMB not calling in. We had to chase them down, and sort of delayed during the BNF Budget and Finance Committee hearings. And the committee referred to the budget message that was sent from the OPVP office saying that we are ready with technologies here and so forth, and look at where we're at right now with one of the executive officers not even being prepared, not even being online with us right now. We're ready to go. Speaker Damon.
Honorable Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Otto. So,
maybe one of the president's staff's on the line. We know that the OMB is over is within the executive branch. Maybe they can give him a tug there or a push to say, hey, get on the line. They did yesterday. LOC, we fell into that same area, and I thought that they called on, got onto the line. Had to call them a couple of times, and then I thought that they got on. So they did, yeah. Just let you know. Maybe someone from the president's office is on the line. They can call Dominic and get Dominic to get on the line. Thank you.
Speaker, good morning. This is Christopher Bahi. We are on our side as well trying to get a hold of Dominic. We do have his house number, so we'll relay the message.
okay. Colleagues, there's a recommendation. We could have Office Legislative Council just read it into the record, but there's not going to be any response from Office Legislative Council. Office Legislative Services. to get us started, but there's not going to be anybody to respond while we wait.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Why don't we just skip over that legislation on 20720 and go immediately to 17020? I guess we can't because we're still relying on OMB. Never mind. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, this is Chair Nez here. I understand that Rule 4 of guidelines for conducting budget hearings does state that the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, personnel shall read into the record the funding summaries for the divisions, departments, and programs prior to commencing with presentation by presenters. So it's only proper protocol to have OMB do this. Just thought I'd say that. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're here. Let me go ahead and give the floor over to Mr. Salvatierro regarding the documents that were sent out by Office of Management and Budget last night.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, if you'll go to your email at 5:17 yesterday, I sent you an email that is the presentation from OMB. In there, it's labeled Untitled 67, but this is the information that was sent over from OMB by Mr. Francis. Mr. Francis is the budget person for the executive branches, and it's the one with the heading Navajo Nation, Naabik'iyati Committee, Fiscal Year 2021 Budget Hearings, Executive Offices, Navajo Nation OMB Report, August 29, 2020. And under there, you have the table of contents. 1, FY 2021 Fund Type Budget Summary. B, FY 2020 Third Quarter Ending Budget Expenditure Report. C, FY 2020 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D, FY 2020 Third Quarter Plans of Operation Status Report. E, FY 2020 Third Quarter Condition of Appropriation Summary Report. So those are the first two slides that are in there. Now, the third slide is A, Fiscal Year 2021 Fund Type Budget Summary. And in there is the form that reads FY Navajo Nation Fiscal Year 2021 Fund Type Summary Executive Office Programs. And in there is the information that begins with 103001, Office of the President, Vice President, Navajo Nation Council approved Fiscal Year 2021 General Fund Budget, $2,720,287.
Speaker Damon, this is Hilio.
Yes, Chairman Henry.
When did Mr. Platero start working for OMB? And why is he doing the work for OMB? This is their responsibility to read this into the record for this work hearing. I believe we should hold their feet to the fire and not do their work for them and not bail them out.
Okay. Colleagues, we're trying. We're calling them. They knew the agenda. They were the ones that put the calendar together. They were the ones that sent that out.
Well, what if we just call it a day and not pass the executive budget? Does OMB fail the executive branch? OMB failed the legislative branch?
I second that.
Then OMB just is going to extend the calendar once again. But it is kind of they're in court. It's the ball's in their court right now. Mr. Bahi, I don't know. I know you're on the line. I don't know if you have any update.
Speaker, I did speak to Dominic. I called his landline at his house, and his only response was he'll try to get a hold of his staff. So on our side, I'm documenting the call and sending it to the chief of staff to make sure we're holding their office accountable. It is their, like you mentioned, they are fully aware of the meeting. They are fully aware that they put the budget calendar together, and I'm going to make sure that we're holding them accountable for not being here today. But we're all here, and like your colleagues did today, they're letting both branches down by not being a part of the meeting. So I did also send over his landline number to your chief of staff, Lashana. So but that was the official response I got from Dominic.
Hello. This is OMB.
Good morning, OMB.
Good morning. We could not get into the Navajo Nation Museum until just now, and that's the reason why we weren't able to get on the line earlier. We depend on the Navajo Nation Museum to open its doors, and that's why we are kind of late right now, but we're supposed to read the OMB report. I think that's where we're at. Thank you very much.
Well, the floor is yours, Ms. Francis. So whenever you're ready, you can start reading the report.
Okay, I'm ready, and I'll go ahead and start reading the report. This report is prepared to provide you information on the executive office's programs, and the report contains the fund type budget summary, the third quarter ending budget expenditure report, third quarter performance assessment report, third quarter plans of operations status report, and third quarter conditions of appropriation summary report. Going to the first part, A, the fund type summary. This is a list of all the programs that report to the Naabik'iyati committee, and there's 8 of them. There are more programs in the executive offices, but a couple of them report to Law and Order Committee, Hearing and Appeals, and Navajo Public Defender. All of the veterans programs also report to HASI Committee. So, but the only ones that report to the Naabik'iyati Committee are the 8 listed there. And starting with the fund type summary report for fiscal year 20 and 21. Business unit number 103001, Office of the President, Vice President. For fiscal year 20, $2,720,287 was their general fund budget. Understand that this is just comparing the general fund amount. For FY21, $2,372,857 is their general fund amount. Indirect cost of $958,809, or a total of $3,331,666. The next one is Navajo Nation, Washington Office, Business Unit 103002. FY20 general fund budget $1,100,000. FY21 budget $1,114,362. Indirect costs $320,196, for a total of $1,434,558. The next one is 103003, Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office, $485,000 for FY20 in general funds. Same amount for FY21, $485,000. Total the same. Business Unit 103005, Office of Miss Navajo Nation, $200,000 for FY20. Same amount for FY21, $200,000. Total is the same. Business Unit number 103006, Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, $365,000. For FY20 in general funds, $345,000. In FY21, same total of $345,000. Business Unit number 10307, Executive Protection Services, $475,914 for FY20. In general funds, $495,914 for FY21. The same amount for the total. Business Unit 10309, Office of the First Lady, $150,000 in FY20 in general funds, $150,000. Same in FY21. Total is the same. Business Unit 103021, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council, $100,000 for FY20. Same amount, $100,000 for FY21. The total is the same. The overall general fund for FY20 for those 8 programs, $5,596,201. The proposed general fund for FY21 total is $5,263,133. The total general fund is $1,279,005. And the overall grand total for those 8 programs under executive office is $6,542,138. That completes the fund type summary. The next portion is the expenditure report for the 8 programs, and I'm just going to read the bottom line total for each of the business units. The first one is 103001. Original budget $3,331,666. Revised budget $3,784,033.83. The actual expenditure to June 30th, 2020, $2,611,413.91. Encumbrance, $186,522.14. Budget available, $986,097.78 for an expenditure rate of 73.94. Again, this is to the end of June. It should be pretty close to 75%. The next one, 103002, Navajo Nation, Washington Office, The original budget, $1,434,558. Revised budget, $1,589,818.97. The actual expenditure, $711,717.13. Encumbrance amount, $23,278.16. Budget still available, $854,823.68. 46.23 amount expended. Again, that should be much closer to 75%. Next one, Business Unit 103-003, Navajo Land Commission Office. Original budget, $485,000. The revised budget, $499,993.93. The expenditure, $331,901.94. No encumbrance. The remaining amount, $168,097.99 for an expenditure rate of 66.38%. Next one is 103-005, Office of Miss Navajo Nation. The original budget, $200,000. Revised budget is the same, $200,000. The amount spent so far, $118,348.67. Amount not spent, $81,651.33 for an expenditure rate of 59.17%. Next one, 103-006, Navajo Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. Original budget, $365,000. The additional or revised budget, $462,200.65. The amount that has been spent, $256,237.54. Encumbered amount, $13,275.32. The remaining amount, not spent, $192,687.79 for a spending rate of 58.31%. Next one is 103-007, Executive Protection Services. Original budget, $475,914. The same amount for revised budget, $475,914. The amount spent, $305,572.38. No encumbrance. And the amount yet or remain to be spent, $170,341.62. For a spending rate of 64.21%. Next is Office of the First Lady, Business Unit now 103-009, original budget $150,000. Same for the revised budget. The actual amount that has been spent, $10,579.65. No encumbrance. Amount still to be spent, $139,420.35. The spending rate, 7.05%. The next one is Business Unit 103-021, Navajo Youth Advisory Council. Original budget, $100,000. The revised budget is the same. The amount that has been spent, $12,059.75. Encumbered amount is $3,236.85. The remaining amount that is not spent, $84,703.40 at a spending rate of 15.3%. Overall, for the 8 programs under executive offices, the total original budget, $6,542,138. Revised budget, $7,261,967.38. The amount that has been spent, $4,357,830.97. Total encumbrance, $226,312.47. Remaining amount yet to be spent, $2,677,823.94 for an overall spending rate of 63.13%. Going to the next portion, the performance assessment. The performance assessment, when they submit their budget form 2, that has the goals on it at the beginning of the year, and the performance is reported to OMB every quarter, and they are scored according to what goals they had and what they had done so far in the performance that they put on the budget form 2. So these are the scores of the 8 programs. You can look at those individually. And the end of the third quarter, I would say Business Unit 103-006, Naval Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, is not meeting their goals. In addition to that, Executive Protection Service is also not meeting their goals. Office of the First Lady is not meeting their goals, and Naval Nation Youth Advisory Council not meeting their goals. So they're all below 2, which is the level of meeting their goals. Overall, first quarter, 2.17. So looking at the overall, the executive office programs are meeting their goals. Second quarter, 1.81. They're not meeting their goals. Third quarter, again, they're close to meeting their goals, but they're at 1.93 on the average performance. You'll see the scoring over to the right or the left side. 3 means they're exceeding their goals and their measures. 2 means that they're meeting their goals, and then 1 not meeting their goals, and 0 means they're not reporting. Going on to the next page, third quarter plans of operation. This document shows all of the offices that report to the President's office, which basically are the executive office programs, but the ones that report to the Naabik'iyati committee are shaded in yellow. For instance, the first one, Business Unit 103-001, Office of the President, Vice President. And it shows their statutory authority to exist, which in case of the President, Vice President is CD-6889 and 2 NCC Section 1002, and that was adopted way back in 1989. Pretty much similar. operation is.
This call may be recorded or transcribed.
Some of them are plans of operations, and some of them are just legislation establishing the offices or the program. So that's the information on this report. Going to Part E, third quarter condition appropriation summary. The condition appropriation for Navajo Hopi Land Commission regarding underperforming in fiscal year 19, and that the legislative advisor for Navajo Land Commission coordinate with Office of Management by prior to end of each quarter to ensure proper performance for score reporting. That's the legislative concern number 3 that the council approved. Going to the next one, Telecommunications says it has low performance scores. The director of Telecommunications director is to report its performance scores to Naabik'iyati at the end of each quarter. And that legislative concern number 6 that was approved in the last budget by the Navajo Nation Council. And I think on both of them, there is no response in the third quarter on these legislative concerns. So basically that completes the OMB report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francis. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Our speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Hi, good morning, Speaker. Please help me. I got on the call when Mr. Francis Shinayate started his report. Was this emailed? I'm looking. I have the hard copy of the executive budget, and I'm looking through my email. Can I get some guidance on the date and time it was sent? Thank you.
It was sent last night at 5:17 p.m.
Speaker Damon, this is
that was sent out by Mr. Tom Potero. Chairman Henio, go ahead.
I can't find it. I've been looking all over. If you can resend it again.
Okay, he's sending it out right now again.
Speaker, it does it so.
Honorable Otto, go ahead.
The OMB report related to Mr. Emmett Francis's report. Scrolling through my email, and I don't see anything on the executive or pertaining to this particular OMB report. But I have the legislative was sent to me. I just received that, but what Mr. Francis reported on, I think I don't have. I scroll my email. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, we're sending it out right now again.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. At Budget and Finance, at our Oversight Committee, we did ask the Office of Management and Budget to upload all of the OMB reports to the website for easier access. I'm on their website, and I would need to know where they're uploading their reports. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. That we will turn back to Mr. Francis. Question.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Crotty, and the committee. We are in the process of uploading all the budgets onto the website right now. So we're still working on it. We'll get them uploaded, all the budgets onto the website. Thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, that was just sent out again from Mr. Platero. Hopefully everyone got that. Naabik'iyati committee here, budget hearing, executive office, OMB report. Chairman Hino on bottle soldiers, get it now?
I have the OMB report now. Thank you very much.
I'm looking here. I'm getting some emails here. One is some kind of cream to make me look handsomer. Oh, here it is. Yeah, here it is. I got it.
All right, colleagues, if there's no comments, questions for Mr. Francis at this time, we can go down.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Thank you, Shania, for your report. I want to ask regarding on page 6 of your OMB report, there are some over expenditures. Can you help me understand how a budget is allowed to be expended? And also looking, and that would be in business unit 10-3001. I'm counting at least 3 line items that are overexpended. And this is a report as of June 30th. My second question is this the most updated report? June 30th was sorry, put myself on mute. Roughly 2 months ago. If I could request an updated report, Speaker, that would help me because at the time, June 30th, if these were overexpended, that might have been rectified if there was some business transfers or budget transfers. And so I think actually looking at that date, I don't know if this is accurate enough to ask some questions. But I will for the Washington office. Looks like in their revised budget, they received contractual service. Please help me identify where that item was taken from and added, because I'm also looking at the supply listing, which was just originally allocated for just under 30,000. And in the revised budget as of June was tripled to over 92,000. I just need to know where money is being moved in terms of how we move along with this division, this department. Those are my 3 questions. Thank you, Speaker. Hi, this is Delegate Carty. Did I get cut off? I'm done. If there's a reply, thank you.
You're still on.
And I was talking to myself the whole time. Sorry, Ms. Crotty. So, Mr. Francis, I guess we'll go to you on the first comment, first question regarding 10-3001, and then Mr. Bahi. I don't know if you have anybody on the Washington, D.C. office that might explain that. I don't know if you know the answer to that, but I just know those questions are directed towards the Washington, D.C. office, 10-3002. Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. On business unit 103,001, there are some over expenditure, as you can see in travel. There's $32,310.21. Supplies is overspent. Special transaction is also overspent. The way the financial management information system is set up, there is not a way to keep the program from overspending their budget amounts. They're supposed to be, but I understand that system that checks over expenditure is not on, and OMB has been requesting the controller's office to turn that system on. So whenever a charge is made against a budget, that the system automatically flags the over expenditure. But the way it is now, it's done manually, and there's no way to keep programs from overspending. So it's basically also the responsibility of the programs themselves to check periodically the report from the FMIS system to make sure they have enough money in their budget so that they don't exceed the budgeted amount. So the responsibility goes back to the programs. They should be checking their accounts before they charge something to the budgeted amounts. As far as the Washington office, I believe the President's office can answer some of those questions. Thank you very much.
Speaker, this is Christopher Bahi. I can answer some of the questions that Delegate Karate mentioned as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Bahi.
Okay, thank you for the question, Delegate Karate. Just to address the three negative balances in travel, supplies, and special transactions, those have been rectified. So they're back in a positive balance. And just to clarify, for the travel expenses, that was kind of an internal accounting issue with the Office of the Controller. There were some expenses that weren't being reported on their side with another program within a timely manner. So those charges eventually hit us in the third quarter when we thought they were originally being charged. So we caught that and we did fix that. The same with the supplies line item. The majority of those were expenses bought during the third quarter. So we did do a budget transfer and we switched those. We transferred those funds over to put it back to a positive balance. A majority of those were supplies for the response to the pandemic, PPEs and such. And the same with special transactions. The media line item is under there for the radio ads and print advertisements. So we did have a larger expense for media this past quarter due to the pandemic. So funds were transferred in there to make it positive. So thank you. And we do have Sandy Lewis, the executive director for the Washington office, on the line, so she can answer some of the questions related to their FY 2020 budgets. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate McGee calling in to Elmer.
Speaker Damon, this is Chair Nez.
Good morning, Elmer Brigade. Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you. Rule 5 says that presenters shall be given 10 minutes for oral testimony. Can we get that started before we start asking all the questions?
Chairman, this is questions regarding to OMB's report. So that's the reason why I opened up the dialogue for the report. And Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy is referring to that report, and that's the reason why I allowed for those questions to happen. So is there any more questions for referring to Mr. Emmett Francis's report?
Just a comment, Speaker Damon, Eugenio.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just looking at this report here and over expenditures, and even though there's a response of how they was fixed, and of course it'd be blaming somebody else, and which is the controller's office. And just thinking about all the video messages and how in the messages it states that we should be responsible and prudent expenditures and be mindful of the people's money and so forth. And here we look at this and there's over expenditures. Not that thing that just keep spending and thinking, oh yeah, we'll fix it later. And they'll be paid up. And there should be setting the example for all the programs, even the Navajo Nation, be prudent on their spending and not overexpend it by thinking, oh yeah, we'll fix it later. So that's just my comment, Shinanta. Just to the speech statement. Out of all those Shinanta that are on the line for the Naabik'iyati budget hearing. Good morning.
Thank you. If there's no more comments from Mr. Francis, we can go on down.
Good morning. Yellow Hair's on the line.
Good morning, Honorable Yellow Hair. There was two people at a time speaking. I don't know who that was.
I apologize, Delegate Yellowhair. This is Delegate Crotty. I did ask a question regarding the Washington budget. Where was the source of that money for our contractual service? That wasn't in the original budget. And according to this report, the original budget for supplies was about $30,000, and the revised budget was about 3 times that amount. I just need to know where money was taken out of and put in what account. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, H&S. Can you guys hear me? This is Sandy Lewis with the Navajo Nation Washington office.
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. At the first part of the fiscal year or following the allocation of IDC money, those additional funds were allocated. And so we put them in supplies. We also put some, we also created a fund for contractual services in the event that we needed them. And then we also beefed up our travel expenses. So if you look at the budget, the original budget for travel was $60,000. And then the revised reflects $95,000. Same with the supplies, $29,000, and then it went all the way up to $92,000. Many of the items within the Navajo Nation Washington office needs to be replaced or cared for. In many instances, our staff didn't have any laptops, and so that was an area where we wanted just to beef up that account. And so when we got our IDC award, those are the areas where we put some money in there. Thank you.
Okay, with that, any other comments on Mr. Francis's report?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
I apologize, committee members. I'm calling in, and Saturday is very busy for my dog. I apologize. My question is regarding if I can request how the IDC, I'm seeing IDC budget in our general, when allocations happen in our budget. I can't recall if that happened last year. If I could get the IDC breakdown on how that was allocated to the different divisions. And my second request is if I could get a copy of how the carryovers were allocated, so I can understand when there was additional money provided to the different divisions. It's not clear when we get these budget reports. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. We'll try to see if we can get copies of that report. Those reports are available, and we just need to make copies available to the members of the committee. The carryovers for these programs under executive offices will probably have to go to the council legislation in order to get the information some of these programs might have gotten carryovers from their previous fiscal year budget. So we'll see what we can do to get the information from the council resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, Naabik'iyati, what we can do too as well is that IDC report was usually sent out at the when the IDC amounts go out. So I think we have a copy of that report somewhere.
This call may be recorded or transcribed.
Excuse me, what was the question, the second question?
Chair.
Shania, this is Delegate Crotty. My second question was, what is the limit? What's the amount that a program can transfer within their program before needing oversight approval? Thank you.
This is Edmund Francis from OMB. The amount that the program can transfer is limited by the amount that is budgeted. And in some cases, some programs try to transfer more than the available amount in their budget, in the line item. So that's one of the things that we watch. If they don't have enough money in their budget to transfer out of a object code, we don't allow them to transfer that money, or we have them change the amount so that they're only moving the amount of money that's available within the object code. So that's the limit. But as far as just a limit, like 100,000 or 200,000 that any program can move, there is no limit. The only limit is there enough money in that line item or object code to move elsewhere? That's the limit. And the programs usually, in some cases, they go over the limit, and we have to let them know there's not enough money to move. That's the only thing that we apply as far as moving funds around. Thank you very much.
Hey, any further questions for Mr. Francis? There's not. We go ahead and go on down then to FY21.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniel So. Before we move on, I have a question to Mr. Francis.
Go ahead, Chairman.
In some of the budgets, there was never a line item for contractual services. And then during the year, there was money inputted in there for contractual services. Those monies that came in for contractual services, was that the result of an additional appropriation, or is that monies that came to the executive branch and the branch inserted those contractual services amount? And what would the NABI committees, should they have acted on that? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Monies that are going into contractual services can come from within the budget itself. They can move money around within the budget. Now, they can also get new money from somewhere else, either a supplemental that is approved by council, or, as Ms. Crowdy mentioned earlier, the executive branch balance carryover from FY19 to 20. There was $3 million that was carried over, and programs can request some funds from those balances that are there to add to their budgets, and it could go into contractual services. But I don't know if that has happened with any of the executive offices or not. So maybe the program can also respond to the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other further questions for Mr. Francis?
Good morning, Yate Speaker. Still Yate Pin. The chair, my little brother, Mr. Henio, and my colleagues. I came on a little bit late. I was driving, trying to. Now our part here, and I want to know what tab are we? Just turn on my computer to looking at the internet right now. I opened up, and first thing came on was the title is about a Navajo Office, President's Office in Navajo Nation, Washington, and Hopi. Which business unit are we discussing? Good morning. I'm sorry about this. Apologize for a little bit late, my friend.
Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, good morning. We haven't gone down. We are now going into the executive offices. So we'll be starting off with the Office of President and Vice Presidents now. We're just finishing up the OMB report by Mr. Emmett Francis.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from Mr. Francis?
This is Delegate Crotty with a question, Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. And really my question was to confirm or if there was any modification. It's my understanding and what's important for the Oversight committees to realize that if there's a change of over $50,000, it needs to go back to the oversight. I quickly did a dibs. You know, I'm doing this research. There's out there. So if there's a $50 revised budget in the Washington office, I need a resolution from this oversight that was approved. So if I could make that request, Speaker, I did check in dibs. I didn't see it, but I'm willing to be wrong. I just need a number. And I also believe in transparency. And when I see like supplies at an increase of over 50,000, I don't know if it's incremental. I don't know if it was done a few times and then eventually we have this amount. But that should, in my opinion, should be clear as we talk about Navajo Nation money and being accountable for every dollar. Thank you, Speaker. So I'll need that on how monies were changed in the Washington office. Thank you.
With that, I'm going to go back to Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned earlier, there really isn't a limit. Okay. I'm looking at the fiscal year 21 budget instruction manual, but I think the same thing applies for current budget transfers. And it says in section 11, budget modification, an increase or decrease of $50,000 or more to an existing business unit budget under a previously approved budget. This shall require oversight committee approval before the amounts can be brought unless a prior approved carryover of funds. Unless it is a prior approved carryover of funds. I just found that in the budget instruction manual. So there is a limit on the amount of funds that can be transferred, which is $50,000. Thank you very much.
Speaker, it's Christopher Bahi, if I may chime in.
Mr. Bahi.
Thank you. Delegate Carty, to help the Washington office out, I think Sancy, just to clarify the wording, when there's what word would I use? When there's additional funding allocated with the Access IDC, OMB notifies us when that becomes available, and we're asked to budget for it. So I think that's the word that Sancy forgot to leave out, was Access IDC, additional funds that came in, and that's when they got the funds available, they budgeted into those line items. I believe that's what Ms. Lewis was trying to, the wording that Ms. Lewis missed out was Access IDC. So that when they get those, they budgeted it into those line items. She can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was how she meant to explain it earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. That. Any other comments, questions on OMB's report? If there's none, we can go on down to FY 2021 proposed budgets for the Navajo Nation Executive Office. For that over to, is that you who's presenting, Mr. Bahi?
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and staff in the Office of Management and Budget and Legislative Services. Okay, so our office, they provide binders. We can start with the Office of the President and Vice President, Business Unit 103001. The allocation for the executive offices that we allocated for our programs, we're matching FY20 amounts. So we'll start with Form 1. Form 1, Part 2. General funds allocation was $2,372,857, which is 71% of our overall budget. We got an allocation of indirect cost recovery in the amount of $958,809, which came out to 29% of the overall budget, which for a total of $3,331,666, which is the same amount matching our FY20 approved budget. Moving over to Part 3, the budget summary, we did get an approved amount of $2,663,667 for the FY20 approved amount in personnel. The proposed budget for personnel for FY21 is going to be $2,654,842, which has a difference of $8,825 less than what was budgeted last year, and that's due to a decrease in fringe rates. The 3,000 travel expenses for the FY20 approved amount was $354,600. The proposed budget amount for travel expenses for the FY21 year is going to be $267,274, which has a difference of $87,326 less than what was approved in the FY20 budget. The 3,500 meeting expenses line item we did not budget for. The 4,000 supplies line item was approved in FY20 for $45,000. We have a proposed budget for FY21 in the amount of $116,987, with a difference which is an increase of $71,987. The 5,000 series lease and rental approved amount for FY20 was $43,000. The proposed budget for FY21 is $35,000, with a difference of $8,000, which is $8,000 less in the current budget. The 5,500 communications and utilities line item had an approved budget for FY20 of $32,380. The proposed budget for FY21 is $42,380, with the difference of $10,000, which is an increase from the current year. The 6,000 repairs and maintenance line item had an approved budget of $7,000 for the FY20 year. The proposed budget is $6,000, with a difference of $1,000 less than the current year. The 6,500 contractual services line item had an approved FY20 budget of $85,378. The proposed FY21 budget is $86,000, with the difference of $622, which is an increase. The 7,000 special transactions line item had an FY20 approved amount of $100,641. The FY21 proposed budget is $123,183, with a difference of $22,542, which is an increase. Overall, again, the totals for the current FY20 budget was $3,331,666. The proposed budget for FY21 is $3,331,666, with a zero difference, matching the same amount currently approved. Part 4, positions and vehicles. 27 positions were budgeted for the Office of the President and Vice President in FY20. 27 is proposed for the current FY21 year. The total number of vehicles within our office for the FY20 approved were 10 vehicles. The proposed budget for vehicles in the FY21 remains at 10. Moving on from page 1 to page 2 of the FY21 proposed budget, the program performance criteria. Part 2, we have a plan of operation, resolution number, purpose of the program. The program there that has the establishment, legislation, and resolution for the Office of the President. Part 3, the program performance criteria.
Speaker. Question of privilege. Speaker, this is Delegate Yell here.
Yes, Honorable Yellow here.
The budget is not in the binder. And is this right now reading in the computer, in the email? Is it where he's reading?
I'll send it to him. having staff send you the budget right now. I'll be all here again.
Okay, that's what I'm looking around for. It's there's nothing in my computer too, so I'm looking around. But thank you. But I'm listening. I'm listening right now, so I'm writing notes down. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Okay, so we're sending it out, the budgets again to everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Bahi.
Thank you, Speaker. Continuing on Budget Form 2, the FY21, we're starting Part 3, Program Performance Criteria. The first goal statement is to support infrastructure development within the executive branch. We have a goal of 4 per quarter for the FY21 year. The goal statement number 2 is to promote healthy living within the Navajo Nation through executive branch direct service programs. And we have a goal per quarter of 10 for the FY21. Goal statement number 3, implement government accountability strategies to ensure program compliance for federal contracts and grants. And there's a goal per quarter 6. Goal statement number 4, support sovereignty and economic development through leadership consultations with the U.S. federal offices. And we have a goal of 4 per quarter. Goal statement number 5, implement intergenerational teachings back into educational programs from the Navajo Nation with a goal of 4 per quarter for the FY21 year. And I believe Form 3, again, is just personnel, totaling the 27 budgeted positions within our office. And Form 4 is the detailed budget based on what I mentioned on Budget Form 1. And so with that, Speaker, we're open to any questions, clarifications, and I don't know if you want me to go over the detailed Budget 4 forms, but if there's any questions, just let me know, and I'll be happy to do my best to answer everything. Thank you for your time, Speaker, and we appreciate the opportunity to present the budget for the Office of the President and Vice President for fiscal year 2021.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bahi. Any comments, questions, colleagues on 1030-01? Once, one twice.
Speaker.
Mr. Honorable Aroso.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bahi, for your presentation related to the executive branch budget here, or the Office of the President. I believe that's what's been discussed. But what I am getting to is that I guess I believe you have there's staff assistants that are assigned, and I'm not too sure if your staff assistants are assigned by agencies. And this is just a general question of who's the liaison to the western portion of the Navajo Nation that we fund in this very manned up executive and staff assistant and administrative, the staff assistant. Who is the Western agency delegate to speak to, or the agency staff assistant to speak to, so that we can, we delegates in the Western agency have someone to speak to through the communication line with the President's office. That's one, and a lot of the chapters out there also ask about those things. Who are they? Who do we speak to? Now, we had Mr. Leonard Chi on the payroll, but I've been seeing that the staff assistants pretty much not. I don't see one assigned like one to Western that we can talk to. But that's just my thought. And with this 1 point, with these dollars that we fund, the Western agency, at least should know, or each agency should know who the staff assistant from the president's office they should be communicating directly with. But we've been getting emails from a former delegate, a staff assistant who's a staff assistant, but it looks like he's the only one that's reaching out to all the chapters and so forth. And is he pulling all the weight for the executive branch? That's just my thought. The Navajo Nation is a big, vast area, and as a delegate from the Western Agency, who do we speak to? Because Western Agency's interest is different than other agencies. That's just my thought that I have noticed. Chris, and that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Delegate. So currently at our office, like you mentioned, we don't necessarily, from my understanding of the way our office is operated, we do have some executive staff assistants assigned mainly to projects. All the staff within our office should be able to speak to all 110. computer equipment.
This call may be recorded
that
or
was
transcribed.
budgeted to increase our capability for teleworking for our staff. That was the direction that we were going with all our internal programs under the executive branch, was to reduce our travel budgets and ensure that we're properly prepared to telework due to the current pandemic. Currently, our office does have laptops. However, we might have a need for additional. We do have a need for additional scanners and or mobile printers. So that's why there was also a minor increase in non-capital assets. So I hope that does answer the question related to the increase in supplies. Thank you, Delegate.
Okay.
Speaker,
Thank you,
this is Delegate Yellow Hair. Speaker.
Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Okay, I finally got the budget right here. I guess you guys business unit number 103001, Office of the President and Vice President budget. So that's the business unit number that we're discussing quotation. And it is Shakriya Hatsi, Chair Mr. Daniel. So the supplies is huge increase by 71,987. AIST, that's okay, right now for correction. So I'm on the same page with you guys. Yeah. Sorry, I came on late right here and window up. What the? I square by STD. The business unit number cut. This is our L's. E by ST to know 103001. What the? It's crashed by ST. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We're on there. Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, if there's no more other questions, we can move on. Bye.
This is Delegate talking with. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know who that was. Who was speaking with Otto? So.
This is Delegate Crotty. I did text in to request to speak.
Does she? I get nothing.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Delegate Crotty.
Yes.
Thank you. Speaker, may I ask my question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Crotty, thank you for your budget. I have 7 questions. They're short, but please answer all 7. I need to know, has there been a reduction or an increase? There's really no overview. Usually, best practice is where we're made aware if there's a reduction or an increase, or if it's the same. My concern and my challenge here is that we're going through a comprehensive budget process, which takes a lot of time, energy, and resources, while we're trying to build up our response and continued response to COVID and its impact. And so my second question is regarding any under or over expenditures regarding the budget that you're presenting. Looking at the positions, some departments are scheduling 9 months. It looks like you're fully budgeted for months. Are any of those funding eligible for CARES reimbursement? Could you please let me know your priorities? My fifth question is, are there any COVID-related expense that we should expect from this budget? You did answer that you see an increase in supplies. My sixth question is regarding travel. I know we are reopening, but what is the plan to make sure that we are traveling and monitoring regarding travel? And I'm asking every program basically these questions. And then the seventh question is there a Office of the President, Vice President, is there a pool of dollars this year? If so, please let us know if there's a redistribution of dollars happen. And I'm looking for your Exhibit E, and I don't find an unmet need. And those are my 7 questions, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Delegate Karate. I think I got all 7 written down. So to answer your first question, reduction or an increase, at the beginning of page 4, the budget form 1, like I mentioned, we did match the current FY20 budgeted amount, the total, both general funds and indirect costs. So there is no increase within our budget and there is no decrease. However, there are increases and decreases within the line items. As mentioned, we reduced our travel by $87,000. However, we did increase our supply budget. So I hope that does answer your first question related to reduction or increase. The second question related to under or over expenditures. For the current proposed budget, we budgeted, again, like I said, based on expenditures in the current fiscal year to, of course, avoid any future budget transfers if it's not needed going into the new year. I'm not too sure what you meant by under or over expenditures related to the new upcoming budget. However, like I mentioned, for the current fiscal year, based on the O&B report, we did have some over expenditures in a few line items that were corrected. Money found within our budget and mainly related to, like I said, media, travel. There was a increase in travel due to delays in some payment processing from the travel office, and so I hope that answers the question for under or over expenditures. Number 3, our budget priorities were pretty much laid out with the budget message from the president that we emailed out to the 24th Council and the judicial branch earlier last week. Of course, one priority that we did have was to reduce travel budgets all around through the executive branch. When we reviewed budgets coming through the president's office for approval, it was noted that due to the current pandemic, we are on a travel restriction. So we wanted to see a significant reduction in travel for our programs under the executive branch, and that was internal as well, which was the reason we decreased our travel budget and increased supplies to make sure that teleworking capabilities were available. It's been working, I believe, for our office to telework and utilizing telecommunications for meetings. Personally, I find it beneficial to all, going towards a new way to meet. And from there, additional priorities, again, within the budget for our office goes back to the budget message laid out by the president. And I can resend that if I need to again, if nobody received it by email. The next question related to COVID-related expenses, as mentioned, right now we do have 2 main line items within our budget that did require an increase due to COVID. The first being supplies for non-capital equipment, including printing and media supplies, which is also within the 4,000 series of supplies, within the operating supplies line item for internal printing within Navajo Nation records and duplication services. The second line item is special transactions. There is where we have media for radio advertisement. We did increase that budget this year as well due to any costs related to public forums and or radio ads. So that's where those are the 2 line items that I would say tie back into COVID response for our budget. The question 5 you had related to travel. Again, a majority of our travel expenses this year in the detailed budget on budget form 4, a majority of the travel expenses are more internal, geared towards the 10 travel vehicles that we're budgeting. Of course, we have our monthly fee plus the taxes for each vehicle, and then an estimated amount of mileage per month for all 10 vehicles. So that's how a portion of our budget went $124,000 within travel went to fleet directly, with funds being allocated for POV per diem for meals and lodging throughout the year, which also had a decrease from last year. We did reduce our budget for air transportation as well to cut back on travel expenses. So your next question related to, is there an OPVP pool? I believe you're talking about the executive branch. And again, our budget from our priority from one of our goals this year for the executive branch budgets were to maintain the levels that were approved in FY20 based on funds availability and responding to the pandemic to reduce travel. So when we did that, we matched our budgets the best we can with the recommendations provided by the Office of Management and Budget. And that's how our division allocations were met. The internal allocations within the divisions, again, go back to the respective division directors. And their allocations, again, were also requested to meet FY20 levels. However, there were some shortfalls in some areas, including changes to budgeting at 2088 hours rather than 2080. So that with that increase, some programs were affected in their personnel, where it did reduce their operating expenditures as well. So currently, from my knowledge, we don't have an executive branch pool due to matching numbers and trying to keep the same levels of FY20. And question 8, for the Exhibit E that you mentioned, we don't have an unmet need budget that we're prepared or that we are preparing and requesting for the Office of the President and Vice President. The reason for that, again, is we're matching our level that we were at in the current fiscal year. So again, just to close out, to answer your questions, we are slowly reopening the government. So with that, we're trying to do our best to work in response to the pandemic and keeping that in mind with our budgets going into the new fiscal year. Again, to reduce travel and ensure teleworking capabilities are met for our program. So I hope I answered all 7 of your questions. If you need clarification on any, I'm more than happy to help you more questions. I'm more than happy to answer any more questions. Thank you, Delegate Cardi.
Thank you. Sure. With that, we go on down to Honorable Araso.
Yeah, me to the list, Chair.
Put me on. This is Delegate Yeller here. Speaker, Chad.
Honorable Araso. Honorable Araso going twice.
Speaker, do you hear me?
Yes.
I was on mute. One area is that I was looking at your listing of positions earlier, and I noticed that on some of the budget forms that we have received in the at Law and Order, where it requires the Chief of Staff signature. I believe that on this budget form, the Chief of Staff wasn't available, but I guess the capacity of a deputy chief has signed off on the budget form. And looking at your position, listing a position, you don't have a position called a deputy chief of staff. And so what I'm getting to is that in that capacity, is that individual a executive staff assistant, or is he a deputy chief of staff? That's all I'm asking, because the legality of the chief of staff is authority at the president's office is what I'm looking at. But your listing position does not have a deputy chief of staff. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Delegate. Thank you for the question, Delegate. So, you are correct. There is no classified title within the Navajo Nation Department of Personnel Management creating a deputy chief of staff. At the recommendation from the Department of Personnel Management, when the Nez Pfizer administration took office last year, we reviewed the available positions that were budgeted at the time, what positions were classified. And the recommendation there from the Department of Personnel Management was that officially the title would remain executive staff assistant. However, internally we could utilize a title such as deputy chief of staff. Again, that's going back to our Department of Personnel Management. Their website, they do have a listing of classified positions within the Navajo Nation, within the Navajo Nation personnel. So that those position listings are also listed in the annual budget instruction manual. So at times, and the personnel can correct me if I'm wrong, but at times positions utilized at this level of the government have the title of executive staff assistant based on each respective branch, and they are assigned a separate title based on assignment within the office. So that would be, I believe that's an internal decision at that level. And again, if there's improvements within our personnel management system to classify additional titles, that's done at that can be done with their office. However, I believe this is the way that it was recommended to operate from personnel management. So if there's any clarifications, we can see if we can get something from them in writing, and we can go from there. But again, I just want to reiterate that there is no classified deputy chief of staff title within personnel management, and several other titles used within the both I believe both branches that utilize staff assistants. So I hope I answered the question. I hope it clarified, and if there's any additional questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer it related to personnel.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith going twice. Vice Chair Smith going 3 times. That moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Good morning, Chair Speaker. Thank you very much. Give me the floor. I'd like to say thank you to executive staff for talking about your budget. First of all, that you're doing well on your listing on your personal positions. They're all filled in, but only one position is vacancy, which is position number 211284 for the administrative assistant. No, excuse me, executive staff assistant is vacancy. Position number 211285. So forth. That's the only one that's vacant right now. That's pretty good. My concern is, I'll make it straight to the point, is you have a 10 vehicle. 10 vehicles. Oh, you run on the ship. But this is a lot, 10 vehicles. 27 staff on board and 10 vehicles. So almost everybody have vehicles. I know I've seen these a lot of black limousines up there running around out there, travel vehicles. Or 20 cars, and even a crazy that position window I got the black the weather hot either. That 10 is a lot too much for the executive branch. You need at least use 5. Vehicles are very expensive to pay from your budget. That's my concern. Today we use a email that so maybe there's a 10 vehicle that can handle your executive office staff. That's the only thing. But so far that your whole budget is the same. there's no change except for a decrease on your travel expenses, and that also increase in your line item for office supplies, which you already specified that one. The rest is almost the same. I don't have any questions except for these staff deputy assistants. What we need. The problem I have with your administration is when you call these staff assistants, official staff higher positions, they don't even answer the phone then. So answer this either. On message, but I'm just tossing it then. They don't call back. Another area is the problem I have with since I've been with the Navajo Nation. Many years since Peter McDonald Peterson's Comstock City and Arbor Hills and named these a president. They always welcome you going to their office. You could done it's very inconvenient when you see president staff at Chicago. They're not ready to either to call you in right away. For me as a councilman, I'm not treated like first class, but the first time with these other previous presidents, they will come in immediately. President this year, our door is always open, but it's not really. The door is not open all the time. But I don't know why. Maybe the officials, they're not in their office out there. It is a bad thing. Too many vehicles, that's a bad thing. Isn't that that's a bad thing. That's not concerned. That's not those my questions on that one. They can be correct. Thank you very much. Put a budget of $190 for the Office of the President and Vice President's budget on business unit number 103001. That's all I have. So far, the budget's fine. Thank you, Speaker. I'm back to my mute now. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Let me go ahead and move on down then to Honorable Madam Chair Carney.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, thank you for answering the questions. I do have follow-up questions. I didn't hear the CARES eligible expenses. Seeing that majority, if not all of the budgets that we will review is the same amount, it's my understanding funding, at least for the first quarter, fiscal year 21, there should be CARES eligible reimbursable expenses, especially as we deal with direct response to COVID. If we could have that clarified for this budget. Second, I did review the president's message, and I apologize. I thought that was more of a message for Navajo Nation. I didn't really see how the direction of these executive offices in that memo. So I'll need some help. I'll need you to pull out the language that specifically addresses the executive offices. But that leads me to my second follow-up question for carryover. President mentioned carryover. I'm sorry.
Put it in here. Well, colleagues, will you please mute your phones?
Thank you, Speaker. The second question is, President Nez requested, it looks like, it didn't say carryover, but it says unused funds from our second and third quarter to cover the general wage adjustment. It doesn't have a number. Do we have that number, general wage? And I'm not sure if that was presented to the Hess Oversight. We'll soon learn. And then the second area for request to help with potentially unused dollars is a chapter official stipend. I don't sit on RDC, but if I could get that number so that I have an idea. If it's referred to the BIM, I have my BIM here. I just need to know the page and if that was agreed by 3 branch chief. The third follow-up question is, I appreciate President Nez and Vice President Leiser's statement on their budget message regarding accountability of every dollar. I'm right there with you. What I need to know is in your budget, where do we see, help me understand where that is, there's funding that is going to be used to improve accountability and transparency. And then in your budget performance, help me understand where that's at. That would be perfect. And I also appreciate the comment regarding travel, and that travel should not be used as a travel, I forgot the word, it was so clever. Do you know what I'm talking about? He said travel agency. And I thought that was right on point. And so I also then need to know from this budget, I see that you see a reduction. I don't know if the administration feels then, are we reducing to set a new baseline, or next fiscal year that travel budget will increase if travel restrictions are loosened? And what is going to happen? There's a list, I've seen it in the past, of maybe the top Navajo Nation key card spenders. I want to say there's either 5 or 10. So if we know that we have employees who are continuously traveling using either Navajo funds or the K accounts, then what is the process, or what is the thought to either provide some transparency on that and accountability, or to reduce that, is my third question. And my fourth question is, I agree that we should be conservative with our spending, and sometimes we have to make hard decisions, but I also believe in equity, and that all of Navajo Nation has been impacted by the virus. You basically cannot talk to any family that hasn't had some type of impacted in some way, and everyone has been impacted, at least mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. So I think if you could help me see and analyze how that funding, the spending and relief effort is being rolled out, because I think when we're on our spending, my concern was the CARES Act that's set to expire on Monday, and help me understand what we can learn from that, because we could be conservative in spending, but we also need to improve and expedite our expenditures so that we meet the direct needs of the people, and that we're accountable to our grant and our funders. And now as these private donors want to come in and help the Navajo Nation. So help me understand how your office is gearing up for that uphill battle. And thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for the questions, Delegate Cradley. Okay, so your first question related to the CARES eligible expenses. For the record, the Office of the President and Vice President did not submit budgets requesting for CARES funds. We haven't. We left that to our direct service programs that are responding. However, we do review those budgets, and to the best of my knowledge, the CARES eligible expenses that within for the first quarter within the President's office that I can think of might be, again, just maybe supplies related to teleworking capabilities and PPE expenses within under operating supplies. I know the budget line item for medical supplies and equipment is under operating supplies, the 4000 series. So, and including the radio and media or any advertisements related to prevention and mitigation of COVID. So those are the only three areas that I can think of to the top of my head that would be CARES eligible. But I believe, like I said, we didn't submit a budget for CARES for our office. So those expenses are being shared with the Health Command Operations Center if needed to get reimbursement through FEMA utilizing our funds. So I hope that helps answer the question related to carriers. You had a statement for unused funds and the general wage adjustment from the budget message. That mentioned quarters 3 and 4. And the way I understood that budget message coming from the president was our divisions normally, when budgeting, they'll request for supplemental budgets, whether it be found within the budget process or requesting UUFB funds. And our office was not recommending any UUFB requests. However, the president did support divisions if there was going to be any unused funds within quarters 3 and 4 due to the government closure and reduction in travel and all of that may have been unused and could have an estimate for each division or program to request a formal carryover. So that was the direction we went in terms of what he might have meant by the quarter 3 and quarter 4 unused funds that could adjust changes related to personnel due to the last year's general wage adjustment and any unmet needs, I guess you can say. The second question related to the chapter stipends was the same concept for quarters 3 and 4. If there were any unused funds, can that be reallocated going into the new fiscal year to cover the shortfall in chapter stipends, which I believe was a lot less than last year. As you guys are aware, the carryover approved for the executive branch for the current fiscal year was approved at $3 million, with a condition that $1 million go towards chapter stipends to offset it. And as soon as the carryover became available, we did take care of that with the community development and administrative services centers. The amount to fully fund the chapter stipends did go over a little over $1 million, so we did utilize that entire amount to offset the shortfall for the chapter stipends in the current fiscal year. The next question you had was related to accountability of the programs. That was in the president's budget message. You asked where within Form 2 might that be for our office. And looking at Form 2, I would say it would tie in with both goal statement number 3, where the goal was to implement government accountability strategies to ensure program compliance for federal contracts and grants. The program performance measure below that was to review external funded program accountability and compliance for each of the grants. So that's where I can see that tying back in with accountability of the programs within our Form 2. The statement that you brought up to related to travel agency with the budget, with the president's budget message was on page 2, the second to the last paragraph, where he did mention that the administration announced changes to how the nation must work, where we will be accountable for every dollar spent and not be a travel agency for meaningless travel. You did mention a listing of top travelers based off of expenditures within their budgets, based on P-card or whether it be travel reimbursement. I personally have not seen a listing of who the biggest travel spender is. that would be interesting to see, which program that is. However, to reducing travel across the board within the executive branch, again, was a message that we reiterated time and time again when approving division budgets. If we saw an increase in travel or even level at the same as the current fiscal year, we did encourage, I shouldn't say encourage, we did return budget forms telling them that the priority was we're not traveling going into the first quarter of the year. We know that. So there was no need to match travel budgets unless it related to internal travel vehicles and such. We know those levels have to be budgeted for the entire year based on estimated miles traveled and, of course, the monthly rental costs of fleet management. So any other access travel, whether it be airfare or for meals and per diem and lodging, those were, we encourage that those be reduced. So helping to monitor that, of course, would be the president does have his letter and I believe the executive order out for travel restriction, which continues, which is ongoing, especially with the reopening of the government. Excuse me. So
with that, the term that we did use was COVID-based budgeting, of course, to respond to the pandemic. So you did mention employees that are continuously traveling. We do hope that the division directors are keeping their programs accountable. Again, the division directors should know their programs by now and know which programs need to travel and which don't, and that accountability comes back to them as division directors. So, of course, we approve their travel. We have the off reservation, the standing off reservation restriction where requests come to our office to get signed off on, which we have been closely monitoring the past quarter, and which we will continue to monitor going into the new fiscal year, especially with the pandemic going on. And the last statement regarding spending and relief efforts for COVID, you mentioned discussions on CJN-47-20 that you were looking to get those expenditures done by the August 31st deadline. Our office has been monitoring that the past week as well. The president has made it directive to the division directors and the programs operating that those expenses should be met. We are aware there needs to be improvements to expedite our procurement and our purchasing capabilities across the nation overall for both general funds and grant programs. And we're hoping that the funds allocated through the CARES grant, the CARES fund, will help improve our systems internally to meet that. We've been utilizing the emergency procurement clause within the Procurement Act for a lot of these expenditures related to COVID, and at times it does get taken care of quickly, and there are times that it does fall short of being being a quick purchase. And I know the Controller's Office, along with the Health Command Operations Center, have been actively trying to keep that going at the same level that they started with. So I don't know what other questions you might have related to spending relief efforts, but I do know a lot of that came back to just getting all our programs to get on the same page, working together, OOC, OMB, and the respective divisions and programs that had CARES funding assigned to them, whether it be for the PPE purchases or buildings and cleanings. There was a lot to sort out within the past month, and we are making sure we're holding them accountable to do their best to ensure those are expended. And I believe we made a huge effort the past week. We had daily meetings, and that was done to help ensure that they're being held accountable to make sure they're meeting these deadlines. So with that, I believe I hit every one of your questions or comments. And if there's any clarification, again, of course, I am open to answer them. The other questions that we might have related to COVID response, of course, are on our weekly town halls hosted by the President and Vice President, newsletters and press releases that our office has. And if there aren't any more questions, I think I'm done responding, and I'm more than happy to help any other questions you might have. Thank you, Delegate Carty, and thank you, members of the 24th Council.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on down to Envoy Elmer Brigade.
Yeah, there's members of the council. Yeah, the executive branch again, and then also from the Washington Alpha Center. I hope you guys we all know that today and Navajo what this time season is so I know there's already a new move for that. It came up today it's about how many months from voice change from the question, did that. I went through this, our people went through meaning that the loss of relatives. So today, I think that in Dalcon area, there's one that person is in that process of violence. They're doing that today. But, that's my thought. That now we're talking about the Navajo Nation budget, and for the Navajo people, the money that was allocated on behalf of the Navajo people, each and every one of them, like they say that from until the old age until today or tonight that one's going to be born, that was allocated for these people. They had the beginning of this government, started like that. So based on that, so my thought today is, through this crisis for COVID-19 that came around, how many people, my actual people, that have been infected by being positive and that experience the COVID-19, how many actual of these people are being assisted from your office, and then as well as from the branch, and that as well as from the legislative branch, the very branch government, anybody that came around to deliver a direct service to these people. Yeah, we delivered something, delivered water and things like that, but that was already donated. They were just redistributed again. How long it took. So, but the funding was given to them. I'm very familiar in the fund given to the chapter of the contract housing. And then there are 2 chapters that were certified. They were on top of it. They started spending money. And they know the other people. If you were asked from the leadership.
We can't hear him, what he's saying.
Can hear. Colleagues, can you hear Honorable Elmer Brigade? I can hear
you.
I can hear him.
I can barely hear him.
I can barely hear him.
There's intermittent signal.
Honorable Elmer Brigade.
I couldn't hear.
Honorable Elmer Brigade.
I couldn't hear him clearly.
Go ahead, Honorable Elmer Brigade. Maybe a little louder.
I can't. No. Today, some of these people, all this was diagnosed with them. These people were being assisted from these offices. Anybody came around. So today, then to evaluate that, if you go to each of these people's home, so anybody came around from the high people from these offices, the only people that came around was the CHR and the chapter official and then from the chapter staff. That's the way I know today what happened. So, thought today is, if we're going to be talking about the Navajo Nation government, the Navajo Nation's people's money, how that money is going to be a direct service over here. How can we make that accountable and be responsible to make sure these people get served here down to the whole level? I think so. But what they went through, how are we sure as a leader that we know that people are being served from the Navajo Nation government. I think we need, so today, we need to think about it. How do we streamline this, the service that we're talking about today, the money, the Navajo people's money? How do we ensure that these that will be a direct service for these people? Who's going to be monitoring that all these Navajo Nation employees, each and every one of us, should be accountable, responsible for these people to be served down here. How do we do that? So all these years, during this budget hearing, it was my thought. We're in the midst of this, what we went through. So how do we know? So we should have a good experience. We should have a good plan how we can make the money to channel through to get to this people over here. This case today. Today they're still doing that. Like I said, today there's some of them are saying their last word to see their last loved one today. They're the one that are going through that. So how do we know that this money will be channeled over here to their homes? So today we're going through this budget hearing, and then from the executive office to make sure who's to be responsible there, to make sure that this is being hindered. When we're going to start thinking that way again. We have how many vehicles out there? And all these, I heard that there's a lot of computers, that money that was in, it's going to be for the employees to get those new computers. If those software, are they going to be a help to my people here to save a life or to comfort them? We're going to start spending money over here. So start thinking that way. I need to see a plan. I want to hear a plan that's been directed like that. So I set this at B&F committee that I think I need to start thinking that way. I don't want to do the same old thing that we've been doing by the way that Navajo Nation government operated with this pandemic. It was so hard to get that money down here. So hard to get that money to use it, spend that money. Why is it like that? So I think we need to start concentrating differently. So I think executive office and then the judicial and legislative branch, I think we all are responsible for that. So it is. So I don't know who I would talk to at the executive office. Who would be the best person to talk to start something like this? Speaker.
Thank you for those comments, Delegate BJ. And thank you earlier to Delegate Yellowhair for his comments and statements related to our budget. Just to respond back to Delegate BJ, we have been working actively with both the Health Command Operations Center and the Emergency Management Department to work together with both the Department of Health programs like CHRs and the local.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Yes, Honorable Brown.
Yes. My apologies, Mr. Bahi, for cutting you off, but I wanted to express some concerns and some issues throughout the night. We as delegates are in the forefront, especially during this pandemic. We see and we walk door to door. We see our Navajo people, and we see them in their greatness and also while they're suffering. Unfortunately, lately it's been a lot of suffering. And wherever I go, people ask me, like, are you spending the money? How much did you spend in penny yet? And right now we're really want to focus on spending our funds. And if you could relay the message to OPVP, President Nez and Vice President Leiser on how we can spend the funds to help our people. It's been how many months now since we received the funds and when it's going to expire. Part is, I visited a family in Denahuto, a family of five kids, 5 children, and they had to literally relocate their children on where they have good Wi-Fi. And I think this is where we need to support even NTUA and Navajo Nation Enterprise on how to spend the funds. Families are relocating their children to possibly dangerous places because we, as leadership, have failed our people in protecting them. We have failed them tremendously, and we're failing them again through this pandemic with the CARES Act. We're failing them, and that's what I hear. How can you address that, and how can you relay that message back? I know that President Nez, OPVP's office, your office, has been to the majority of the chapters, but yet we as delegates, we see it day in and day out. We're constantly out there. And we see the heartache. And I see the suicide rates also. So every minute that passes that we don't spend the CARES Act, there's another Navajo person that's in hardship. And we, the 24, plus President Jonathan Nez, plus the Vice President, we're responsible for all those deaths. We are. But the Hajobaye ain't getting there. They're asking for help. We're like the higher echelon of Navajo. And for us to not bring them remedy and aid and funding, and the more line item vetoes happen, there's like another death right there. That's because I see it. Please, if you think so, I just want to. That's what I see. Trust me. Come to my communities, and I'm actually sitting here with these people that are listening. So if we can address that, the funding, spending. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Dan.
Let me go with Honorable Brown. I thought you just had a question on privilege or something. Mr. Bahi, you had the floor in response to Honorable Elmer Brigade, so I'm going to give you back the floor in response to Honorable Elmer Brigade, but let me go to Honorable Daniels first. Honorable Daniels?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I raised a question on privilege or a point of order. Are we here today for the comprehensive budget hearing or the CARES Act dollars?
We're here in the comprehensive budget hearing. That's what we're discussing right now. We're discussing Navajo Nation's Office of the President and Vice President 1030-01's budget as of right now. So that's what we're discussing.
Yes, Speaker. The reason why I asked is because I've been hearing CARES Act dollars, 80 Speaker. Thank you.
All right. With that, Mr. Bahi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Brown, Delegate Daniels, and Delegate Begay. Continuing off where I was left off, Delegate Begay, we've been working with the 110 chapters for food distributions, for responses to family
privilege.
Hold on, Mr. Bahi. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of privilege is, what funds are used to implement CARES?
Who is your question of privilege going towards, Madam Chair?
My question of privilege, Speaker, can go to you. It can go to the Office of the President and Vice President. It can go to our Legislative Council. It can go to our Attorney General. Who is responsible for implementing the CARES funding? And what budget do they use to implement that fund? Thank you.
I would say in the past 3 months, Madam Chair, for the legislative branch, it's been us. We've been utilizing CARES funds to implement those dollars. We've been utilizing the general funds at committee meetings, at hearings, getting public input, putting together research, having executive branch staff members utilizing their time, collective knowledge, everybody to really utilize over that 28 hours of debate that we had on the legislation, over the 350 hours of hearings. I think that the whole implementation of CARES dollars is identified back on what we needed to do in order to execute it. And even involving the follow-up, utilizing every day's general funds budget to implement it, to making sure that we actually are getting a drawdown on it. I think that's my response right now, Madam Chair, from the legislative branch. Body.
The executive is using general funds to implement the CARES funding. I'm in order, and my colleagues are in order to ask about Navajo CARES funding, how it's being implemented, especially as we move into the first quarter of fiscal year 21. We need this funding to be spent. Thank you, Speaker. We are in order.
Mr. Bahi, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Delegate Begay, like I mentioned, we have been working with the 110 chapters. We did food distributions at those locations. We've been actively working with the Health Command Operations Center, the Department of Emergency Management, and Navajo Department of Health. We get daily calls at our office, similar to what you stated. We get families emailing, we get families calling us. We do hear on a daily basis the needs of community members out in rural areas and urban areas and so forth. Now, Navajos from everywhere negatively affected by the COVID pandemic. And we've been doing our best to respond through the resources that have funding to provide direct services, whether it be the CHRs, donations from the donation branch through the Attorney General's office, and utilizing, of course, the funding approved through the Navajo Nation Council that was given to the Health Command Operations Center to meet some of the needs of our people out there. We do our best to address what we can and do it within a timely manner. I know we've going back to the comment on the vehicles, we highly utilized our travel vehicles to do a lot of food deliveries ourselves. I myself
made deliveries to families, of course, utilizing our PPEs, our social distancing, and doing what we can, whether it be during normal working hours or after hours. A lot of our staff did a lot of work with constituents and volunteers from the various executive branch programs to respond to our families and our communities out there that need our help. We know not everything can be addressed at the second they ask, but we do what we can. We research, we see how we can help, and going forward, utilizing the CARES funds with the programs, we are hoping we can expand that more. We know the council passed funds allocated towards care packages for food, basic necessities and such, and the Health Command Operations Center has worked vigorously the past week to ensure that those orders were completed to meet the August 31st deadline. We have funding through the CARES that were allocated for our employees for the buildings, for cleaning, prepping them, and we've been working with facilities maintenance as well to address those expenses. So we hear what all the delegates are saying. We are aware ourselves with our office of the tremendous need for help everywhere. Again, both for Navajos on the nation and those off. And with multiple natural disasters occurring across the country, we know there are Navajos in every parts of the world that could be affected by whether it be the hurricanes that are coming, the fires in California, and we have received calls from our family members in those areas, our Navajo people reaching out for help, the same as those here locally responding to issues they may be receiving due to certain lack of services from the government closure, lack of services from just basically from preparation. As we know, the executive branch and the Navajo Nation government reopened last week. However, some direct services are window services, drive-through services, and a lot of, again, through the teleworking capability for safety measures, we're limited in direct contact with some of these families. But our programs are working actively to do our best. And as mentioned before, the president did remind our division directors that we need to make sure our direct services aren't interrupted. We need to make sure with the reopening that direct services are being done to help those that need that look to the government for reassurance that they can get help, that they can do what they can to meet the needs that their family may be lacking. And going off of Delegate Crotty's statement that yes, general funds are used to administer.
Question of privilege. I don't know who.
Delegate Elmer.
Honorable Brigade, what is your question on privilege?
Thank you, Speaker. Chris Sabahi. My question of privilege is that goes directed to Sabahi. I think my question was, how do we ensure that the direct service are being delivered to the people here? I'm not talking about delivering foods, redistributing and redonating those foods. You just and then you leave from here, and then people take it back. I want to make sure these fundings that we're talking about, budget that are being given to the branch. How do you know that this money goes directly to these people over to where it's needed? Educated classes. How do you know? How do you ensure that? That was my question. How do you do that? Who does that? That's my question.
Thank you for your question, Delegate Begay. The accountability from our office extends down to the various programs that are administering the funds, whether it be the Health Command Operations Center, with either the CARES funding that they're receiving or the general funds. to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all our constituents out there. I do know they have the option to depending on the type of service that they need, whether it be and like you said, you are correct. There are more needs than just food. There's burial assistance. There's educational assistance for internet, like Delegate Delegate Brown mentioned, and the CARES funding does address a lot of those needs, and it doesn't address all the needs. However, we do our best to be accountable with our division directors to ensure that these are met. So the efforts that we have going into the first quarter from our office is pretty much just to actively work with these programs. The past week, myself and Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Bluehouse, have been actively working with the programs to monitor what's being done, what needs our programs having to overcome to make sure that these services are being met. So going forward, it's just holding our divisions and our programs accountable, making sure that they are answering their phones, making sure that these requests are being documented, so that way they can keep the records and they have numbers. We look to data a lot. How many calls came in today? How many calls were answered? And I think going forward, that's how we can hold the executive branch programs accountable, which they should already be doing. And if they're not, then we'll make sure that that's known going forward, that our delegates and of course all our leaders within the government just want to make sure that all the services are being met. And we'll take that message back to our executive branch programs and remind them that make sure you're tracking these, make sure you're documenting. Documentation is a big factor when dealing with constituents, noting the times they called. So that I hear your concerns on behalf of our office, and we'll take that back and we'll be more proactive in doing what we can to make sure these divisions are being accountable to the people. We're going through the fiscal year 2021 budget, and as both the council and the president's office has always maintained, that the funding is the Navajo people's money. And we need to do our best to be accountable and hold everyone accountable from our elected officers all the way down to our hard workers and providing direct services. So that's how we can move forward. And I'll take those back to the president and make sure that we are addressing those every day with the divisions. So that's how we can go forward working together on that. Thank you, Delegate Begay. And going back on to Delegate, what I was speaking of earlier, Delegate Carty is correct. We do have general funded programs. We have externally funded programs, all working, whatever funding we have for personnel are all working together to administer the CARES funds. And and with that said, it goes back to just making sure everything's being done. And like I said, we have been actively working with the programs every day to make sure the 47 and 46-20 expenses are being completed. It is a tremendous undertaking with $700+ million, and it's something that the president is holding our programs accountable, because we have to spend the money. There's a need there, and the need goes back to our people, and we understand that holding our programs to the highest standard to make sure that these funds are spent, to make sure that their offices are doing everything within their power to make sure that our people are being helped to do the pandemic, whether it be Wi-Fi expansion, basic needs, and much more, just support. Some people out there have more needs, and like you said, more needs than just food. So we're working together with our programs to ensure that the funds allocated and approved by both the president and council are met and being done quickly and expeditiously with the controller's office and the Office of Management and Budget. So I hope I was able to answer everything, especially those of the comments coming from the various delegates. Thank you for your questions and your comments, and let me know if you have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bai. Moving on down. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bahi. I just want to echo Delegate Karati's statements, particularly on use of the CARES Fund and then the accountability strategies. Just so that, for the record, there are multiple delegates who are speaking to that point, and it's my sincere wish that the Office of the President, Vice President will pursue the accountability and strategies. And my request is to make it a cooperative effort with the legislative branch. I think there's a lot that can be done administratively, but ultimately to strengthen the system we have now and ensure its durability, we're going to need legislative branch input. And it's better to get a broad sampling of delegates, across different committees instead of focusing on certain ones. And I think it will strengthen whatever legislation and work needs to be done in the long haul. And of course, there are also delegates who have been Navajo Nation employees who have, I think, something to bring to that conversation. Oftentimes when it happens just within the when initiatives are born solely out of the executive branch, I don't think they're as durable because the input oftentimes from the grassroots isn't expressed. And even though I know this administration has made an effort to, I don't know, go to a lot of chapters, the delegates are still the prime voices for the people at the Hogan community level. So that's what the implementation strategies. And then in regard to the expenditure of the CARES Act funding, I guess I'm just going to say as a matter of principle now that if there is tracking of expenditures in the executive branch, whether it's in OPVP or anywhere else, for CARES eligibility funding, and the nation is, or the council is presented with a budget to reprogram those fundings, for example, you spend a general fund dollar on purchasing personal protective equipment instead of using the CARES Act fundings, then that can be reimbursed. And perhaps this is something that the executive branch will pursue, I don't know, over this next quarter. And if that's the case, if there's going to be fundings that are reimbursed like that, any future expenditures, they can't just be placed back into the same program budget. I think we should set that out now, and that includes for the Office of the President and Vice President. And they need to come back to council, and we're going to need to look at how we can expend some of those monies in a different manner. So I think over the next maybe 5 or 6 months, we're going to be having continuous budget conversations instead of just having a final one now. Thank you, Mr. Bahi. And I don't have any questions. Those are more statements, and I don't expect a response. Thank you. Oh, actually, I do have one question. Who's the President's legal counsel?
Delegate Slater, our legal counsel within the Office of the President and Vice President is Mr. Levon Henry as our Chief Legal Counsel, and our Deputy Legal Counsel is Miss Stacy Allison within our legal section. So, thank you.
Moving on down, Honorable Stewart.
Hey, good morning again, Tilla, and then Mr. Bahi, good morning. My questions go back to the budget and the report, the executive report, Danny. What we received and looking at the performance assessments and the scores, and then reading what the Form 2 has on them. Okay, my question goes back to the Office of Miss Navajo and also the First Lady. Whereas with this pandemic, how is it that Miss Navajo can maintain her exceeding goals and measures? according to her Form 2, where she's supposed to be implementing education, culture, language. And yet, when I look at her social media page, all of it is related to food distribution, following the president. And then same way with First Lady. First quarter, second quarter, she's at 2s. But I didn't really see anything from First Lady or that office. At least not that I saw. I don't know, maybe my colleagues did. But those are questions I have. So it's why are these numbers high? Are they true numbers? Comparing to Youth Advisory too. Youth Advisory went down. Everybody else's numbers went down. And it's been stated on here before, and you have even stated it due to the pandemic. So I want to know, are these numbers true? That's my concern with this budget. Shatila, Speaker.
Thank you for those questions, Delegate Stewart. With all due respect, I don't believe we've gotten to the Office of the First Lady, the Youth Advisory Council, and Ms. Navajo's budgets. We do have the assigned personnel that work with those specific offices on the call, and I'm not sure if you, Speaker, if you want those staff to address those questions now, or if you want to wait until we get to their budget sections.
We can wait. Honorable Stewart, do you mind waiting until we get to their budget section?
That's fine, Speaker.
Okay, and then probably at that time they can be on the line too as well. Mr. Bahi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. And we do have staff from both Ms. Navajo's office on the line, the Office of the First Lady, and Ms. Yvonne Kibosin, who works directly with the Navajo Youth Advisory Council on the call as well. So they'll be more than happy to answer those questions from Delegate Stewart at that time. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let me go on down then to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Good morning. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Shatila, Speaker Damon, Otto, my colleagues. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Bahi. My question is very similar to that of my brother, Honorable Wilson Stewart. And looking at your program performance criteria, I've noticed that at least every program that has come before the Law and Order Committee, their program numbers, the performance numbers, have decreased a little bit in the fourth quarter because of COVID, and many of them use that excuse. But I've noticed that the Office of the President and Vice President, the numbers are stagnant all the way across. And I wonder how all of that could be kept up with when all we've been seeing from the President's office is a lot of traveling to political affairs, and then also the distribution of food. And so I'm a little bit curious, and I wonder if these numbers are maybe misinterpreted and should be addressed. That's my first concern and my first question. My second question is, I also was looking at your budget, and I noticed that on page 8 of 9 on your budget form 4, you have, or the office has $70,000 for consulting. I'd like to know what consulting is done from the Office of the President and Vice President. And the reason I ask this is because most of the consulting fees that come out of programs are those concerning legal. And I often question how we can have consulting fees based on legal when we have the Department of Justice, who also has consulting fees on their budget forms as well. Perhaps these consulting fees are put somewhere else, but I'd like to know specifically when you're talking about consulting fees, who is being paid these consulting fees, and why do we need $70,000 to be put into these consulting fees? So if you could please provide that information to us and let me know, how we go about doing that. Because if you look right under consulting fees, there's a object code for other contractual services, and that specifically states the honor guard and color guard in the amount of $16,000. So I wonder how how consulting fees can just be generalized and how we more information on what those consulting fees are. In addition to that, I know that that both the president and the vice president's office and legislative has also used consulting fees for lobbyists. And so it makes me question, why do we have the Washington office if we're going to be paying for lobbyists? And I know we haven't got to the Washington office, but I'm starting to question why we even have a Washington office, because, you know, if we're paying lobbyists to do work and we're paying for the Washington office to stay open, to me that just doesn't sound like it's a very, I guess, a responsible way of allocating funds, or even a responsible way of spending the Navajo people's money, because we're duplicating services. So if you could provide me that answer, thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Delegate Charles Newman. The questions related to our contractual services budget. You are correct. We sometimes lobbyists are paid, and we do utilize those for the local. Our budget, we've utilized those amounts for the local lobbyists within the state, especially during the state legislative sessions. So for the current fiscal year and going into the new fiscal year, those funds were allocated specifically for lobbyists utilized during the legislative sessions in the state of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. In addition to that, in the current fiscal year, we did have an additional consultant through and I apologize, I don't have the correct word right now, but basically assisting us with the creation and implementation of the the Office of the President and Vice President Naabik'iyati plan that was generated in 2019 and monitored and tracked throughout the 2019 year and into the new fiscal year, which is the current fiscal year. So that's what our consulting services have, the consulting budgets for the current year that we've used. In addition to that, you had the question on other services tied to Honor Guard and Color Guard. And in the current fiscal year, and forgive me, I'm trying to utilize FMIS at the same time for the budget reports on my computer. So other services tie back into expenses, whether it be, I know we've had our regular, we haven't done them recently due to the pandemic, but expenses related to whether it be guest speakers or event facilitators, especially like during the Navajo Kotaka Day and other events that require contracts to be generated from the controller's office for services such as those for guest speakers, again, event facilitators and such. So those are the expenses budgeted in there. As you know, our office works closely with other programs, whether it be hosting public events or events hosted by our office. So that's where those funds are also saved up. So let me, I don't know if you have any other additional questions, but just to clarify, our office is not paying for expenses for lobbyists at the Washington level. We utilize the Navajo Nation Washington office for those types of services. Thank you.
Speaker, follow-up question, please.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bahi, just to be clear, you didn't answer my questions on the performance criteria that you have listed on page 2 of 9 of your budget forms, but I'm sure we'll come back to that. So I want to go back to your consulting. You did say that there was consulting fees that were used to create and implement the Naabik'iyati plan. I don't know if this council or if this body ever received that plan. So if you could elaborate a little bit more on that plan, where we're at, and whether it's been distributed to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. My second follow-up question is in regards to your other contractual services, specifically 6921. You said that there's expenses relating to guest speakers. I wonder about how much of that money, I know that there was some concerns at one time about how much money the president's office spent on a Christian ban, and also we've had several religious speakers who have come forward. Can we get a breakdown of your contractual services regarding the other services, since you did state that it was expenses related to guest speakers? Can we get a breakdown of that so that we have an idea which guest speakers have been paid? I don't know if we would need the specifics. I think it would be good if we could get information of exactly how much these guest speakers will receive, so we have a good idea, because $16,000 for guest speakers is really a lot of money. And if we're talking about being accountable, and if we're talking about being responsible with our budget, I don't know if the legislative branch has anything within our budget, and I apologize for not looking, but I don't know if we have anything in there regarding guest speakers. And I know that most guest speakers do require some payment in some cases. But I'm just a little bit curious as to how much we are paying our guest speakers. And again, going back to the consulting fees of $70,000, so you're allocating state lobbyists. Does the president's office have state lobbyists in all 3 states? And if so, how much are we paying these lobbyists? And I ask this question because, again, it's a duplication of services. I believe the legislative branch is paying for lobbyists as well through the state. And so I wonder if, since we're seeing a decrease in our budget, perhaps this council should consider combining those services, because we are duplicating a lot of these services, and now is the time that we should be tightening our belts. And I know that with the Washington office, I can honestly state that the Washington office does nothing for the legislative branch. And I would be in favor of just doing away with that office altogether, because I think we are already paying for lobbyists in Washington, and I don't see the purpose of having the Washington office. But that's just my 2 cents on that. But again, if we're talking about consulting fees and we're paying our lobbyists, I just wonder, how much of those services are being duplicated, and whether it's a fiscally responsible decision to have separate lobbyists for each branch. Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newman. And I apologize for not answering the question related to the program performance assessment scores. The fiscal year 2020 performance reporting that we submitted with our budget, when we do our reporting for the 3rd quarter, we look back towards what the goals and the measures were for the current fiscal year. So with those, I guess an example I can look at, since we have a copy of our current fiscal year budget for FY21 in front of us, can use that as an example. If you look towards goal statement number 4, goal statement number 3, they implement government accountability strategies to ensure program compliance for federal contracts and grants. The measure for that right below the goal statement is review external funded program accountability and compliance for federal contracts and grants. An example of how we would generate that number would be how many meetings did we have with these programs funded by external contracts and grants? What meetings focused around their accountability related to their budgets, whether it be their operating or their audits, their annual audit through the controller's office. And with those, we look at the measures: how many programs do we work with? How many were we successful in getting performance out for services? How many are meeting their goals? And once we put those numbers together, we report those back with the number here on the form to the Office of Management and Budget. So how we report that's how we report our numbers back into OMB. How they translate it into the numbers of 1, 2, and 3 would be a question for them. However, I'm just answering the question in how we would respond and how we would submit our numbers based on our performance reporting. So that's been done for the current fiscal year, and I can I can work with them if there's with OMB if there's a way to. I don't know, maybe going into the next budget year, how we can show that these measures, I guess, how the measures were reported versus how OMB is reporting it with their numbers on the assessment scores. So I hope that does help answer your question about the performance measures. Your follow-up on the contractual services, you mentioned a Christian ban. I'm not aware of any expenses, and I'm looking at the FMIS system now for expenses from the 6921 other services line item, and I don't have anywhere where we paid out any Christian ban for anything. For details related to speakers, examples would be speakers such as, whether it be speakers or performers, such as, let me see, there's Ellie Williams, their new Christmas tree lighting, Naabik'iyati from the Kotaku Day event last fiscal year. Those are just examples of Navajo guest speakers and or entertainers that are utilized for, under that line item. Again, those events are planned out accordingly, not at the beginning of the fiscal year. So what guest speakers we do request to use throughout the year, we would look back at what's available within the budget, and then we go from there in determining who a guest speaker is. So at the present time, going forward into the new fiscal year, I don't have a listing of who we're looking at for guest speakers for events, because again, we're not planning necessarily having large in-person events, but that's the normal process that we would follow. And again, that amount of for other services that you mentioned, 16,000, also includes color guards and honor guards at the same events. We've had expenses for color guards and honor guards in the current fiscal year, and those were paid out to the veteran organizations accordingly based on what we used in the past. Now, your question related to the consulting for lobbyists, our office did utilize one agency for all 3 states, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. And that's the only lobbyists that we had under contract within the current fiscal year. Your statement about duplicating services and possibly combining those efforts with the legislative branch, I think would be a discussion between either the president and the speaker's office, or the president and speaker's chief of staff directly, since they would be managing both offices. And I think that question would be relayed to them if that's something they want to go forward doing together in the future. So if there's any other questions, feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to answer. But thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for those questions, and I hope I answered to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Question of privileged speaker.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Shatola Speaker. Mr. Bahi, you didn't answer my question in regards to the Naabik'iyati plan that you mentioned. You said that $70,000 of the consulting fee was paid for part of that creation and implementation. Perhaps I missed that email that was distributed to the 24th Navajo Nation Council on what that plan was. If we didn't receive that, I would like to know why we didn't receive it. If it's not completed, I'd like to know what the timeline for completion is. Thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, and I apologize for missing that one. I'm writing them down as you speak, and I somehow missed that one. I apologize. The Naabik'iyati plan is made public for both, of course, the council and the general public. That there is a website that I can forward to you by email if you'd like. I have to look for it now, but that was shared, I believe, with the council, the link, and I would have to refer to our Communications Director, Mr. Jared Tutchin, to see when those were sent out to the council. But that was released in 2019. If I recall correctly, I thought there was a presentation to the council on it. It was an evening event and an evening presentation that was scheduled. So I apologize. I don't have the dates on when those were done, but I can follow up with you after the budget hearing and send those over to you, including the link, or provide a hard copy to your office again. But the entire the plan was created, generated based on the consultant visiting with both our office and going one by one with each division, outlining their goals, outlining whether it be restructuring plans, and of course, generating a list of what each program and division challenges they may face to operate and ensure that their programs meet their goals, and tying those back into the priorities of the Advisor administration last year. And it laid a foundation, a framework together for us to work off of throughout the 4-year term, and of course help tie those back in with ensuring that direct services were met for the Navajo people in a more performing standard, to make sure that their needs are met and resources are used appropriately to basically just to get the necessary help to our people and ensure that the government is operating efficiently under the executive branch. So thank you. Delegate Charles Miller.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Go ahead, Madam Chair. What's your question?
Thank you so much, Speaker. So really quickly, I just want to ask, on page 9 of 9 on the budget form 4, there's $25,000 that has been allocated for media, print advertising, radio advertising, and display advertising. Speaker, is it possible to reduce that amount during this time? And the reason why I ask that question is because right around COVID, we did provide the President's office $4 million, but then he vetoed the legislative branch's request and also the judicial branch's request, and also the chapter house or the money allocated to the chapters. In some sense, I kind of almost feel like this was meant to allow the President's office to have the advantage, and all of that was done through radio advertising. So if we reduce that amount to, or is it possible to reduce that amount maybe down to $10,000 to make the playing field equal? Thank you, Speaker. That's my question of privilege.
My question to you back, I'm sure Charles knew, is where would you put the $15,000 at?
Speaker, we could allow the office of the President and Vice President to make that determination, but if we made the recommendation for the media amount to be down to $10,000, then it would give them the opportunity to perhaps put that money into their equipment, since we're talking about the COVID and how equipment is needed to be able to assist the OPVP's office in telecommunications. Thank you.
You can, Madam Chair, you can request that of the individual and request that of Mr. Bahi, and he can agree to that at this time and come back with update budget forms and have that $15,000 somewhere else within the 1030-01 budget. But let me remind you, Madam Chair, once this budget is approved, that $15,000 can just be transferred back into media once it goes back again on October 1st. But you can ask them. And if not, you can do a recommendation is at Budget and Finance Committee. You can make those recommendations, or when this legislation, the comprehensive budget comes back to the Navajo Nation Naabik'iyati Committee, you can make that amendment there too as well, or at the Navajo Nation Council budget session, Madam Chair. Those are your 3 options.
Thank you, Speaker.
So are you asking Mr. Bahi then if if he's willing to do that right now?
Well, yes, Speaker, and the reason why I say that is because Mr. Bahi did present to this body that there is concern about how they, well, maybe I shouldn't say concern, but how they are preparing for the event of more of their employees having to stay home because of COVID. And so I'm a little bit surprised looking at their budget that if you look at the equipment and you look at the internet DSL, I've seen at least our programs under Law and Order Committee where they've increased their internet usage to allow for more wireless. And here, the only thing that they have is $2,400 for internet DSL. So I'm assuming with that in their budget that the president's office is not thinking about allowing their employees to telecommute from home or work from home, and they're preparing to open up fully, because I don't really see anything in here under their equipment and the communications utilities that allows for any type of connection through the internet. And again, I've seen at least in all the programs to under law and order committee, there was an increase in that. And their argument was because of COVID, because they don't know what's going to happen, that they needed to increase that amount to allow their employees to be able to connect from home. And that statement was made here by Mr. Bossi, that I don't see an increase in their internet. And I just think it would be wise of them to maybe consider having that option in here and then moving around monies within their object code. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Bahi, there's a request.
And thank you, Speaker. To the question Delegate Charles Newman had relating to the media and to the media budget, I can make the changes recommended that she's asking for. However, I just want to remind Ms. Delegate Charles Newman that the budget wasn't approved by the Chief of Staff and the President, so I can take those recommendations back. However, it would be up to them to approve any changes to the budget that I'm presenting. Secondly, the recommendation of possibly moving that $15,000 over to whether it be internet or other services related to teleworking and telecommuting. I'd just like to clarify that the budget, but the amount of the $2,400 budgeted for internet is actually for the services at the assigned home for the President and the Vice President for their landline DSL services, which is part of course, I guess Title II that allows for utilities within their homes. The budget, the internet line going directly to our office is part of the fixed cost expense that's covered under Navajo Nation Telecommunications and Utilities. So we utilize the Department of Information Technology's internet line to our office. And back to the question on internet for teleworking. There is a budget for $32,780 for wireless equipment. Most of our staff do have wireless mobile phones for work, and those phone lines do have a internet hotspot feature. So we've already had them the past year that the President, the advisor administration has held office. So that's how we have internet capabilities on our phones. So that there was no need to budget for additional wireless devices because we already had those services to begin with. So let's see. And for capital equipment, Delegate Charles Dillon, we did do an increase for equipment already prior, pulling from reducing our travel and increasing the equipment budget to help offset the telecommunicating expenses. So thank you.
So let me ask you this question, Mr. Bahi. By the time the Naabik'iyati committee this afternoon goes into session to accept this budget, can you have an answer at that time from your Chief of Staff and Mr. President in regards to Madam Chair's request?
Yes, I can reach out to the Chief of Staff and President and let you know their response on moving the $15,000 out to another line item.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bahi.
Follow-up, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newman.
Madam Chair, go.
Thank you, Speaker. So, Mr. Bahi, I'm a little concerned because earlier you stated that there is a concern from OPVP in regards to their employees and that the office is allowing them to work from home, which is good because we, the Navajo Nation, we are invested in protecting our employees and also protecting our people. Yet you also stated that the DSL amount of $2,400 in your budget is only for the President and the Vice President, and this is the DSL services that are being provided to, I'm assuming, their homes. And then you also stated that the employees already had connection, their Wi-Fi connection prior to COVID that allowed them to be able to work from home. Yet I'm looking at the budget and I don't see, compared to other programs, the cost that is in their budget that allows their employees to work from home. I don't see that aside from the wireless cellular of $32,780. My concern, Mr. Bahi, is that you are stating on the record that there is the protection of employees in the office of the executive branch and the office of the president and vice president. Yet there is nothing in here in your budget that indicates that these employees are allowed to work from home. In addition to that, we also heard earlier from Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, who stated that every time he calls to the office of the president and vice president, nobody ever answers their phone. So, I can't help but assume that maybe it's the cellular services that are not being connected that won't allow people to answer their calls. And I know that where I live, I have an area that's not covered. I have to pay for internet services out of my own pocket, even though cellular services allow me to connect. But my cellular service here is not the best, and so I can't connect to the internet. So I'm a little bit concerned with your statements that are being made right now that only the president and vice president have a budgeted amount of $2,400 to connect them through DSL to the internet, and that your employees are all connected through cellular. So that's the reason why I was questioning whether there should be funds moved around within your budget to allow for the employees to actually work from home and be safe. And when we're talking about our employees, we're also thinking about their families as well. So that is my concern, and then also my request for having to move funds around. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Charles Newman. If I do get the approval to adjust the $15,000 amount, if you can see on page 7 of 9, budget form 4, at the middle of the page in bold, it says 5,500 communications and utilities. I'm more than happy to add in the line below that where it says monthly telephone service for landline hardware / install, internet, wireless phone, and satellite service. I can put a line in there that includes that the mobile hotspot internet feature is available on the wireless devices to allow staff to work to allow the mobility of staff to work from whether it be home or out in the field, to utilize their laptop for for emails, correspondence with constituents and such. So I can add that in there. That way, it's part of the budget addressing that we are providing internet for our staff to utilize. However, we like I mentioned before, we've had that feature available in the past fiscal year as well, the current fiscal year, and this was prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. We did think of mobility, those that work in the field. I, for example, I utilize my hotspot when I need to respond to emails, whether I'm at a meeting at a chapter or on the road for whether it be on assignment with the president. So that those bases were covered before the pandemic already. So I can add that detail into the justifications at the top. That way, it is noted that those features are on the mobile devices. And then, of course, the option to work from home goes back to our internal OPVP reopening plan for the office, not necessarily for the executive branch. I don't recall mentioning that our OPVP office staff can work from home. However, we do our internal plan to reopen did have that as an option from the chief of staff, and that's based on rotating schedules with those that might have issues coming into the office, based on social distancing within the office. A majority of the staff did return this past week, just because we had enough space within our office to have staff sit in their own offices with the door closed, and it did allow for the social distancing for safety, and it allowed them to be back in the office. So going back to the statement that Delegate Yellowhair mentioned about people not answering their phones, I apologize, but I don't know every situation. However, at times, I've encouraged the front office to freely share my work assigned cell phone number. I'm not too sure if the delegates have any of those, the staff mobile numbers, but I highly encourage our staff to share those numbers with who needs to in case they need to get a hold of us, because that allows for additional options for communication, whether it be email on our devices, text message, and we have voicemail on all our devices. That way, if a voicemail is left, we can listen to them and ensure that the calls try to call those individuals back. So I can remind the chief of staff to remind our staff that we should be sharing our work cell phone numbers. That way, it's made available to both the delegates and the public when necessary. So if you'd like, I can work with the speaker's chief of staff and our chief of staff to get a directory for the delegates to utilize in case we hit those times again where somebody can't get a hold of them, because that is a concern, and I understand the concern from both Delegate Yellowhair and yourself, and our staff are available, and they should be available to assist and answer calls, whether it be mainly, in my opinion, from the constituents that are seeking assistance from our office, or delegates who may be following up on projects and assignments that require us to be part of any of these discussions or meetings. So thank you for that concern, and I will again share it with the chief of staff. And I don't mind getting a copy of our directory out to you guys to whether if you need to refer someone to our office or if you need to get a hold of one of us. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that. By that, moving on down, we go back to Honorable Naabik'iyati. Madam Chair.
Yes, thanks, Speaker. Was there I'll move forward. Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, thank you, Shiash, Mr. Bahi, for answering questions and having that information available. I appreciate it. I want to just say that, the question I keep asking myself, and I don't know the question that was asked in developing this budget, because I look at the veto memos, and the continuing resolution was to help give us time to focus all of our attention on the relief efforts. And so I'm concerned because we have spent multiple hours and energy on this budget, and I think I don't think we're halfway there yet. I got to look at the budget calendar. And so what I'm doing is looking at is my time as a delegate being spent well or efficiently in the COVID response, in reviewing a budget that mirrors last year's budget in terms of numbers, and the only reduction is travel and increase in supplies. And then I'm looking at this budget and the time and energy that we're spending in it and saying, if this is a mirror of last fiscal year, how ready were we the virus, our current budget? And I'm having a really hard time answering that question because we were not ready in December when we first heard about it, January, starting to get ready February, and then really launched in March. And my concern is we just almost rubber stamped a mirrored budget. We're setting ourselves up again not to be in a position to adequately respond to the virus. There's a term. It's the new normal. I don't have a say in how you develop your budget, but I do have a say on how I vote and make amendments. And I need a budget that is so aggressive towards all of our energy to prevent and mitigate the spread of COVID. I'm not seeing it here. I'm looking at all of the budgets. I've tried to sit on as many and listen to as many committee hearings budget hearings as possible. And as budget and finance moves into the comprehensive, that I think is going to be the challenge that I'll make to all three branches and all three branch chiefs who decided to move forward with this budget. I don't see an aggressive plan. I don't have a Navajo Nation plan on how we are going to address COVID. We have ideas on how to spend CARES expenditure, but there's really, because the virus will be here after December 30th, and I don't see that in terms of what we're doing. So that leaves me, that's my comment. So my question, and in reading the memo last year from the budget, President Nez mentioned a 2-year budget cycle. I'm not sure what happened to that recommendation, who was going to be the point of contact to implement that, and what we would need. Because at this point, I do believe we need at least a 2-year budget cycle so that we are adequately prepared, and then programs are not worried about, let's say, fourth quarter personnel being swept or carryover. They need all of their focus and dedication to really deal with direct services or providing relief efforts, in my opinion, and what I've seen other countries in being successful to mitigate coronavirus. I also, my second question is, President Nez and Vice President Leiser also in last year's fiscal budget used some choice language, their prerogative, but they identified that Navajo Nation Council waived the 5-year CIP plan. We're trying our best to work with the programs to have that listing available, but I don't see that reflected in any of the performances or the measures to make sure that we're compliant with that Appropriation Act. And with that being said, I think, and I will say, I will be the first to admit that I will raise the issue, I will dig into the issue, and I need to keep myself accountable, the council accountable, leadership accountable, to also not just raise the issue and dig into it, but also be consistent to make sure that we could make a change. And I still feel that we can do that working together. I feel when Navajo leadership, when we come together in certain areas, we can make it happen for our people. So I'm still committed to that, because I think my last comments are in reviewing the retirement and the onslaught of questions I received this week regarding what was considered early retirement. In our discussions, it looks like, I think it's called enhanced retirement. I am very concerned about policy issues related to retirement. Maximize retirement check. I could be wrong, but what stood out to me was the monthly payment.
Karen, you're starting to go in and out of reception.
Is this any better, speaker?
Yes.
Okay. If I may, and I hope on our legislative budget, there's budget in there for hotspot, for better communication for myself and all of my colleagues trying to participate on these calls. So I just want to say, I'm concerned. $810, that puts our retirees, that's poverty wage. That's not a life so we're part of the problem, is what I'm saying. The other area that I would love to collaborate on and looking at is our pay scale. I think it's there was this Christensen under Ben Shelley's administration. Nobody knows what happened to that report. We need to know the cost of living on Navajo, people who have invested in their education, and they need to make a livable wage. So if we could work together at a pay scale. And then the last thing is, we had a great conversation with the home loan program. And I want to say to my colleagues, that might be the answer to the Veterans Trust Fund housing issue. This credit service is in our own Navajo Nation government has the ability to help our people either raise their credit score, get financially stable, and then qualify for a home loan. And at one point, they did help veterans. I'm not sure if it was federal funding, but I think that's something that we should consider because I respect the delegate from Western who felt there was no communication. I thought, wow, that's strange. That's how I feel here in Northern. So please give me a staffer who can help pull and deal with the projects and the issues that we have here in Northern Agency to move us forward. Thank you, Speaker. Those are my questions and some of my comments and commentary. And I want to know, when can we have the next conversation regarding pay scale, retirement, and how we could help our Veteran Trust Fund homes? Thank you. Funding.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for your questions and comments. Going back to the first one, related to your concern that the budget's just mirroring the 2020 fiscal year budget, and we're just rubber stamping a budget that makes us unprepared more for our response to COVID. My response to that would mainly be that our office budgeted within the realms that we can operate, which is how we're moving forward again. We budgeted for, of course, for PPEs, which comes out of the operating supplies line item, to where we can address supplies, PPE equipment, minor building infrastructure for repairs. Those supplies can be purchased there. However, a majority of the funding that went into response went to other programs, like the Health Command Operations Center. Supplemental funding went to there. So with our budget, of course, we would help to administer and provide guidance to those programs. The budget for within our personnel, staff are assigned to various areas, whether it be HCOC for media. I myself mentioned that the President assigned me and Deputy Chief of Staff, Milton Blue House, to cover and work tracking the CARES expenditures. So that's how that's my response to the question and how our budget's helping respond to COVID. Again, our office does provide direct service to constituents on a daily basis. So we are preparing minor in the current fiscal year. We did budget for current, building repairs and maintenance to cover changes to our front offices. So we put a new window. We moved some things around in the front lobby to make sure the precautions and CDC guidelines are there to protect both our staff and the public. Cleaning supplies for cleaning the high touch areas, and including the lobby where members from the general public come in requesting meetings or services from our office. Those cleaning supplies are budgeted as well under operating supplies, so that there was also an increase in that budget. So those items get tied into some of these budget items, and like I mentioned to Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, I am more than happy to add when we can bring those forms back, and I can add those small notes in the 4000 series that's how responses, how we're improving and increasing from our office response to the COVID pandemic. That way, it does address and have notes in there showing there are changes that we're doing internally. However, though, a majority of funding for immediate response is within other programs, and we can, like I mentioned, I can just put notes in there within the budget itself of how we'll work with those programs to make sure direct services are continuing and completed. The next one, related to the 2-year budget cycle, that is still an initiative that the President is pushing. He did create an internal working group from various divisions, including the Office of the Controller, Department of Justice, Tax Commission, and our office, and other employees within the executive branch to help discuss, including OMB,
to help discuss how we can move towards shifting towards a 2-year budget cycle. Those discussions were ongoing from last fall into the spring. However, it was kind of sidelined due to dealing with the COVID pandemic. So again, that's still an initiative that the president would like to see out. However, we just have been unable to continue those discussions, which with the government reopening now, it's something that we can put back on the table and continue talking about. And once we do get a plan together, we're more than happy to share that with you if you'd like. A lot of your comments on collaborative efforts and working together, I see it when both the legislative and executive work together on areas. We do get a lot done, and it's good to see. And I'm sure we can work together. If you'd like to reach out, or I can have Mr. Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco reach out, and we can schedule some of those update meetings. That way, you get a glimpse of what we're working internally on from our office and with the divisions and programs. Also, the questions on the retirement. The enhanced retirement that you mentioned, the same thing. I know any ideas for the enhanced retirement plan will go before Budget and Finance, or will go before the Retirement Plan Administration Committee, RPAC, and those can be sorted out in those meetings and questions we have. We can do our best to address through the retirement office and your concerns about the levels, and those I think we can all sort out together and see what we can do with retirement and what needs to be done going forward. Also, yeah, like you mentioned, you did ask who was assigned that task for the 2-year budget cycle, and like I mentioned, it was those employees on the President's Internal Working Group from OMB, OOC, our office, Department of Justice, and Navajo Tax Commission. So I hope that addressed most of your questions, Delegate Cardi, and thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bahi. That, I'm going to Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, Yate. Speaker, thank you very much. And Chris Bai from the President's Office, thank you to specify a budget for 2021 comprehensive budget for your office over there. I have a concern from the day one before our Budget and Finance Committee. My concern is in the budget. For example, the Chairwoman Gina Charles Newton, under consultants, I was looking at every budget. There's no budget justifications in there, and because each program has a different budget justification. As I speak to the budget, I stand for accountability to make sure that all money are spent related to what intent for the program. Officer controllers, there's a big money for consultant, 400,000, and I said it should be cut in half. My reason is we have a higher educators right now with higher degree, and they should do the job and justify those budgets, not to depend too much on consultants. But there's no justifications in there. Just that right here, contractual services, internal consulting services, fees and expense were not justified. What was the purpose? What was the intent for? That's what these are justifications for. That's what we need. Accountable for every dollar spent to get. So I thought she get Marvin Light, the vice president, no, EGE la Asha. I could tell could it be in that committee? I need egg by Yashio. Could you church members and Lima College also get a vote? I said we have to stick on the budget. Budget by yes, keeping up a peso. Yeah, and also 200. So that does it. Kotik Pininan anybody TD Nahoti. Officer controller, 16 positions vacancy. So the net of higher than the late. Ebony Nashiti up. Ebayashki, so they died out of vacant. There's just suddenly these positions. Ebony Nashi, net of the illusion, he not Nihiki, the net, any jobs, no, was idly. One is adding one position in the investment office. One position has been looking for the past 4 years. I don't know why it's that. John Tarkit by Yashkati, Nahot in the JK, Nahot Ed okay. But yesterday they brought a justification why we're not hiring. But the thing is, when you talk about accountability, I request for a labor distribution expenditures. Is that based on the business unit number should tell you, is this vacancy money has been used? So yesterday. Ako to the nabas ho ay need to control. Oh, you do who does now? No. Ako atana aro jo not on the hana sida. Ako ho teach it budget finance committee. He not fire shito. When the door I say by shito the this are that should is I thought about it last night. And Kioban just kids onanachi. Alla Shibeya Shitton so Shitis I to best Eden Halen what what they consult here. Konana there was no justifications in here. I was I work with official we justify the consultant again so she had been any we explain those what's for to be used. Even in the consult audit that all the very general consultant right here in the extended consulting service for Carl. I could have a consultant expense. I could be it. Maybe OMB should do a better job in this one for each program. Program have a different needs. About this thing. I don't know if we can correct these before a Naabik'iyati, maybe Navajo Nation Council to modify to say budget for before the Navajo Nation Council can see this budget. If I ask the position of vacancy, if I ask had 11 not the audit programs are you in that how they get gratis but even not should be budget but they're not responding in the not to defend your staff why they're not doing this job. This is my main point to bring this to your attention, Chris Bahi, since you're with the Navajo Nation president. But there's Navajo Nation call. I just want you to wish you luck and take care of this budget too. And what I went to the door was locked. So I called Mr. Paulson Taku to come out the arts and this is all can't respond to me. So I don't know. So yeah, I even the end I was yeah, not going for Navajo Nation Council. My colleagues understand my concerns and even yet correctly. I showed additional speaker of celebrity. The budget need a biasty. I don't been on the Liashe. And so, yeah, just I had Chimayaza, a chair by Yansky on need put our Yansky, Rab Ravenson, non just kiss. One son, a slide. I don't need respond, but I can want to, Mr. Bahi, and I don't want to hurt somebody's feeling. That I'm worried about myself. I hear speaker on soba no see or like is I hear no what see or something on on go back on mute now.
Thank you, Delegate Yellowhair, for your concerns and comments. So
like I mentioned before to the other delegates, I had questions and concerns. When I redo this budget this afternoon to resubmit to you guys, I can add a small justification right under the middle of page 8 of 9 on the 6,500 contractual services, giving some examples of what might be used within that budget line item. But again, we don't necessarily know. We don't have any year-long contracts for consultants. They're used for the time period that they're needed. So sometimes you can't foresee what might come up in terms of hiring a consultant. I could say we have our lobbyists now, but I don't know if that's going to change. So it's kind of it's an account open for when it's needed, and we have unknown costs sometimes. So we have to look for the professionals that can help develop what we need done. We acknowledge that you are right, and you're right to raise a concern about this being across the board, without some with justification, some without, and we can move forward ensuring that there's some justification, at least just to give it a small detail of what the account might be used for. And again, that's for both the consulting 6520 and the other contractual services 6910. And with that, that's what I did use as an example earlier, that it goes based on what sometimes we're advised something needs to go in a contract, and it could either be the consulting or the other contractual services based on what the purchase is, what the expenditure is going to be, and the recommendations from the Office of the Controller based on services for payment and procurement. So thank you for those, and like I said, I don't mind adding in a little justification as much as I can say to keep it simple for the budget. Again, just that way. I don't want to tie it too much to one specific expense, because the fiscal year is 12 months, and we don't know. Something that we might say we need now could change in 6 to 9 months ahead. And we can. But I take your recommendations and your concern, and I'll add some language there to help justify that line item. So thank you, Delegate Yeller.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bahi. Move on down. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. And once. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, to be in Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
Hello. No, no, Idag så åkte jag Chris kan säga så att presidency är precis det expectation tablet kit. Och när det är så Chris kan säga jag kan radio that is just here. Everybody needs to have an answer. We can do a lot without a lot of people left. And they were running the government know how to lead. So I was thinking that his budget now, they're leading some of the officers or some personnel, etc. So everything has other answers. So that's my question. But he was running the government with less people, and it was working, and he was going to think about what he's going to do about it. So I wonder where he's at. Thank you. Just kidding.
Thank you, Delegate. So we did, the last report leading up to the weeks before the reopening, the reports coming from the Division of Human Resources were that we had upward of a number of 80 to 90% of our workforce working during the emergency, based on those that were listed as essential and non-essential by the division directors. Of course, our office, we were told we were essential, assisting where we were needed at the during the emergency, whether it be at the Health Command Operations Center, keeping the phones answered and answering constituent requests at our office, or being out on the front lines with the chapters during the food distributions. It's I know that was mentioned in terms of where can we restructure and track what employees were working and who weren't working, and that's definitely a larger discussion that we'd have to take into account with all the divisions and probably all three branches, because that I know the closure affected all three branches. Leading from the courts to the legislative branch all the way down to our executive branch programs. So any sort of downsizing, of course, is going to be is a large discussion. It requires careful planning on our part with all three branch chiefs involved, because that would be again, it's a sensitive area. And looking at revenues coming, external funds, which programs are funded, and it's just a large discussion that I think we can continue discussing going forward with both our branches and both our branch chiefs leading those discussions based on the data that we have from the closure and recommendations going forward based on funding levels and I guess just making sure that direct services are still continuing. That was the priority during the closure, and that the main purpose for the reopening was to ensure direct services are being met for the Navajo people, because that's where the concern of closures were coming from. So thank you for that statement, Delegate So, and we're more than happy to work together to make sure we address those, looking at the data and moving forward on what recommendations we can do next going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue lined up. Going once, twice, going three times. Moving on then to the next budget. Mr. Bahi, the floor is yours. 103002.
Thank you, Speaker. The next budget that we have on the agenda is 103002 for the Navajo Nation Washington office. Our allocation for the Washington office of general funds was $1,114,362, with the remainder of their budget being made up from indirect costs. So we do have the executive director, Ms. Santi Lewis, on the line, who can speak to their budget. So I'll hand it off to her now for her program, and I'll remain on the line. Thank you.
That's H. Shinat, Speaker Damon, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I am pleased to present the budget of the Office of the Navajo Nation Washington office. I'm first going to start with an overview. In category 2001 for personnel expenses, we have a proposed budget of $988,509. That represents a difference of, when comparing last year's budget to this year, that includes an increase of $19,583. For travel expenses, the category of $3,000, that was decreased from a budget of $60,376 to $34,462, which represents a decrease of $25,914. There is no budgeted amount for 3,500 meeting expenses. On to category 4,000 for supplies. Last year's budgeted amount was $29,923. This year's proposed budget is $39,903, representing an increase of $9,980. For category 5,000, lease and rental, last year's budget was $334,807. This year's proposed budget is $322,623, a difference of a deduction of $12,184. For 5,500 communications and utilities, last year's budget was $13,716. This year's proposed budget is $14,641, a difference of $925. For category 6,000, repairs and maintenance, last year's proposed budget was $4,520. This year's proposed budget is $1,480, a difference of minus $3,040. For contractual services, $6,500. Last year's proposed budget was, there was no budgeted amount. This year's proposed budget is $15,000. For $7,000 special transactions, last year's budget was $22,290. This year's proposed budget is $17,940, representing a difference of $4,350. And that concludes our proposed budget this year. And as Mr. Bahi had presented earlier, last year's budget remains the same. However, there are some minor increases and decreases in specific line items. And with that, I believe that concludes our budget presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it's Mr. Bahi. Any comments, questions, colleagues? Everybody in the queue. Once.
This is Delegate Crotty with the question, Speaker.
I'm sure.
Speaker, I'd like to go after Delegate Crotty.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker, my colleague. I'm gonna have to ask, where did that $50,000 come from? I did request the IDC, or if it was a carryover. I just need to update my notes. The second question regarding how I guess it's going to be like. So it doesn't look like you got a reduction or an increase. You just moved money within your budget. You moved money from travel and lease and rental. And you put those dollars into personnel and contractual expense. But last year in June, you only had spent 30% of your personnel budget. So if you could explain that increase. I would also like to know regarding your position. As you moved money into your position, you do have 2 vacancies. So I'm asking Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair's question regarding vacancies and your plans to hire those individuals. I didn't know you had a deputy executive director. That's interesting. I would like to know your division's priorities, and that's not a restatement of Budget Form 2. That's performance. I need to know what I should be expecting from the office. Help me understand the COVID-19 expense and how that impacts your office and your budget. I asked about travel, and I do see that you do not have an Exhibit E. And so if you could help me Exhibit E. Thank you, Speaker.
Right. Delegate Party. So our last year's budget is going to be the same. So that's the $1.4 million. And so each year when IDC is distributed, and IDC is distributed at a later date, I can't recall the month or timing of that, but when those disbursements are made, that's when we see plus ups in our budget. And when we are asked where do we want that money to be allocated, that's where we submit a budget, a revised, I guess, like suggested allocation that goes to the office of the president. And so, unfortunately, if our office were to receive IDC money, I do not know where those monies are going to be allocated, because I'm going to have to sit down and think about where those funds ought to be distributed. So that's what happened last year. Last year, when the IDC amount came to us, we wanted to continue the RICA work that the Navajo Nation Washington office did. But during the year, we were informed that the office of the legislative branch hired contractors to do that work, so we did not extend that the money for contractual services. And so that fund that was set aside last year for RECA work actually remained unspent. And if you look at the June budget status report, you'll see that that budget still remains available. Going on to your next question about division priorities. Currently, well, when I walked into the Navajo Nation Washington office, it has been an ongoing process where each person just wipes out their entire computer. And so there was no retention of records. There were also no policies in place to help an incoming government and legislative affairs associate do their work. And so we spent a lot of time trying to not only learn the process by which our government and legislative affairs associates work, but try to ensure that there is the preservation of records moving forward. So trying to make sure that there are processes in place, so then that way, when there is incoming staff, there's something there for them to, there's some guidance afforded to them. And so over the past year, it's been very difficult, especially with the onset of COVID-19 and our office being at the helm of at least trying to gather all of the information from chapter houses and our divisions to submit the information to the Department of Treasury, but also to ensure that our departments and I guess various stakeholders across Navajo Nation were educated about CARES, and so that really took a lot of our time. So many of the planning or like the implementation of processes it did not occur. And so this year, those are the items that I want to institute. Are some of those. I want to institute processes. There needs to be a stronger hiring process. There were no employee records, and so we had to create those. We had to learn the onboarding and exit boarding process. We also had to figure out what the portfolios were that were managed by the Navajo Nation. And so to date, we have over 24 portfolios ranging from anything from aging to veterans to transportation, and many of these portfolios are very, very large. And so hiring continues to be one of my priorities. And to be very frank, it's been difficult. Many of the candidates that we have interviewed, it's difficult to attract talented individuals who are willing to move across the country and also work at a wage that isn't quite competitive for the Washington D.C. market, and so hiring continues to be an issue. And even when they get into those positions, there's a very steep learning curve. Not only do they have to learn how Congress works, but they also have to adapt to how the Navajo Nation works. And in addition to that, there's the internal work for our office. And so if you can imagine, the staff sometimes get overwhelmed and they feel that it's a little bit too much. And so some have just stayed a matter of months and recognized that it's just that this type of work wasn't for them. And so hiring has been, there have been some struggles, but that continues to be an area where I prioritize my work and time. And then the other item that has that requires a lot of my attention is our Navajo Nation Washington office, the building itself. On May 25th, 2020, nearly 3 months ago, there was a water break within our building that completely flooded our office. The carpets were completely saturated, and so some of our furniture had some swelling, and so they were no longer usable. Some of the walls within our office have been, obviously they have been damaged because they have been ripped off. Some of our ceilings parts of our ceiling are torn out. Our cabinetry within our kitchen are not usable. So right now, because of our office situation, I've been taking my time to make sure that we try to work with city management to get that addressed. One of the other things is just trying to make sure that our office has a path forward with rent. If you look at our budget, rental expenses consume over a third of our budget. It's currently as high as, let's see, lease and rental, $322,000. Yeah, it's about a quarter of our budget. And so we want to try to figure out a way where we save money. And I think like fiscal conservation and responsibility was mentioned, and that's something that we are also trying to take seriously. And so we have even talked about procuring an office, and one where it just makes fiscal sense. And so that proposal was submitted, and we are still trying to move forward. And over the last couple of months, we recognize the opportunity that should be considered. And so we hope to propose legislation in the next month or so, or hopefully it's in the next week, but we also are trying to move with this with the Navajo Nation's budget. So I don't know what the timing is going to be on that, but if we do have a Navajo Nation Washington office for the future, and we have a building, I think that will help cure the yearly lease and rental expense, because I think that we want to see that as an investment. With respect to COVID expenses, within our budget, there was a separate budget that was prepared and submitted to the Navajo Nation, to the Office of the President and Vice President, and within that budget we have supplies, PPE, masks, gloves, hand sanitizers, and increase of cleaning supplies. We also have our technology expenses. When the pandemic hit, we did not have laptops, and so we had to procure those items as well as cell phones, and making sure that they were that hotspot could be enabled on our handphones, and so, or our handsets. And so those were expenses that we did incur. Also within our building, whenever there was a COVID-19 case, we just needed to make sure that our office also, at least the common areas that were accessible by our employees, making sure that those were cleaned. So that is the extent of it. We're not a very large program where we're operating in a huge building, and so the cleaning, so just increased cleaning costs, PPE, and of course staff time to support the Navajo Nation. Our staff have actually worked throughout the pandemic. There was no time off for us. each of my staff were considered essential employees, and so we have continued to monitor legislation as it came out on COVID-19. We had also helped prepare a number of testimonies, as well as sharing grant information to all of our programs. And so, our COVID specific expense has not been large. I mean, it's not a sizable budget, but there were some subtle increases with supplies. With Exhibit E, I'm sorry, Chris, but can you help me, or can someone please refresh my memory on what Exhibit D is? Thank you.
I believe that was the unmet need. If you had an unmet need budget, that's what Delegate Carty asked with our budget. So I don't believe you submitted an unmet need budget, but correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me go on down then to Madam Chair Charles Newton. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Priscilla, Honorable Speaker Damon, and then thank you for the presentation at this time. So I was looking at your budget, trying to get an overall idea of what you're asking. I guess I want to kind of go back to the page 2 of 8 regarding your performance criteria. So again, I wonder how you could rate yourself, I guess the same all the way across the board, when, in my opinion, I think your number should be way, way lower. And I say that because there has been no really effort from the Washington office to update the legislative branch. I was looking at your plan of operation, and on page 2 of it, it does say that that the purpose of the Navajo Nation Washington office is to exist as an extension of the Navajo Nation government in Washington, D.C. We're the governing body of the Navajo Nation, yet you tend to you put the president's office above the legislative branch. We don't get any information out of your office. I believe Honorable Crotty had to at one point ask you to send us updates, which you did, but it took us having to ask you to do a job that's outlined in your operations and in your operations. You also, it's also stated to enhance the Navajo Nation's government goals and objectives. Again, I see you primarily working for the president's office. There's been absolutely no working, at least with me as a council delegate, in providing information regarding public safety. All of that comes from Hope McDonald Lone Tree and also Carlisle Begay. Again, our committee does not get any information from the Washington office, and I'm wondering if it's just our committee that doesn't receive any of these, any of this information. Also, easy and rapid access to Congress. I believe I did send a couple of emails at the very beginning asking for assistance to set up meetings with our congressional delegation. I didn't receive a response back. And again, I had to work through the channels of Carlisle Begay, Hope McDonald Lone Tree, to try to get these appointments set up. So in my opinion, I think your performance evaluation should actually be a lot lower. And so I wonder how you came about with the numbers in your fourth quarters as being stagnant all the way across. Publishing and distributing 12 reports per quarter on congressional federal agencies, publishing and distributing legislative news, alerts, and other press releases. We do get a lot of forwards, but I don't see any press releases coming out of your office. I also saw on here that you are to monitor congressional activities for the Navajo Nation government. And so recently, and again, it wasn't until Honorable Crotty mentioned that we weren't receiving any information out of your office, that we started seeing emails, but that wasn't even until the last 2 months. We don't receive any legislations, any analysis from your office regarding legislations, appropriations, and preparing testimony for any of us. In fact, I don't think we have even been asked to provide testimony. Again, I believe that's coming out of the office of the president and vice president, which indicates to me that you're only working with their office and you're not working with the legislative branch. As far as the vacant positions, I believe Honorable Charlene Hill mentioned at one point that there were people who were leaving your office because of issues within your office, and so you stated on the record that a lot of them have left because of the stress levels and then the amount of pay that's not, I guess, it's not considered good pay in Washington, D.C. And I agree with you. A lot of these salaries are really low. But again, as I stated earlier, I don't see your office doing anything for the legislative branch. And I don't really see the reason for having your office. And so, in my opinion, if we were to just completely dissolve the Washington office, that would save the Navajo Nation $1,434,558 that we could use for services that are allowable here on the Navajo Nation, and continue with hiring our lobbyists, as stated Dr. Bahi earlier in his presentation of the Navajo Nation Vice President's office. I also want to ask them question 4 of 8. You have a merit and bonus pay of $1,000 for eligible employee. Can I ask who that employee, maybe not a name, but possibly a explanation as to why one employee will be receiving a $1,000 merit and bonus pay? And then if you look again at page 8 of 8, you have consulting in the amount of $15,000. I see this consulting fee for a lot of the programs. And again, I don't understand how we can allow for consulting fees when many times, as Honorable Yellowhair stated, we have a lot of individuals who are educated and who should be able to do the job that they're hired to do. So I don't know where the $15,000 for consulting fees will be going. And then my last question is, you have $6,500 for special transactions, and within that you have promotional items of $2,000, gifts and awards for $1,000, catering, meeting with Navajo Nation Washington office staff, Navajo Nation President, Vice President, Navajo Nation Council delegates, Navajo Nation directors in the amount of $3,000, and then you have refreshments for $500. If the cost of traveling is actually going to be decreasing, then maybe we should be looking at that amount also decreasing as well. So with that, committee members, thank you for your time, and also thank you, Washington office, for the presentation. I'm going to go ahead and go back on mute. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Mr. Bahi, so it's floor is back to you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to hand it off to Santi to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. With respect to the first item about updating the legislative branch, I think there may have been some misunderstanding, but I had been informed that the legislative branch had hired their own Washington office contract to assist them, and so when I asked what that individual did, they indicated that they were handling the congressional and federal affairs on behalf of the legislative branch, which was exactly what the Navajo Nation Washington office did. And so I understood that that you guys had hired your own contractors to assist you there, and so it seemed to cut us out. And so I figured that you guys were relying on that individual to do exactly what we did. And that was the way that it was communicated to me. But we are more than happy to continue to share whatever information we are sharing with the Office of the President and Vice President. And as far as our performance, we have been extremely honest with respect to what we report. We do have our Washington Weekly that has been published. We also assist on some press releases that come out from OPVP. We have been sharing some legislative news as it comes available, and depending on its severity, we do try to share that information. Like if it's very serious and it's relating to an urgent matter, we definitely try to raise it to folks. Publish and distribute 12 reports per quarter. That really goes to our hearing briefings, and we have covered briefings throughout the quarter and have provided those reports. Now, I do want to say that each quarter, each of these metrics have sometimes they have been met and sometimes they have not been met, depending on how sufficiently staffed we were. But again, we were very honest in in the metrics that were reported on behalf of the Navajo Nation Washington office. And when it comes to program performance number 2, again, coordinate and conduct 50 work sessions per quarter. We are constantly on the phone with different offices, trying to make sure that questions that we're getting questions answered by different members of Congress. It can be relating anything from like education to public safety to our transportation. We're also, the Navajo Nation continues to be a member of COLT, and we have also provided some extensive help there, as well as the Naabik'iyati water rights settlement. Every single week we have planning sessions and strategy meetings, and so our office has been extremely busy and attend 15 congressional hearings. Again, we have been attending a variety of them. Number 4, facilitate the Navajo Nation's participation in the legislative and appropriation process. Once again, we continue to share bill information, proposed language of bills that we get word of, and we certainly do try to engage the relevant parties. This week, for example, we shared a draft bill that Senator Heinrich is going to be introducing as it relates to broadband and the FCC, and in that instance, we reached out to NQA and Chris Vicente, and as well as the Office of the President and Vice President. Number 5, publish weekly federal notices regarding grants and regulations. That is done through Washington Weekly. And so, and then the 5th one, provide 10 register notice listings per quarter to the Navajo Nation government. All of that is done through our Washington Weekly, and in some instances, if it does require more engagement, we really try to make sure programs are on notice. For example, when they were making changes to the FDIPR program or the food distribution program, that's where we contacted Ms. Claudine Tallwood along with Dr. Jill Jim, as well as Division Director Deanna Neswood-Gishi. So I know that some of our engagement isn't always with council, but know that we are trying to make sure that we are contacting key stakeholders in this process to make sure that we are getting accurate information and that we are in turn advocating on behalf of the Navajo Nation to strengthen our programs, or to ensure that there is funding or increased funding, or if there is legislation, what kind of legislative tweaks need to be made. And that's where we engage in DOJ. So I do want to make known that we are doing the very best that we can, especially with limited staffing. There is a lot of responsibility on the Navajo Nation, with the Navajo Nation Washington office, because there are so many stakeholders. But please know that has never detracted from our mission. We still serve the Navajo people, and just know that every single one of my staff, they are here because they are passionate about helping people, and so we do what we can. And with respect to public safety, we currently don't have a government legislative affairs associate covering that area. And right now we are down to one government and legislative affairs associate. And that, again, the work demands were just too great for that individual. And they just felt like that they were drinking from a fire hose, so to speak. And so we are trying to make the work a little bit more reasonable. But with that, I think that we just need to recognize that not every single portfolio may be covered. It's very time consuming to learn about transportation and about all the different laws there. And then on top of that, maybe you're carrying education, and you have to learn a lot about the tribal controlled colleges along with K-12 education, including Head Start. And then if you're trying to carry on two additional portfolios, it's a lot. And so that's where we really look to engaging with our Navajo leadership to understand what your priorities are. But we have been kept out of some of those conversations. We have not been invited to some of your meetings. And when we have, the information has been helpful. And so I do just want to thank members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council for engaging us when you needed our help, and we are more than willing to continue to try to help you. With respect to the categories within our budget that were in question, for the $1,000 bonus pay, under DPM's rules, you cannot give out merit pay until after that employee has been with your program for more than a year. So I'm only permitted, only one employee qualifies for that amount, and that individual has been our administrative assistant, who has been going above and beyond, because that individual has essentially been helping with many of the administrative services officer duties. And so that's the individual who is going to be receiving that. With respect to the $15,000 consulting fee, Mr. Bahi mentioned that there are times when we can never foresee or anticipate what kind of contracts we may need. But just given that we have, currently the Navajo Nation has myself, an executive deputy director. We have one communications officer, one government and legislative affairs associate, and one administrative officer. One administrative assistant. And so just because of limited staff, I can foresee the possibility of maybe, our current, the one government and legislative affairs associate only covers transportation, education, and voting, and social services. And so if there was something that had to be done in the area of, let's just say, health, which is a a huge portfolio, we may have to work with someone to fill that. But if that's something that we can, manage together, we will. Again, I want to be prudent, and if it turns out that we don't need to spend those, then that money will go back into the general fund next year. But if there is a need for us to hire someone, and say if there's a priority, like Rika, and we just don't have the manpower, I'm more than happy to try to figure out how we can make sure that there is advocacy on some of these key issues. So that's what that $15,000 consulting fee is for. But I don't have a firm idea on the area it is going to be spent on. With special transactions, we have some promotional items. Some of the Navajo Nation Washington office flag that is given out when we have visiting members of our Navajo community, or sometimes we get visits from schools. Sometimes members of our delegation, we like to have a stash of pins or cups or other small items just to elevate the, our presence, and just to remind folks that that the Navajo Nation has a Navajo Nation Washington office. The Navajo Nation is one of maybe 3 tribes who actually has a lobbying office in Washington, D.C. And so those promotional items are given out. Gifts and awards. There are times when we have met with a high-ranking government official where we would like to just extend to them a small gift, and just to recognize the relationship that we are trying to form with them. Those have not been frequent, but we do have a small pot in the event that we needed to purchase something. Catering meetings with Navajo Nation staff, Navajo Nation president, council delegates, Navajo Nation directors. There are times when we've had to either have like a festive meal, maybe the staff, to thank them for their hard work. We would like to have like a meeting to plan and share a meal together. Again, those have been few, but it is nice to have that when it's possible, along with our council delegates. In the event that we are able to come together again, and whether it's a meeting with the Hiles Cobb Committee, or maybe, well, hopefully we'll have a conversation about the Navajo Nation Washington office, but we would like to make sure that that when we discuss important matters, that we also break bread together.
1 minute.
The last category under special transactions includes training and professional dues. Many of the past...
Miss Lewis, hold on real quick, just hold on, colleagues, the time is up. We've been on this call for 5 hours now, and we have 30 seconds, so let's go ahead and, Ms. Lewis, I'm gonna have you to continue your response back to Madam Chair Charles Newton here in about another minute. So everybody, if you could please log off and log back on, I greatly appreciate that.
This call may be recorded or transcribed.
Okay, just for the record, colleagues, thank you. Time now is 12:45 p.m. We are in the Naabik'iyati committee budget hearing. We are on listening into the legislation, the number 0207-20, which is a nomination of executive offices. We did get through 103001, which is the Office of the President. We are currently going on to 103002, nomination of Washington office. Here, done listening our recommendations and concerns from the floor. Back over to you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker Damien, and members of the 24th Nomination Council. Just in concluding about special transactions, the last two small pots of money, there's a $2,160 that is set aside for training and professional dues. Some of our employees are licensed attorneys, and so they need to continue their legal education. So they have to maintain their license and fees. And then the last category is just to cover our insurance for our office. And I believe that covers the questions that were presented by Madam Chair. Thank you.
Speaker, I do have a couple of follow-up questions.
Go ahead, Madam Chair Charleston.
Thank you, Shatilla, Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Lewis, for answering my questions. I like that you stated that the Navajo Nation Washington office is there to serve the Navajo people, and I do agree with that. And as you may recall, I did vote green for your confirmation based on the information that you provided to the council at that time. So when you talk about the legislative branch hiring our own, and then that's where the Washington office basically took a step back, what I want to know is where is the official statement sent from the Speaker's office stating that we have our own lobbyists and that we don't need the assistance of the Washington office? If you could provide the delegates that official statement, that would be great, because my understanding, and this is where I guess maybe I need to have a full understanding, is that we weren't getting any assistance from the Washington office, which is why we wind up having to hire our own. But perhaps I was wrong in that. And if you could send us the official statement sent from the Speaker's office saying that we hired our own people and that we don't need the assistance of the Washington office, I think it would clear up a lot of things with the issue that I'm having with your office. In addition to that, you also mentioned that you do attend congressional hearings, but we aren't receiving any communication from your office on that. You also said that you made contacts with Dr. Joel Jin, Ms. Neswood Gishi, and you named some other people, all of whom are executive branch employees. So again, it kind of goes back to my statement about how you're only looking for the office of the president and vice president, and you're not working with the legislative branch. But again, it falls back to the official statement that that Speaker Damon sent to your office saying that we don't need your assistance anymore. So if you could send that again to us, I think it would help clear up a lot of things. And then you also said that you haven't been invited to meetings. I just want to make it known, Ms. Lewis, that the agendas for each of the committee hearings are posted on the Navajo Nation Council page. And aside from executive sessions, councils, we have always had our meetings, and they're always posted. We cannot have any type of secret meetings. So I'm not really sure what you're saying when you say you haven't been invited to any meetings. I can send you the link to the Navajo Nation Council page that lists the agendas, and you and your office are welcome to listen in on those calls. And then previously you stated that that some of the records were deleted. I thought we had a records management office, and I was just now looking. And we do have a records management department, and I believe that we also have laws in the code regarding the keeping our records and also how long they should be there. So I'm not really sure what is going on with the executive branch, or actually with previous directors deleting records. I think that's against the law, and I could be wrong, so I might need some legal guidance on that. And then you also mentioned that you do have employees who are licensed attorneys. These attorneys there provide the president with legal advice on matters of Navajo law, including resolutions proposed by the OPBP and president's veto. I'd like to know what these licensed employees or these licensed attorneys who are your employees are doing legally that would require them to, for the office to pay for their continued bar membership and then their CLE classes. If they're only providing policy analysis and policy guidance, I don't know if that would require a legal license that would, I guess, that we would be expected to have to pay for. So if you could elaborate a little bit more on that. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. With respect to the question about whether or not there was an official statement, there was no official statement, but there were a number of conversations that were had, and I do not have a record of that, and I didn't feel the need to record them or document them at the time. And so there's nothing there's nothing that I can provide where that could be that I could provide to you personally. But I was able to pull up my quarter form metrics to actually show that we have been engaging with the council, and I just want to provide a few examples. And so, and I'm just going to go back to second quarter, and this was during March. In March, we had provided a briefing letter to council regarding Congressman O'Halloran letters. Back on March 20th, we briefed HESI's committee and speaker on letters that were sent to Vice President Pence and Governor Ducey. On March 20th, we again provided an email to OPVP Speaker Damon and HESI Chair regarding CDC's announcement of an $80 million spending plan. On March 30th, the same day, we also made sure that, we sent an email to Navajo Nation Council Legislative Advisor regarding the stimulus package memo that was sent to the Navajo Nation Council. And so I know that there were times when we certainly did engage council, even as far back as January when RDC had came to Washington, and we actually staffed some of those visits. And I know that we have tried earnestly to maintain a relationship, but in many cases, we're not aware, and where we have been, it feels like we have just been ignored and intentionally left out, because some of the activities that are done by your DC lobbyists, we have been completely kept out. So how can we advocate for matters that are of interest to the Navajo Nation Council when we're not even informed of those? So I think like there has to be communication both ways, and I think that it was like that from the start. But I am more than happy to rebuild that. We want to help you help achieve what your goals are too. And so I know that from me, well, as the director of the Navajo Nation Washington office, I want to continue to foster that relationship. And if we need to continue to work harder to show that we are doing our best to engage council, we'll continue to show exactly what we are reporting as a way to illustrate that we are reaching out to council. I think your next question had to do with the professional dues and fees. We actually do not cover their their licensing fees, but we also do cover some of their registration fees for some of the conferences that they would like to attend to obtain their CLEs. And so long as it relates to the work that we do, that's a way for us to at least help cover the cost. And so it's part of employee incentives and to increase employer morale and to also provide them some educational opportunities. And I think that covers the questions that you may have raised. And if I missed a question, please don't hesitate to ask again. Thank you.
Okay, with that, go on down to the individuals. Honorable Keon Begay.
Let me break the traditions of talking in English, but ako do at nag-echiko bahati sisisizido. Dili Washington has ade nahada inish ako ko halit ala nan leniki ye ko pa onish. Aji kishi gisi ki kaisinil it ala Koto Washington Holiet, the Quikoshi added the Inish Kanahal Grejot I, the Naya Hosson. A Koko Koje, a large the Hastajiki president, executive Ad Ado Aunt Ego Kodo division, Nadik, Aj Store departments. Ada koje hoye to wando hote wan aje nada ini space nada da Senate Toledo House of Representative kodo hos do yo todo so leha hozo kito aje e banda I nesko go nada kako ade shin isiki sta inis a huiche ko ade beso chihit the database base ani da adajna aj akoko the quigo shinkas akwa shnant ana sengi ban yel thijo dik abna khagun ban yel thiki ben nach khodo khat dik aki dik at na kha ko dik at na din na kedmil ba ana din sa I khato li khanen ki jo dik at October 1st Adoshin Hanada in Nisto Lake when ye peso Hanada Hadna to Hane line peso nada the dot after Hane line peso Hanada Hadna. Because Washington has added the creed the mean she be the Poho Nakudo nada in Nisto Lake no Ecuador based Yale here. A call AEC largest Aniki Jo hit Ada at the Inkedo hit Ada the Schnick Zinke. It all the Ecuador chapters do the nabani tahakila hit a based on Liniki sa Patini Kedo public Haquin Nielsen edit be has anita which had the hadna oh huge me Kodo Argent in here wait San Liniki don his net and Liniki are the days Navajo Nation Washington office station a coco a large Joe Banyel Tiki jo pi ratish Pohone Zanstik at Yad Liniki Haquilna Koko Shinash E Koko. So hit Ada, Kodo Shema Ketan Linigita, other Bispans Unni Linigi, Johanatze, K test into the K test in Kodoya Cho in Getrush, the Hit. The Naba Beso iti na o koto beta English. Ako koto hazoban sa kes koko. That ado neti gish stona lagana baza chiko ani beochi koko effectiveness. Nikitin na an linikist ado neda apen de talo na tino da nyo hit asin ta na ya ta la hot e go la hit an hit na and liniki by pa on stop by yildes ko adan at Washington has ada da inishiki jo ni go e ba ohne ada ba ohnil chok ko e ko don hit ha itzi ko ni sila hit ad e ya liniki abi gatte jo e ko do bis ban na dinit astole Ado shit an hinanit at the Kodopis Bans anit Linigito, Ado Bispans anabits anastil the Nadini be Nihimit Zinikito and Ha Nashkito Aden Ha Tatagaki e an she to a labius nabiti. 8 an hibit Siliago go hot out a Kodobe need Listo Lisbon Nago go. Kocha Washington, the Aden Nabihoba Washington has Antiki e to e sato e to saton hanat Mr. Joe the presidents after she that are conanet at the Quishi Belabis that's a pen now what a conchi coach response and the Jeniki the quick she what each of us have our own lobbyists. I know I sit on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we have our own lobbyists. I sit on the state task force, we have our own lobbyists. As a council, as RDC, we have certain our own lobbyists. So each committee, so if we add those up, Hadned not lay koto lobbyist not a what no la sto a ko aji to what a ko ela IEC keeping the Yetik at Washington, the ATIC at Navajo Nation Washington office. AEC pin the yet hot egg ko lipo hot test and ala ni koto do based on dinki baby natil chita. And he needs nito ship nihiponet saniki aj ko lan choti nego got ya dinki bikahui na hadem tida. So ebe ben nachiko speaker to snanta no dinki maybe it's time for us to reevaluate. A late ajo eto ni ti ni haki to etik at ati naha every 4 years ti naha. There's a change of administration unless there's also a continuation, but that's only for 2 terms of administration. I don't hear that I couldn't. I think at the 24th Council, 20,000, think at na slaalta ni ada shini diki hanana khi, but no what kisha. So go koto not every 4 years not nadahutit aso ni do what aya hat Miss Lewis no what ta in the shed no what ta in the shed tent adon just at ada 8 so maybe there's time for the council to put in the conditions appropriations or legislative concern to say that even the previous administration, there's got to be some type of a work in progress report or exit report be done prior to the change of administration or anything of that nature. 2018 was not it abita initiative lapin anishite Washington don't say everywhere any legislative body across the United States Kodik Ajaba or Dahli Washington has added a large Tasataki, Jay Kadnaki, Hanahi no Chase, a corporate administration that changes Zago. Then you know that we'll have a change of policy and change of plan with even with the new Congress, Senate. If the Democrat takes control or the House continues to control by the Democrats, we know that there needs to be a change of policy that the Navajo Nation needs to submit. 就可多你别帮安你天气别黑子呢黑的的被开始子的道理，都被上来的needs的道理。We need to stay neutral in supporting any party of the Washington level. Benin na niki eben hiketen not on the shiki joti no hanets. Which we are doing. But I see need education it is not and she added the baby case it how the need that stop. A call that a kitchen last Hanada is Nistan go it all a year go but zero add and hata in Niston. Ko a eben sana ha case go add the cut one can asati, which is closer to the I believe it's on the house side, but not to go quite. Ik cannot eat nahani not jo it down here resource development committee ben hikna hasna aje akoko ta ashni akoko tika chot ona na o na ed ta hiben na da to jo yego istil go ade na de nista odin hier office in den git la skijo na na ako elahit elatik at aton netikis kin bandit adadik at nebe hob even at says kaya haki abet na hasni hoto ni ko to edikis aton netiki ados inta ehzo haton ko at to so maybe it's good to invest in additional fundings to continue establish that particular new office. So over that, ego bang test case. Ado George and Nash Ingo for stop at the net nishiki to Kodonidia Yahazi and Hishin of Benny and Bohne and Hinha Chine. Because the scenes are missed at the East Hand to add you got to put in consideration hit Ashin add the net Hinanigi hit Ashin and like Asla, especially with that Haki Oshin Tahayu. A call that age she bought so cost age a call dick at a George and Nash Ingo. I don't net it Codona be hope Kaya for car has under the nanny age. And then he added that I get on the soldiers and the other Kaya has argued I don't net it on action. Lingo Bespahos and Nicky are the days go to last. Yego be still that Codon Sahaki on the age of wings and that Saturday. Date or Arjablagana, actually the qualification Tinan or Hatne. Other law degree which is okay, yes, not so don't not so okay in this day, but not about so of course, Kodo, the never hot a quaggy, baby not just Kodo, suddenly keep in the heart, the logo quag is not so had the net or lazy geeky, quaggy yego, baby, not hot take go share what on. Of course, she said the dick at the slow, a Kodo chapters in the keep on Banasha. Court after that church court after Washington has the light consignment it don't like a quite chapter and then give base of a batting quite has get hold attend the need other chibet hanaki towers la attend the need at things I need another at least the need other the quick machine that all top the teachers housing the the deed ego contract had all day. Ella when you add the deed are your high case. This sheet it after it ego that deed all in the cup, Nabanil, Mr. Nabata in this court, to Nashit, Mr. Ade, to a being such case or addition. No one at Washington level, at the Washington office, don't have the minute information of each of the chapters. So there's a lack of advocacy and lack of justification for a real argument for our Navajo people the initiative. So it asked what is the what's the best way to do it. And he did not get other kittens and he nadin that is every year. Hashine land and he didn't Hashine Linigin not that is Halit Allah of Ad. Yard and Ziniki or the Nabandish Snow to add the ego application is toast a quaggin city case, Halit Ella Johnson, no additional code akon hinito ne yato kodo tahti yahaki shohe shagan da don hi kaya don hi gan ti da hot ad hasha bakha this was the meet age kodo with the gana dot the ne kodo yes le chohot do ni ki hot a ban such case I think this is Nabi Budget Oversight Committee. So, Speaker, if there's a limit time, let me know. Otherwise, I'll continue to speak.
Point of order.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm sorry to call a point of order on you. I really, I know that that your staff can see people who are calling and whose phones are not on mute. I've heard this before when Honorable Kialan Bijay has been talking. There have been those comments that are made which I think are rude and inappropriate, whether it's a delegate that's doing it or a staff member. But I know that your staff can see that information. So perhaps now is the time that we call out on that individual who continues to disrespect our delegates in this way and make it known so that that individual can stop doing this. I don't agree with it, and I believe Kialan Bijay does have the floor. We are at Nabi, and there's no time limit. So, Speaker, again, I know your staff can see who's making those comments, and perhaps they can let us know through email who is doing it. Thank you. I'm sorry, I should first.
Madam Chair. I know, we're high staff on it. We can't be sorry about that. Colleagues, remember to keep your phones on mute. And please be respectful to your colleagues. Go ahead.
Ado shima Charles Newton here Chicago. Kudo jojo out abahnas hit ada yachito ado ni satin as delegates yacho to it adasha koko katani page in sanaza case halit ela kodo yacho la dai sidna ikenda kendan adat jonjon ni zikla hot ado hot in the speaker kodo the national bandai ni ki ebanasha kodo bayashi kodit ashi or it actually could do but I had got the machine the flat it and the baby papa zero a carbon natural and then at the same time actually Yego I mean I don't sat the machine in Zago يدج على بخطوات زهند خشين زاغو بين هشت إيهت إن هجو بين ناس بيك التوتي جوهت خاجي بين ما إديت أبا يشتي سنان تانو سنجي again just let me know if you have some issues with me in speaking, especially in my own language in Navajo. But nonetheless, there's no policy or there's a law that doesn't say that I can't speak in Navajo. Or the length of time on speaking on an issue. But nonetheless, Speaker, I won't be in support of that, and I'm not saying that you guys are saying that. All I'm saying is that what is the proper plan of operation that we could look into, or maybe Khalid and Ms. Lewis. What would be a proper policy change or plan of operation that could be remodified so that your office can be very much effective in working on the Navajo people. We're talking about grazing, we're talking housing, we're talking about roads, we're talking about any other thing that we represent for the Navajo people to the Navajo Nation government. Koko Hayuji Kodo Bahanatis then the Ahon Sogo as speaker so Kehan Hagadorshma Miss Charles Noon behind so speaker I conclude my statement.
Okay, with that, hey Trey, let me go back to Ms. Lewis or Mr. Bahi.
Speaker Damon, Honorable Kiel Bigay, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ikehep. During Mr. Bahi's presentation, I did note that the plan of operation for the Navajo Nation Washington office, the last year it was adopted or updated was in 2008. Given the conversation we were having, I would support a revision and update of the plan of operation to ensure a more inclusive approach to our lobbying work. What is direly needed is staff. The Navajo Nation Washington office, or the Navajo Nation in general, is not a member of NCAI, the National Congress of American Indians. And I know that it's never been supportive of that, because Navajos should speak for Navajos. We should be able to represent our own needs to members of Congress and to affect change for our own communities. And I wholeheartedly believe in that. But what we need is more staff. NCAI probably has a very large staff. I've never seen their employee roster, but it's somewhere around probably 25 to 30 people. I would like to just get us up to half for right now, and then perhaps build upon that. I think having a larger group to really dive into some of these areas where it's very extensive, because you have to do the research, you have to keep connected with different congressional committees, and then on top of that, you still have to follow the federal agencies, and then you still have to connect with what's happening on the ground. So let me just take, for example, veterans. That's an issue that's very important to Delegate Kiel and Begay, and we are trying to make those direct services happen. But without a dedicated staff member to watch the Veterans Administration, to also watch what congressional committees are doing, and veterans kind of touches upon everything. It's housing. Sometimes they have hearings on veterans' health. Sometimes it's about mental health, and so you never know what's coming at you, and it is very difficult for any person to be competent in all of these issue areas. We may have a really good person with health. Well, that knowledge base may not quite translate to an area of education, and vice versa, it may not cross over into veterans. And so I think that's what has been difficult, is when we grow our own. So when we nurture and when we develop our government staff, as soon as there's another opportunity that, like, where it's a better paying job, they'll leave. I've seen many talented government and legislative affairs associates come through our office, but because our salaries are low, they move on to other opportunities, and that leaves us in a position of trying to educate someone, and that kind of slows down the work that we are trying to do. So what I would advocate for is just more support for the Navajo Nation Washington office. I know that we are here and we know what the needs are. I myself, having grown on the reservation, having grown up without any running water or electricity until I was in high school, I am so proud to represent you here and in this position, because I feel that I am homegrown. Now, if you hire a lobbyist, they may not have that, but but that's where we ask for support, and that support could be in the form of strengthening the budget for this office and also including more staff. And the downside about the Navajo Nation budgeting process is that you have to have what your proposed budget is at the beginning of the budgeting season. I wish it were a little bit more flexible, so then that way we can try to affect change throughout the year or sometime during the year to be a little bit more responsive to the needs of some of our offices. And Delegate Begay, I'm sorry that some of the work hasn't, I know that you mentioned some of the advocacy level at the chapter level, but at times we have received some of that information, and Dr. Yellowman has just been extremely wonderful to work with because she does try to elevate that. And just know that the programs who are on the level trying to make sure that community services and community needs are met, we are still communicating. We're still, there's still a lot of information that is being shared, including the minutes that come out of the individual committees from the Navajo Nation Council. We are trying our best to keep a pulse of what's happening on the Navajo Nation, and just know that we can be better advocates if we were properly supported. But without having, I guess, sufficient staff and right now we don't really have an office. And then when you compound that with no systems or processes in place, it feels like we're starting. I mean, there's just a lot of work here, and I am. It doesn't scare me. It just means that we have to roll up our sleeves and get it done. So, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, let me move on down. Honorable James.
Shahad Danshanale, Speaker, Hado Danshanad Anglicansis 20. Yad Eko, Ado Nana Kodo, Washington, DC office, Kinalkli has Ande Kodo, Tribunat Anliniki. Oko Kodo, Eid Anibeha Otzi, Soli, Oko Dan Aje, Nihil has Anigi, Beshbas Anne, Nihil is Anje, Latin the net Nahasanata, Jokot Besha Otzi, Binoko. Oyo Lato Best Eda, Akut Sat Liniki Beyatio. At Egita lay at not at Liniki. It's a slado less. Akonot Erko Ade. Kinalka has under. Nihitane, but not no cardi in the ne, but not Nihina, Eya Eta Sigido, the now not Neshako. Akot out that's a slado, akot out that's a year and gosh. What the ne? That's a nation at the Kojosun dollis. Ishi Hajo e Kodo, Bansanana, Kisto Lislako. The Nache Hajo, I his non ignisto listo to no a hot abbey do behind Zico. Ishi Kodo, Ani, Sad Liniki Bayan Tigi. The Ishtane the Dilni. The Ninaniki a lady. Non-national Liniki. A day listen don't need a behind the don't hit that name ya no kai. So hey did bad inch hitting dot nesh. I need one hit a ne ba hitting deal nesh. And in a day beget this knee. That no what are a now hot low Kate Nikri. I don't know source. None is a thing like Kate on the arm. But can't has though. I don't let Adalia, Quadat, a he dishla. Lay that beach your caution on Nation Lini. Benina had egg the sad lebe, how zero, do big as leader. Anasnish, should not hot ai. Ni dato niniado hot asad, luniki bayan tio. Hot ai begal a dot is not that yet, nil. I saw the Bentley dollar. I saw the Ibakons and dollars. Nana. Adonana, Kodo, I need. Behind the men had a Nashiki, Nahandad Nashi. The Quigo Shiba Kaka. It has Ado under the Quigo Shind A. That nonsense. Listen, Dade Nashiki, but Nash Nashishi Yan Dad Nashiki. Look at A behind the Saleko. Oko. It hot I just ne the Yan Dad Nastopus and Dantlish. La. So got Kodo, not sauce and the name he Queen Lako. Ado na ki. Tsaska and Liniki has Lako. Non nation Lini Arjabo Olka. A cook Adla Hanza got out. The Tsaska has Ala. Arlanza got Anna nation Liniki. We ink Kahon Quanzaden. Paul Gislanso. Kodo. And on the dish kill. Ado had Gita. Anadi Nichols that are need for a hot abe yelki. His need nesto lifty no belge on needs. Hashtag Edo listen de Equator Bismas and has ando. Ado sat the net Nahan no snow that she hate Edo listen de Chocot Echo. Equator as Jihigi. Here on that not Arnie the has. Tahiki Deputy Executive Director. The Nanigi, Kodo Benchmas, Anani, Glendo, Ado Sat Sat Naha Ostel. A Kona Bananas, Idil, all that. Njonend and the Aya is not Neshwalia. Don't saw the A or Kodo Hata. Ban says case a call. Ado Tra one Eginana, A. Kaya Lenina has me, Dokin Lenigina has me. Had no ego, or cut outside Lenigi. Not so stop a cow, Nihiche Kodalia, do the creature she non states a lee. Oko kin that the snake, okay, and that the snake, or stay hot even the year. Beso kin Lenigi with any Ilia Higi. Late out a ja banana liala. Beso la patch anana jala. Deakin Lini beat on him on the shield ain't or this king beget as like Quinny la hard the medias dopa a Quinny la beso. But anana zola chocot Shahani kin chose in the has mean. Shani kaya na has mean. Ain't a quacky. O your undone in the hallow. Banda, ban so Kaisaleko. The kid on the A hot Nihilche hot ako. Oko Kodat he no wako, no hayat a hot in gentleness or she's in that gentleness or a dobist ada. Oba Yahasin, God echo. I don't connect nana ding on got the cousin son. Nast is out of the Naniki, Nash Nihigi, it's on. Oh, Nihiki Dosnata, it's on. Quacky, not the cold ain't or the fleaky, based at the hall enigi. I thought the queen was she, tried the mill. Yes, doba a conila nada so. Okoko halit Anan Nashiki the Tsui President Nez. Khalid Ajachata, Enigi, the Cosnas, it's at the Bachata, and Ilahit Au, Bosan Hitch Quileta. Tan Hitch Quila, Gokotashi, Haj, Tita Card, the Miliaji, Beso, Babaja, Osai, Haj, the Nana Jao, chose in Dodaze, Yat E. Jokot out or a Banza case. Nishi are there a large dasata has under the enough national source in Hitch Kodasa. Either Cosnast is at the Nasnihi. Bechada Enigi, Doho the Dos Nahigi, Penyachada Enigi, and Cheta had the yield is. Adon had a niche, Nahas Anegi, Kim. Arjun Hick and Lily and on the Shedal Enigi, Arja Basilado list. Chahodot need ne. Okolahid Alcotet, Okot Naabika or Nana so. On here, not a horse me hoko. Okot Ala Nani Sando Banahan is still that dobist Ada Nana, Chokonana Elstoko. Okot Kodo, Ben, the Dean has Angoi, Ben Jahasito Lisako. Kone had Egita and hit it Nisa. Other neck at your side, Lenny Base, Yaski. Arjigo Yon Hatian, Arjo Desne, Adotana, Adola. Base a horn making his art and Lenny, John hit it northern, Ben hit Yadat Hiako. But Elako, on the Shikodo, the arts can close sheep and Lagana catch a Hatis Hako. There's 4 questions that I have to you in regards to the Washington, D.C. office. The first one is that the collaboration, working together as a nation. We all have the Navajo Nation flag in our offices and our departments. With the Navajo Nation flag among you in your department, your office, in your facility, when you have that particular spiritual item, which is the Navajo Nation flag among you, you shouldn't make those comments that, you're a legislative branch over there. You do things on your own. And that shouldn't be the case because we're all under that flag. We're all part of that Navajo Nation flag. To make those kind of comments, Ashode, don't make those kind of comments. Because when you were brought before the council for confirmation, we've seen your resume. We've seen the job that you could do. And you indicated to the 24th Navajo Nation Council that you're capable of doing the jobs and the duties that is specified for that position. And with that, it doesn't correspond with the comment that you made that, legislative branch has its own individuals that will do the job to take the message back to the legislative branch. We need to understand that we're all under the Navajo Nation flag, and we need to understand that we all represent the Navajo Nation people, just like how you indicated earlier. Number 2 is regarding your listing of position that you attach to your budget. You do have 2 vacant positions, and in regards to those vacant positions, how long have they been vacant? What is the reason why the position has not been filled? And then just a suggestion and a recommendation that if we keep telling ourselves that we want to work together, we should have worked together to establish that deputy director, executive director. Establish that position maybe to have one of our representatives from legislative branch fill that position, to work under one roof for the nation, for our Navajo people. That's a collaboration effort. That's a teamwork effort on behalf of the Navajo Nation. But that's just a recommendation. The third one is in regards to the property that was purchased in Washington, D.C. So my question was, why do we have over $300,000 set aside for rental fees again if a property was purchased in Washington, D.C.? And my last one is in regards to the PPE supplies, the disinfectant supplies. We've set aside fundings and we shared many documents with each other that indicates that PPE supplies, disinfectant supplies, things that are related to COVID-19 items would be purchased for the Navajo Nation departments. So with that being said and documents going back and forth that items would be purchased, why, if you're going to receive those items, why do you have that listed on your budget for you to purchase yourself again? And we've all been informed of the situation of how to fill out the 223 forms and for reimbursement. If that is the case, then if you're going to purchase these items, are you going to request for reimbursement as well? Those are the four comments that I made in Navajo. Just a real quick, brief info in English. Thank you very much. Going back on mute.
Okay, Sus, we'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Stewart, for your comments, and I apologize for not being able to speak Navajo, but but I can still understand it a little bit, and I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I didn't have my grandparents to teach me, but I try. So I just wanted to say that. With the staff, I don't feel that I was pushing them away. I think what had happened there is just that the work was just, there's a tremendous amount of work, and it is very difficult to have a work-life balance here. And I think that many of them got frustrated, and that's what I see happening. But I'm trying to make sure that the staff have guidance going forward, and those are the processes that I'm going to be implementing and putting in place. My past experience as an auditor, I know that I am capable of doing that, and so I do have faith that we can work together. And I understand that there is a lot of work and responsibilities, and I'm not shying away from it. I just know that it's just going to take a commitment from that individual part. So I always see an employee and employer relationship. It goes both ways. We need to also value our employees and show that we care. And the way that many of them have seen it, seeing how they are valued, is typically through pay. And so if they're not getting paid that's comparable for the DC area, they are more than likely are going to take those sets of skills elsewhere. But we will certainly do our best to try to retain the employees we have. In terms of the vacancies, the Deputy Executive Director position, that was vacant for, I want to say 6 months, and we can't hire right away because it really depends on DPM's, some of the things they have to do on their end. The last Deputy Executive Director was with the Navajo Nation office for nearly 5 years, and so they had to do a complete audit They also had to make sure that there were no issues with their P card, and so we were not able to fill that position until it was completed. Was also the case with the administrative services officer. That individual had to go a thorough investigation, and so it took a very long time for DPM to even tell us that we can advertise it. I still have not been notified about whether or not I can advertise it. I did ask DPM about the status of that, but a clear answer, or I'm still waiting for their answer. And I think with COVID-19, many folks were not able to. There was just some lag time with response time, so I don't know what the status is with our administrative services officer, but I have reached out and I have been trying to get our vacancies filled. So the administrative services officer has been vacant for over, nearly 1 year now. The deputy executive director was vacant for 6 months, and I recently filled that position about 1 month ago. And that's also the same with the communications officer. The 3 government and legislative affairs associates, those have been sort of, I guess, kind of cyclical, if you will. Folks have come in, they have tried to remain on staff, but with the work demands, many of them either got frustrated or it was just too overwhelming, and then they left. But we do try to, again, just be patient with them. We try to show them how to do it, so that way they don't get discouraged and leave so soon. I would also support, if there is another executive director a deputy executive director, if that position becomes vacant during my time, you have my commitment to work with the legislative branch to fill that with your input and your participation. The deputy executive director that I had selected had previously worked with the Navajo Nation Washington office, and I felt that they could. I'll try to talk over the background.
Colleagues, please mute your phones.
I tried to. Thank you, Speaker. I tried to bring some like individuals who knew the history, and obviously that individual had that given her past experience. This individual had also worked with the Department of State, and she actually entered into early retirement, and she was well established in her career at the Department of State, and chose to come back to the Navajo Nation Washington office because she wanted to help employ the vision here. That's my response to your first question. And then lastly, I apologize if my comments were construed as saying that the legislative branch had their own, so we're not needed. I think that we have still continued to try to work with you all. I just didn't want to duplicate any efforts, because at the beginning of when I had learned that the legislative branch had their own lobbyist, I noticed that there was a duplication of efforts. That individual was doing some of the same things we were doing, and so I just felt that in the interest of time, and also just given our our limited staff, I needed just to make sure that we exert our resources carefully. And so that's the reason why I had pulled back, and I do apologize. And so now I'm recognizing that we just need to continue to strengthen our outreach to the legislative branch. So I think I've answered your first and second questions. Now to number 3 about the property. A property has not been purchased. I think that we were trying we weren't trying. We were trying to limit the amount of work to acquire a building. Just given the nation's existing processes, we thought that the Division of Natural Resources Director had the authority and that the funding would be made available. Over the past few months, it has shown that that there isn't sufficient funding, and so we are going to have to come to council with that request. As far as the deal, I wanted to continue to preserve the integrity of that transaction. I didn't want to reveal the purchase price externally. I didn't want to share the seller's name because I wanted just to make sure that we're not exposing anything that didn't need to be exposed. And I was also waiting for Navajo Department of Justice to provide more guidance on what I could share with council. I was more than prepared to share the report with everybody. I was more than willing to share whatever information you guys needed, but I think that there was just some complications on how we can enter into executive session during COVID-19. And so without having guidance on that, I couldn't share it in a more public setting. And so for those reasons, some of the details about the transactions were withheld just because we just had to tread lightly because the transaction had not been completed. So currently the Navajo Nation Washington office is still under contract. We have a contract with our lessor, and that ends in 2022. So we still have to pay a very steep rate for rent because it is Class 1A lease building, and our lease does not end until next year. And had we purchased the building, we probably could have come out of this lease by trying to find a subtenant or sublessee to assume the term, the remaining term on this lease. Or we could also have maybe even perhaps structured. I forget the term, but it's almost like leaving the premise because of the leak. Sorry that the term isn't coming to me, but perhaps that would have been another way out. But that's not something that we are doing. So until legislation has been passed by the Navajo Nation Council, we are going to remain in our current building, which is why we have the lease rental amount in the amount of over $300,000. And then number 4 with disinfectant supplies, it's just for general office supplies. Some of it is PPE, but then as you can also see, it has pens, pencils, paper, drinking water, Post-its. So those are, it's just a small fund. It's $2,000. We are receiving some assistance from the Department of Economic Development with them sending masks. OPVP has also provided some disposable masks and the hand sanitizers and gloves. I believe that they are being shipped this week or next week, but we still have not received our allocation of PPE supplies. What we have purchased was purchased out of this budget, and we have reported to OPVP, and Chris, please weigh in on who might be handling all of this. But I know that OPVP has been asking departments under over like departments and programs that they oversee for this information, that we have been reporting what we have purchased that could potentially qualify under CARES. And I don't know if that's going to be presented as a report to the controller's office, or I haven't been involved with those conversations, so I don't know what's going to happen with that. But with respect to our budget, it's just a very small pot that is being made available for various and general office supplies. We were just making sure that we include that as a way to ensure that our office was protected. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for responding. That, moving on down. Honorable Yellow here. Honorable Yellow here.
Hello, Sana out was all Chisana Chiheta Ilias and the father. Doctor, excuse me. Jimmy Yellow here, nothing Jim. Some not a desk, and that I doubled that cute. Now for spaceman, okay. About this since and that know that the dish needs soon. But then 20 years or 25 years that we listened to the building and the space right there. The cuisine that over $1 million, which that's. I was thinking that we should just purchase the building and the space. Maybe there's a place where we can also purchase the land too. Just there was Indian land many years ago. It's about this. And I thought he respond. This is a new business. The new questions I'm going to have. Tom or Hillary? Pero ni hanay obahay pa he care from nego. Not thought of extension duration date. It not thought of no Miss Lucia now was this kid. Flaggy lesser for the only or the politician shot not who shot not that your that's in so or what is it Democrat out of the Republican or the ever that the or that was county that is it where is this legislation that Ms. Luce and Tom Hill said he request for extension of care at even at this kid not nonsense. The last extension in the John modify that the Care Act fund. Water by us teachers the chamber not the top 10. Even a $44 million kid they top of net zada. Out on the or Robbie was added non for slate back 1.5 million. These are two projects or it can't be complete by December. According to Ayat is obviously going there. But not at all. Peso ito chito ili don't any chito is apa hosaniye ukutans peso yahanto US Treasury yahanta di insito ni that Washington but has ani. Of course all what edole kwaye per capita never chinta instead of return back money back to US Treasury. About this, none is solid all this. Because you control it, and you don't know. You are not the quacky shadow of that don't make them because today we have computer technicians. You daily a process of this. The bias keep budget, especially consultant line item. I'm talking about accountability. I see not based on any door you know consultant is no bias kidding on about so the my colleague bias kidding without not this kiddo vacancy to housing higher and either at higher in this auto a based on does indeed that's a expenditure report on payroll distributions. That's a company Hotalia that they need that as a business middle his con George Kita a hot end the net of that is card or but net all that's a need or that's a need Nisha not thousand each hotel the total indicator catch control 16 position though near to vacant it all vacancy there Asha bias to done with the investment. Did not get at a higher net, but even not it's the snow on the president no advertise. Even in the bias to the head committee personnel, but what me Asha she hired instead the part of the personal office do are hiring for us. So hired us either. The way to bishop branch could be hired us. I could about yes, kitty. The hired in there for just use of common sense. I could even now a shot. Because if you get what the don niki or on a day yaw. Now kick him with non so he shot non snow by yes key. That's that in his hundred day. Justification say. We're trying to hire this person and they're not in Shitilia. Beto to you love me now. Beto tago is not better to halonsico. You know what? Navajo has a better retirement than anywhere else. The Beto hey you not a OP 401k. Era bahanada. It's better yet about 100 IHS Peabody in the union. We have a better retirement 401k. Without by us, you don't make as a door get or transistor to many people. This is they how they clean. Nakonta hits or cutting bizarre, she's that you can better on a conde. Without so is like talk about see. Corona to high never patent to teach a sort of ticket. Oh, I use kicking the trace notes in it. Not on. Thank you for the floor. I will turn this back to you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, thank you. Are we all here? Moving on down. Let me go back to Ms. Lewis, if you want to respond to Mr. Yellowhair. And then after that, I have Honorable Slater up.
Good afternoon. Delegate Yellowhair, thank you for your comments. As to your question about when legislation is going to be dropped, it's been going through a number of departments. We had to make sure that the language was okay with the Division of Natural Resources, with the Land Department. We also had to have a review by Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and then there were some issues with the legislation, and so those issues had to be cured. Since then, we are getting very, very close to having legislation that will be proposed, and where we hope that it will be next week, because the seller is getting pretty impatient with the Navajo Nation, and we want to make sure that that council makes a decision on this, because it is an opportunity. It's an opportunity because, as you guys are aware, it's just south of the Longworth building, just right across just across the street from the House Administrative Offices. And so not only will it raise the profile of the Navajo Nation, but it does increase access to Congress by we could invite members over, members of council can easily just walk across the street for meetings. In between meetings, there's a space to rest. And so there's a lot of reasons why this property, there's many features that should be highlighted, apart from its carriage house, and also it's one of the largest lots. And if the Navajo Nation chooses to purchase this building, we would be the third owner in the building's history. And so, like the history that is unique to the house is rich. It has a lot of opportunity, and I think that if the Navajo Nation chose to invest its money, it would. The property has the possibility of increasing in value and then even making a return at some point in the future if the Navajo Nation chooses to sell it. And I think it would also alleviate the amount that we pay in rent, because with what we pay, it just goes into the pockets of the building owner, and we will never see a recoupment of those funds. So again, we hope that the legislation drops next week. With respect to the CARES Extension Act, we are adamantly working on it. In fact, we work very closely with Congressman O'Halloran and also Senator Heinrich to make sure that there was an introduction of the CARES extension. And this was really built upon letters that were drafted by council delegates as well as Office of the President. And so this ask really came from the Navajo Nation. And so we have been working with other individuals to expand support for O'Halloran's bill. And what we do know is that, well, currently Congress is in recess, but when they come back, they are going to move forward on a potential last release act to help America. And I know that our lawmakers, members of our congressional delegation, they are going to work hard to ensure that this provision is included with whatever relief package or relief bill is passed by Congress. And so just know that we are aware of it, and we are, again, adamantly working to see that this measure is included. With water, I guess I just wanted to highlight our efforts with water. There's the Gallup Water Supply Project, and we are aware of the issues there. We are trying to push for the Navajo Utah Water Rights Settlement, and as well as the individual water sanitation projects across the Navajo Nation. We are trying to find funding opportunities. We are also trying to make sure our leaders in Congress are aware of what you guys are pushing, so then that way you have their support. And I know that there's always ongoing conversations nearly daily on many of these areas, and so we do try to be engaged and we do try to advocate and elevate the needs when it makes sense. So just know that this office continues to advocate on these critical issues, and that we will continue to be one of those voices here in Washington. Thank you.
Moving on down to Honorable Slater.
I'll waive my time, Speaker, or not waive it, but I won't ask my question.
Thank you. Moving on down, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, and honorable members of the 24th Council, and Ms. Lewis. Thank you.
for your presentation on the Washington office. First of all, on your Form 2, under number 2, goal statement, coordinate work session meetings between the Navajo Nation government and federal agencies. Program performance measures, it says coordinate and conduct 50 work session meetings per quarter. That's a lot per quarter. That's 200 annually. And if you divide that by 52, you come up with 3.8, almost 4 work session meetings a week. I was just wondering about that, and I wonder what work sessions and meetings that do take place for that, Ms. Lewis. Just would like to have an answer for that. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I have children who I try and speak Navajo to, and they understand me pretty well, and I'm sure you understand Navajo. And my kids will say a few words here and there in Navajo, which I'm glad that they do. And I also know that we have council members who don't speak fluent Navajo either. So I believe that where your office is at, you probably don't have anyone to speak in Navajo to. But just to let you know that it is good to speak Navajo, and just encouraging that it's good to learn, and just doing your best is all that matters. Doing your work there in Washington for your people. And one other thing, we do have a lobbyist, and I'm very, very proud to say that Mr. Carlisle Begay really helps us when we go to D.C. And he sets up everything, all the meetings that we go to, and it's great. I don't have to do that. All we do is show up for 3 days and attend meetings with leadership there in Washington on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Like my brother said, T.L. and Begay, we are asking for funding when we do go to Washington. It is very important that your office is involved in this. I know that Form 2 states that you're established under the executive branch, the president's office, and I believe that we all do need to continue to work together. And also, as I say that, it's good to speak Navajo and to learn. Maybe the next time when we're in D.C., you can use some of this money where it says catering and meetings with president, council, and directors. And you can say, we can discuss certain things related to the Navajo Nation government there. So, I'm just very glad. I am elated to hear that we're finally going to have a Navajo Nation embassy in Washington, D.C. We did receive a report yesterday that your office spends about $26,000 a month for rent. If we've been doing that for years, we should have bought property a long time ago. But now, it's good that we're going to invest in property. You're not going to lose anything, because when you buy property, real estate property, you have an asset. And later, when you want to sell your property, you don't lose the value of that property. And I just want to say that, and I'm glad, and I'm willing to sponsor that legislation as well when it does come. So, Ms. Lewis, thank you very much, and God bless you.
Go ahead, Chairman Nev. With your question regarding Form 2, coordinate and conduct 50 work session meetings per quarter. You're right. I think that I'm really hesitant about achieving our metrics this coming fiscal year, but we have not changed or adapted these metrics. These metrics were in place before I came, and I am hesitant to change them. So we just kind of continued the tradition with what has existed for the Navajo Nation in Washington in the past. And if I were going to reevaluate that, I think that would probably have to be a more comprehensive approach, where earlier I did mention maybe taking a look at our plan of operations. I feel like that might be something that we take a look at once we formulate what a revised plan of operation would be for this office. But some of the past meetings over the past quarter that I know that we have been involved with in our conversations and discussions with the National Park Service, especially with reopening some of its parks near or around the Navajo Nation. In the past month, there were also conversations with the Bureau of Indian Education and the Department of Interior regarding our BIE schools. We have also included some of the conversations we have had with the White House, and where they have included on the call members of the Trump administration. So the White House calls regarding the COVID-19 update as it relates to Indian country. We have made sure that we attend, we take notes and disseminate those notes, as well as our conversations with the Department of Treasury on the coronavirus relief fund. And so we're trying to make sure that we get that information and share it. And so just to give you an idea of what we count in that performance metric, I hope that illustrates some of those examples. And then I think your comments regarding the building, I just want to say are spot on. A full accounting, just for everyone's information, a full accounting from the Office of the Controller was unavailable, but they were able to look into rent we have paid since. Sorry if my report isn't before me. I want to say it's like 2003, but it was somewhere around the realm of 6.5 million. And if you really look into when the Navajo Nation Washington office was created, towards the late 70s, early 80s, you can probably say that the Navajo Nation has spent well above $10 million total in terms of rental fees that the Navajo Nation will never see. And so I think that investing in property, especially here in DC, where property is quite pricey, but at the same time, you know that this real estate market will forever exist. And so I think that the potential for a recoupment of those funds and even an increase in our investment is nearly a sure thing. So thank you, and we will continue to work forward on that legislation. Thank you.
I got one more individual in the queue. Go down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
The way that you're answering the question Hello, Speaker Damon, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was on mute. I don't know if it was being controlled on the Uber conference. But Mr. Lewis, thank you for answering the questions. I think we kind of go back to the issue of communications, especially regarding the Navajo Nation Embassy office. I did send an email and I asked you for the address, and that was the email that you sent to DOJ. I guess what I don't understand is if we are all working for the Navajo people, then how is it that this information can be kept confidential from council? Even you stated you weren't sure of how much information you could release, but I don't see what the harm is in telling us the address, which I later found was 11 D Street Southeast. And if you go on to the Office of Tax and Revenue for the DC, on dc.gov, you can actually do a search on that address to get an idea of what the who the person is, and then also how much they paid, how much they pay in taxes. All of that is public information. And all we needed was just an address to get that information. And I think it goes back to communication. It's really interesting that you stated that, that you've been in communication with council, but if you look at the timeline that you sent us, the initial engagement of this DC Realty began in June of 2019, yet it wasn't until this year, I believe it was in June, when the council learned of the purchase property and that the president's office was engaging in these actions, and there were 45 days that were required to move with the actual purchase of this property. I believe August 14th, 2020 was the deadline to close on this property. And then reading the document that you sent us, to me, reading the document sounds as if you guys, and I say you guys as an office of president and vice president, didn't feel to count of this purchase because you guys thought that the Navajo Land Department had enough money to be able to make the purchase, but it wasn't until you later realized that there was not enough money in there, and that's where you had to come back to council to ask for that money. And again, you mentioned several times how you are trying to communicate with council. To me, that doesn't sound like you're communicating very well with us. And maybe I'm the only one that has an issue with this, but I agree that the Navajo Nation should be purchasing property, and if we are paying that much in rent, then it doesn't justify us having to continue to pay in rent. You also mentioned that you guys signed a lease, that your office signed a lease that was going into 2022, and you said that we could probably have come out of that lease. And with everything that's going on in the real estate market, I don't know if that was actually something that you already had lined up. But to make the statement, we probably could have come out of that lease is a little bit scary, because had you went forward and purchased that property and we were still paying rent, that would have been a lot of money that the Navajo Nation would have been losing. So again, it kind of goes back to the communication issues that I think that we have talked about, and that has been, I think several delegates have mentioned that already. So we just need better communication from your office, Ms. Lewis. And then you also stated that there was no official statement that was released regarding the hiring of our own lobbyists. And so I just wonder how your office functions with making these kind of decisions, because had Speaker Damon wrote an official memo to your office, I can understand the non-communication. But this is a little bit disheartening for me, especially, with you indicating that you are a professional and that you are working for the Navajo people. I don't know how you made the determination that our office doesn't require your assistance in the trips that we plan to Washington, D.C., and what we need help with there in D.C. Sorry, Willie Nelson came into my office. So with that, I guess I want to kind of go back to, and I think kind of going back to your performance measures. And I was looking at it, and I also had the same concerns that my brother, Honorable Rick Nez, mentioned about how you have to go in and have a certain amount of meetings per quarter. So perhaps we seek some kind of directive to the Navajo Nation Washington office regarding the performance measures, and include in that they consider meeting with Navajo Nation Council Committee 4 times a year on priorities and strategies, and also calendaring. Ms. Lewis did state that we are not communicating, and communication goes both ways. Again, on the record, I did state that our legislative body does, we do post our agendas, and it is on the Navajo Nation Council webpage. So maybe if that communication door is open, perhaps as committees, we can meet with the Washington office, explain to them what our priorities are. That way they have a understanding and they can start working for our office, Speaker. The other thing on the performance measuring is perhaps another recommendation is for you to draft a white paper and testimony for each of the committees no less than twice during the appropriation process. Again, we rely a lot on Carlisle Bigay to help us with this process, and he communicates at least with with me as chair of the committee. I want to say maybe twice a week to update me on what's going on there in Washington D.C. Of course, I do ask him for those updates, and he's always willing to assist. In addition to the performance measuring, maybe we can also include to schedule congressional visits for each of the committee at least twice during the federal appropriation process. Again, that was something that we rely heavily on Carlisle. And if the Washington office is receiving Navajo Nation Washington money that's coming from the people, then maybe we should include these in their performance measuring. And last, to schedule congressional visits to the Navajo Nation in coordination with each committee at least once during the year. I think that would also help assist our people in lobbying efforts and making sure that we are being heard. And then going back to the Navajo Nation Washington office, what's a little bit alarming, and I could be wrong on this, which is why we really need that information. But it looks like we're paying over $3 million of what was being asked. And so I want to know how you guys came about, negotiating this this purchase of this property. $3 million is a lot of what was being asked originally, and based on the information on the DC.gov website and the Office of Tax and Revenue, that information, that is provided on this public database. Again, any property that's purchased is public information, and so if you could explain to us a little bit more about the Navajo Nation Embassy, how much the Office of President and Vice President agreed to pay, how much that property was actually asking, and how much that property is worth. In addition to that, I think it's important that this body have a really good understanding of what we're paying for in taxes, in addition to the modeling and the remodeling that has to be done with this particular location. And perhaps the DC.gov website is not updating the information correctly, but I am obtaining all of that information from this website. Thank you.
Back to you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, thanks for your comments, and I guess I'm trying to get information about, I guess that Chris is in DOJ on the line, because I guess I want to refrain from sharing anything about the building right now, because I guess, Madam Chair, you're right that the initial agreement that was signed or executed by the President actually fell through, and so we actually don't have a current or existing agreement with the seller right now, because we did not follow through on committing any escrow funds for the purchase. And so right now there is no agreement with the seller, and that's what we're trying to actually go through the legislative body with. And without, I would hate to share any information in the event that I could somehow taint the possible transaction, and especially since this session is being recorded. So if I'm told that I can share that, I will certainly share it. But without having additional guidance, I'm sorry, but I will definitely share it with you via email. I'll just share my entire report with all members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, because I'll just share it. But in terms of the public sharing it publicly, I'm not going to do that. Only 2 times.
Yeah.
Sorry, was there a question?
That. Let me go to Elmer BA. Are you still?
Speaker, did you say Elmer Begay? Had a question. It sounded like someone was going to say something, so I'm just trying to be respectful.
Ms. Lewis, go ahead and continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I believe that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Question of privilege to the Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Yellow. Go ahead, Honorable Yellow.
As for what's going on with Mr. Tom Hiller's legislation to extend the CARE Act funds, has that been followed up by our Navajo Nation lobbies up there? Even not just get while Ms. Lewis is still online. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so, Ms. Lewis, thank you very much. Yeah.
I think she did answer that. I don't know if you want to briefly respond to that again, Ms. Lewis.
Yes, Delegate Yellowhair, Congress is currently in recess, and so when they come back in September, Congress will continue their discussions on a final COVID-19 relief package. Our lawmakers are working; they will work hard, and they have already committed to the Navajo Nation verbally that they will work hard to get that bill or to get that measure included in whatever relief package is passed by Congress. So we'll know more, but our congressional leadership has committed to assisting the Navajo Nation with ensuring that the CARES Act deadline does get extended by 2 years. So the extension that we are pushing for is to extend the CARES deadline to December 30th, 2020. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Elmer.
Go ahead, Elmer Brigade, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I got Navajo Nation Council. I got Washington Alpha Center, Ms. Lewis, like a JD, next is a couple of hundred, I told you, this is sitting, this is JD, Austria, this is another. Hashi eat everybody but I'm looking at your budget here. I think
some of these my questions were answered through that while you were speaking. But one thing that I still have in mind is that that the plan here is that to have to purchase another office, a building with it. I guess it's an ultimate decision that we have to make. I don't know if that is to do that. I think we need to reevaluate that. Looking at that, I don't know how many years Washington office has been in exist for the Navajo people using the Navajo Nation fundings, the fundings that was allocated for the people. My people out in the southwest part of the reservation, they're in need of help today. I don't know through this. I guess you could call it this pandemic, and everybody were affected in one way or another. So we're using that money to purchase another building out there. So how is it going to benefit the people out here? Is it able to there? The building and then the people there, are they accountable and be responsible for people that are suffering here on the reservation? How are they going to be able to be a direct service? I know that it has to go through any legislative changes or any kind of law changes that can affect them. How you're going to be advocating for them. That's one thing that how we know that it's going to be helping the Navajo people here. But to purchase another building and to reevaluate that, was it worth it to have a building out there? How did they help us? Is it always the only Native American people that has that kind of office over there? I don't know that. In other words, I'm saying that if we don't have an office over there, is it still going to be the same advocacy? Those had the attended other door has all this. You're still going to have people going from here to there to advocate. Those had the. You look at from that perspective, we should reevaluate it. If we can continue, how are we going to make it different to make it to where it's going to improve the advocacy? It does need to be more effective. How are we going to do that? To purchase a building with it. How do we ensure that this office, to continue this office, is going to improve and be more effective? That's the reason why I'm saying that. How do we reevaluate that? How do we ensure that if we continue this, it's going to benefit the people out in the rural area where I'm living from, where the people reside? There's no water here. The chapter opened it this morning again to try to get people get water from here. For only 4 hours, they try to get the 500 gallon up to maybe 55 gallon drum barrel to get their water. Is that office going to help us? Is it going to help my people here? That's what reason why I'm thinking is how it's going to help my people here. To have another office over there. We have offices, so many offices in Window Rock, and we're going to have another office over there. The same duplicate. Is this going to be a duplicate service? What are we doing? How come all those high-level educated people or out in Washington D.C. how come they don't stay in Window Rock to help us? Is it the service the same? Is it the same duplicate services that we're doing? Are we using those money wisely? This is the Navajo Nation people's money. That's what I'm saying. That's what my thought is today. Because of this is my people went through a lot through this pandemic. To me, that we fail as leaders, as programs, as a government to help these people. How we're going to be a better service to our people. But to my understanding, if we're going to continue to have that, I think we need to sit down and talk about it. To make it like an office, like being at home. Saying that the same Hogan level, the same way of how the setting of a Hogan, make it, if you can take this over there to advocate out of the Forsaken Mountain, make it the same way. Take your own a sage, take it with you over there, so the smell of it's gonna be like being at home. What is it in the husband? So if you can advocate as to that in the if you can have it over there, make this a home setting. Whatever we have, the environment we have, take it over there with you. Put it in the office. That's what my thought is today. If we can continue to do that, let's do it that way. Because that is from my side of the southwest part of the reservation. We went through, our people went through a lot with relocation. So today, when you go to Tisto White Cone chapters, they try to put up the pictures of it. This is how we're trying to educate our young ones that don't know about it. That people that were really affected or beginning to, we're losing those people. So even there's these traumas that our people went through. If you can make an office over there, show that, educate those people with it. Because that we went through a lot to where we came from. And yet today, I just want to share it with you today. So I'm all support of it. If you can have to purchase an office there, make it this way. So, this speaker.
Thank you. We move on down back to Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, Delegate Begay, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I want to start with I want to try to describe how we help Navajo Nation communities. And first, I just want to acknowledge our hardworking staff, because some of them have chosen to move across the country, or if not, to help the Navajo people. And that's really what attracts them to this work. And also just being in DC, it's a fast-paced environment, and there's just there's a lot of stakeholders to connect with, but to educate them too. And so I feel like that's what our office does a significant amount of the time. Is if you think about every 2 years, there's a brand new Congress. In a couple of months, we'll be greeting the 117th Congress. Federal agencies are no different. Their entire administration could change in a few months. And so there's going to be different individuals in many of those positions that we have to go back and re-educate. And so the Navajo Nation Washington office is key in making sure that our priorities aren't pushed aside. That's been one of our challenges, especially with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. It happened years ago, decades ago, and many of the individuals now in Congress don't remember that history. They don't remember that chapter of our history. And that's why our presence in Washington, D.C. is so important, to help educate them, to help them understand what the conditions are. So then that way we have people fighting for us in the halls of Congress. And I think that that it's really hard to understand that we are working hard, but you guys see it in terms of increases of funding. You guys may see it in us maybe helping to save a program, the letters that we help draft, the visits that are made by council delegates and office of the president and vice president, and as well as just putting together calls and getting to know key federal officials. And so some of those relationship making, it does take time. It takes a wealth of education. And then it also takes time to helping them develop a relationship, but for us to continue to do that day after day, so then that way they don't forget that we're out there with no water, with no electricity. So the Navajo Nation's presence in Washington, D.C. it's important, and that's the way that it helps the Navajo people. I know that there are no direct services where it's our staff connecting directly with a Navajo family, but know that we are out here advocating for increased funding for the programs and for the preservation of them, or if not, trying to deal with some of the issues that programs have, and to ensure that there is a restoration of those of maybe their funding. Like I don't want to name any of the programs, but the other thing that we also try to advocate for are changes in the law. Maybe ensuring that tribal governments are included. I mean, look, like let's just take, for example, with what we saw with CARES. Had Senator McSally not forged a very good working relationship with the Navajo Nation, she might not have advocated for the inclusion of the tribal component of the CARES $8 billion fund. So I think that's where we assist is just having really solid relationships with the staff. Same with federal agencies, developing those. So then when our lawmakers, when our council delegates come to Washington, D.C., their doors are open and they have a sense of how the Navajo Nation operates and why it makes sense that the chair of RDC is sitting before them, or why Chair Newton Charles Newton is also advocating for public safety. And so I do just want to highlight that our work may be invisible, but also know that the long-term benefits to the Navajo people are in part because of the work that we do here. In terms of another office, I believe that the Navajo Nation Washington office was written into the code in or around 1982. When I look at our enabling legislation, I think that's the date that was put on there. And so I know that we have existed since then. I don't know the entire history of the office, but I also heard from many of the lobbyists here in Washington, D.C., that there were Navajo individuals who worked in Washington, D.C., who actually helped make that happen. So probably since the late 70s, there was probably Navajo people here in Washington, D.C. trying to advocate for Navajo, and which eventually evolved into the implementation of an actual office within the code. And so since that time, the Navajo Nation has been paying rent, and the amount that was provided to us by the Office of the Controller, and she could only do a historical accounting since 2003, and that amount is, just give me 1 second, from November 2003 to December 2019, over $3.5 million was spent. And that does not include amounts that was paid to renovate our existing office. And we do pay over $26,000 per month, and within our lease, we do have to pay a minimal 3% annual escalation. And this lease was entered into years ago. Our office did not enter into this rental lease. I can't recall the date, and I don't have the documents in front of me, but I believe that the Navajo Nation Washington office moved into the existing building probably about 10 years ago. But the current lease, however, or whenever it was created, we stepped into the current lease, and so that initial lease expires 2022. And so with the whole spill that happened, there may have been the possibility of wiggling out of it, but again, we didn't look into that. I hope that kind of helps illustrate how critical this office is to the Navajo people, and I hope that members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council can make the connection there. I don't think that there's any other questions about the office, but I did just want to clarify that we did not enter into this existing lease. And I know that conversations regarding the future of the Navajo Nation, I think I want to leave it to our leaders, to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and I hope that when the legislation to approve the building, I hope that it is passed, because with rent, there is no recoupment. And this purchase would be an investment, just like any other purchase or land acquisition that the Navajo Nation has made, similar to the recent gravel pit, or maybe a land acquisition like the Big Boquillas Ranch or the ranch out in Colorado. I'm just trying to think of some recent acquisition examples. The acquisition here in Washington, D.C. would be a similar one. But I think that the difference is that there is always going to be a real estate market in Washington, D.C. And if the Navajo Nation wants to continue to pay rent where it's just rental space, I think that the difference with an actual physical building is that you're investing in real property. And if the Navajo Nation ever chose to sell it, it would recoup those funds, and the money that was initially invested would be returned, and it's almost guaranteed because of its location and the unique features of 11D Street Southeast. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Good. Let me move on down. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, new player.
Thank you, Speaker Do. Naabik'iyati committee members, Jananta, all the listeners and the meeting participants today. Presenters, each of the presenters and the current discussion that's being brought forth here by Santi Lewis from the Navajo Nation Washington office. Thank you for bringing the presentation, the budget presentation, to the Naabik'iyati committee, and currently focusing on the Navajo Nation Washington office. So as a member of the council, I just wanted to make a comment, and I it's not a question, so I don't need a response either. The Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and there are membership. I am one of the members, and the chair is Otto So, and members are delegates that represent the Navajo Hopi relocation and former Bennett Freeze impacted areas. There probably isn't a meeting that takes place of the commissioners where we don't discuss the federal government and our relationship with them and our continuing ongoing effort to ease the pain, ease the suffering, ease the impact of the Navajo Hopi relocation, law. It all goes back to Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, Congress, and the administration, Department of Interior, all the way to the White House. Navajo Nation Washington office is in the mix of those discussions, because our consultant, is based in Washington, Greg Smith, So that's a very important relationship. Our consultant, though, the Washington office, what we're talking about here is absolutely vital to the communities that I represent, and also my colleagues on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Because I'm hearing questions that say, do we even need a Washington office? Maybe it's for purposes of discussing and exploring other options, avenues, and just maybe even remote possibilities. But I wanted to also bring back into the picture the need and then the realities of some of our communities. Washington, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, even ayat behtisi Johnson Heda ayat yeke ido ben yeda oyat ahta til neto ahta inil zendolicho shanani zendolicho aroti building hiton neneginde abedet di kodoba ba yashki di bedeti aye ko bedeti ko la nani zin taharando de tajunna hallo hiran sa ado de ado da hin bi yahne dato ade me dato de ado bi gito nan shil ido de sto jo in sakis the neck ekon sakis kot ko ade do hele ko de kito tro yan hodo de kada sta hodo de an chiran ado da hin yahne da training ido de chiben yaki bahazun kot ego nani shida cases ko chinanta although other things I guess come up in the way we're thinking here this afternoon. My colleagues, we do have a Title II subcommittee meeting that's going to be coming up again. Called let's entertain discussion on these lobbying efforts, the lobbying tools that we have, our laws that govern lobbying activities here on the Navajo Nation and then elsewhere. Washington, the Triza Edia, Adabanya, Naistra lobbying. Because Edo Ashimbada has Titlaho, that Egi not only Belgian, not only Adola, okay, Chadata Dispeda has the Nako. The Hoshinda need a father has Kyoshinda. A little to be yada tito had nearly that they had deeply. Without Antis Bahas and Dobas on the power logo, Joda Yat Echo, what ego to a Ovansas kiss a could echo, Chinanta, no Senigi, if that will negi, a call, or agency kiss it out. Yes, we are focusing on the 2021 budget and in the midst of a very dangerous pandemic. So it because of that, maybe we are having that extra sensory ability to really think things through and really take closer examinations of where our money is going and how they're utilized. So much appreciation to the presenters and my colleagues and Mr. Speaker, the leadership that we have here on Navajo. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you, everyone. And seems I don't have anybody else on the queue, so let me go back to. There's no further comment. I don't know. I got one more individual, Honorable Otto So. And then I'll go back to you for a closing remark, and then I guess a response to Honorable Otto So, and then we can go on to the next budget. Ms. Lewis, so Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Say yeah, only teaching Santee Lewis for I think so in the Washington didn't be if not initiate or the nanish in need dashin so I see those emails coming down the chain, and I probably can't say that I am not. I can't say that I'm not getting any information from you. I do receive emails from the Nation Washington office. I do. I think so. Kodo beso in kedo kodo dato kodo ninja to request for your budget, and the budgets that were proposed is pretty much the same from last year, and I think there's really not a difference in it, but I guess that this conversation happened on the last 2020 budget season on the head down. If there was drastic change in budgets and line items and so forth, where your funds, where your line items were funded less and where they were funded more, but your line items across the board are pretty much moderate. And we have, I believe, 8 or 7 programs under the Office of the President. And Washington, each program has its values, its purpose, and with my oversight committee, and it just brings concerns. But with this, your position out there and your staff, I believe that if the Navajo Nation Washington office, this is just in my views, where you have the 3-branch government funding this program off the top. That way, this office will look at the interests of the 3-branch, meaning that instead of having the Navajo Nation Washington office tucked away with the president's office, I think if we could direct and change the office's policies to directly work with the 3-branch government efficiently. And that way you take the monies off the top before the programs receives its allocations through the 3-branch chiefs agreement. I think that's one proposal that could happen, but that would require legislative change. and with the three-branch government of the three-branch chiefs concurring and doing the interview for that office. If it's tucked away in one office, it could be used in a good way and it could be used in a bad way. That's probably what some of my colleagues are looking at. I seen the Nomination Washington office at one point where it was bare bones. And with the amount of activities that go on in Washington, it is very, very, very essential that we do have personnel up there to be part of our eyes and ears. Yes, the legislative branch and maybe the judicial branch may have a lobbyist, but what I'm getting to is that we need to probably change this office into something where it's geared to the three-branch chiefs, to the three-branch government, because each of them have issues related to federal policy. And maybe if that type of a suggestion could be made to the current director, to change it. Change is good. Three branches bantaha kiss. I don't. I'm not gonna say that I wish you knew Navajo and all this stuff. You're in an environment of culture up there that has many type of language up in Washington, many different cultures, and the main language there that is communicated in Washington is the English. The delegates probably voted for you. I think I was the only delegate that didn't vote for you, but I was the red vote, just for the record. So you're whittling through the system there to try to provide service for the nation, and this budget that you propose, that you are requesting, I don't have an issue with it, because it's just the same budget. But again, our eyes and ears up in Washington, and as you stated, that the programs from the past previous administrations, the past previous directors, information, we don't know where they're at, record management. But you speaking, indicating that, you're setting up a format to make sure that the record is protected on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Who knows where those records went? I traveled up there with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission delegation, and I myself didn't run into anything with your office. Perhaps, and then at the same time, the president was up there, so there was really good there was the communication and the organizability for these meetings were met, and working with our lobbyists, now the Navajo Hopi Land Commission lobbyist, Mr. Greg Smith, and I appreciate the open dialogue that Navajo Nation Washington office has with our lobbyists. And not too long ago, myself and Vice Chair Smith was there, related to the issues to Navajo Hopi, as we lobbied, and many issues related to what Honorable Elmer Begay and Honorable Thomas Walker alluded to related to the Public Law 93 531 Act, the Land Settlement Act, is something that is still going on to this day. And I really appreciate the collaboration from your office with our lobbyists. Yes, one day I really hope that we could really soundly fund the Navajo Nation Washington office to a point where we don't have to hire lobbyists no more. Whether it's at the at the federal level, that way everything's taken care of there, internally. I don't again. We will be reaching out to you. We have a couple of issues related to the Navajo Hopi land settlement, and but your office being directly a part of the conversation is, I feel that it's much appreciated, even though I'm the delegate that voted red against the confirmation. But you hang in there, and adon da shit ani ashin khan ashin adin khalchin khan nan da nisho. I used to really be I used to really be hard. It used to be hard on them. I look at myself. I was harsh, and I believe I was harsh with you too, Santee. And I do apologize for that. In diet nanish be it gun it that in yago out with ancha hasti a conde yego ade be edilkis. Nashi kododa nat anita ade naniya tinte ade yadin a story. I don't know. Baby, kind nito pe deal Harita Haida to dan Chingo had issued the donny. I can go a bag or go a ya kodo baby yeah in doors could it net hat and dies to and then I think ego la baby natch ade Washington the way hiki hit up in neat day bears ani ayat eho could Sahat and Daria could in natch Jone Edo ke Edo yat eho cannot Edo onsen. I don't I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that I support the new building that you guys are entertaining there in Washington. I came into the 2023 council. That was the first thing on my mind. Wonder how much we are paying in rent every year. And I don't I'm sure everybody is sorry and things like that, but try to work with us. And that's all I want. I do support the executive branch's budget right now because it's exactly the same from last year. Internally, they probably shift some monies here and there, but I'd see one ko ya oh aben to hasi ade Santee hashit ke hiti ni oh hatabe nja hadiste ado yegon ito. I know that you're out there with your family. Hajo ta hoxiado hajo ndashnish ado hoke hajo na so taade oh hatanash ko edo anje hasti di stage dan dishni anet ashik ishin ko hadist ade hashin an khanan shigido khati shigi ali tsede wala be hen chiri Beledini hadi honest the bishwas an hen his nibedini go tsana halate ego ade it on naked. The cost of living is high in Washington, and it's the year go pa shin ash still the na adab Celia ko hot up in akonda ade o pe jo adin ha not isn't tado na ha ada na do jan le gisin na nish ko kote at si large liniki it halt ade to the judicial branch and the legislative branch and the office of the president. Did a shin to go ba na do cha dan ko iti hot na nishin ha si to he hote
That I'll go back to you, Lewis.
Go ahead, Ms. Tagbo.
Sure, you think so?
So,
Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
I don't believe Delegate So had a question, but I just also wanted just to share my plans. So I don't know what our relation is. I can't recall your plans either, but I just wanted just to say that, and I'm sorry for not introducing myself properly. I just really just jumped right into sharing my program or the budget for the Office of the Navajo Nation Washington office, and so I do apologize for just tracing over and not introducing myself appropriately. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on down. Two individuals in the queue again. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you're up.
Thank
The floor
you,
is yours,
Speaker.
and then Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me? Hello? Speaker?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, Speaker, I'm really curious. Maybe I would like to ask for a report on how much the Navajo Nation is spending on lobbyists. Because we just now had the Navajo Hopi, two delegates on the Navajo Hopi who said that they had their own lobbyist, Greg Smith. And I'm looking at their budget justification for this year, and they have $142,206 for consulting fees. Is that what is being paid for the lobbyists? And if we all as delegates have enough, I guess if we believe in the Washington office, then why are we hiring lobbyists separate from the Washington office? And this is what I'm talking about with the duplication of services, because it's the Navajo people's money. So if we, as a legislative branch, believe in the Washington office and we support them, then why are we hiring our own lobbyists? It just doesn't make sense. Try explaining that to the people. I think that if the Washington office, I have had my issues with the Washington office. And had I known that the Law and Order Committee could hire our own lobbyists to do the work that we need done, then, I would question, is that a duplication of services? And so I want to know, Speaker, can we get a full report on how much the Navajo Nation is spending on lobbyists? And this is outside of the Washington office, because we're coming into a shortfall. I think we need to fire all of our lobbyists and just put full faith and effort in the Washington office so that Santi can pay her employees what they need to be paid, and to also expand that office so that there is no duplication of services. So again, I'd like to know, like, how much money is the Navajo Nation spending on our lobbyists? I can understand the state lobbyists because those are dealing with state issues. But, you know, for lobbyists that we have in Washington, D.C., as was stated by 2 delegates regarding the Navajo Hopi, they have their own lobbyists. Why are we not putting full faith and effort into supporting the Washington office if that is the purpose of their office, Speaker? And perhaps I'm wrong in what the Washington office does, but they do advocate on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And it sounds like there's some delegates asking the question of what service are you providing to us as delegates? And then there are some who are saying that, yes, we're receiving information, and yes, we support you. So I just wonder, how much money is the Navajo Nation spending in total? And is this something that we can look at? Because again, we're looking at shortfalls in the next coming years. And I just want to be able to justify to my constituents why we have so many lobbyists, why we are spending millions of dollars on these lobbyists when we have the Washington office. So with that, Speaker, again, perhaps you can answer that question for me. How can I get a report on how much the Navajo Nation is spending in dollars for lobbyists, 1, and 2, how many lobbyists does the Navajo Nation contract with? And then 3, what is the breakdown of costs for these lobbyists? Thank you, Speaker.
Well, Madam Chair, Charles Dennett, we can have a breakdown for you by the time the Naabik'iyati committee holds its session regarding the comprehensive budget. It's going to take us some time to get. Well, I've seen a document, and I want to update that document. I've seen a document probably 3 years ago, and it indicated how much was spent over like a time period of like a 5-year time period over lobbyists, and that was one of the requests as I did when I was the Budget and Finance Committee chairman. Let me dust that off and try to find that, and have Office of Legislative Services work together with the Office of Legislative Counsel to see what we and get that report to you. But again, that's only for the legislative branch. I'm not too sure if judicial branch has a lobbyist or if they have had lobbyists. I know in the past, the Office of the President and Vice President has had lobbyists, and I don't know if they currently do right now. But that we can give you a rundown for the legislative branch, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would like that. It would be great if we could also get that information from the judicial branch if they do have lobbyists, and then also from the executive branch as well. Because, again, as I stated, Speaker, if we as delegates are going to support the Navajo Nation Washington office, then I think that we all should just fire our federal lobbyists and just put that money into the Washington office, since we have that faith in them, and allow Santi to be able to pay her employees the cost of living there in Washington. So with that, Speaker, I'd like to get that information, because I think that's detrimental to the budget that's going to be coming up for the executive side, so that we can see, again, the big thing for me is the consulting fee, how much those are. Thank you.
Okay. We get that information and put that together. But it'll, we'll work together to get that done. And like I said, I'm not too sure. There's a line too between lobbyists and sometimes outside consultants with like attorney fees too as well. So we're gonna have to break those down, Madam Chair Charleston. With that, colleagues, we'll go back to the floor.
If for consulting fees for legal, then what is DOJ for? I'm sorry.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Honorable Otto.
Let me, thank you very much. I just want to clarify, I guess, what sparks the lobbying issue. Our Navajo Hopi is actually an attorney that is hired through Department of Justice. So he is an attorney that is taking care of matters related to the Navajo Hopi Relocation Act. So that's just he's not a lobbyist. So he's an attorney that is contracted out by Department of Justice. So thank you very much.
Okay. That, let me go on down. Chairman Daniel, so.
Don't forget me, Speaker.
Whoops, I was on mute. Yeah, angel is need only. Silla, Otto, and I, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, convened as committee members of the Naabik'iyati committee. Otto Kwagi, Mr. Chris Bahi, and then Otto Shiaza, Miss Santi Lewis. My, how much you've grown since your confirmation hearing. My, how much you have, your voice of advocacy has become strong. Hey, Winton. Nay. That's three. Oh. Ni sabe. The Enos Katadini. Koi. Konde. Kwagi Kato Behensi Ki Kato. I see. The qualities on page 2 to address the effectiveness and the efficiency of your work. It can't be measured in numbers. And, I would ask that you reevaluate those. Mr. Bahi, take that message back to Chief of Staff Taco and President Nez, that those numbers don't reflect the day-to-day work of the Washington office. And certainly you can't say we did it when it takes the vote of another sovereign to get the laws changed or to get the appropriations that fund the Navajo Nation government, in part through 638 contracts and grants and the other various aspects of what we get to run Navajo Nation government. And basically, again, just measure, how do we measure lobbying efforts? Because it is a lobbying effort. Day to day, there's a difference from a lobbyist. The Navajo people are in dire need of water, electricity, housing. whereas a staff member from the Navajo Nation, Washington, my relatives, my family, my community. When a person goes into a congressional office, works with congressional staff to say those things, that is the most effective. Quaggy. And like, and since the establishment of the Washington office, that part in previous years of support for this, that was also my basis for support. The main aspect is, okay, we're in a different economic zone for the staff base. Much like when we travel, when we travel to Washington D.C., the hotel accommodations, what's allowable is different. Over here, we're just got them funded like they're staff within Window. And I don't see anybody, even the president or the chief of staff, saying, okay, these folks are key. Let's ask for and put them in a different salary category. So one of my thoughts, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman Damon Cecilia, how do we basically request the office of the president and chief of staff to redo the salary component of the staff of the Navajo Nation Washington office, to be able to recruit the best minds, the best voices, the best writers, those folks that, there has to be a certain personality of Washington staff, and there has to be a certain amount of charisma to be able to work both sides of the aisle. In years past, I remember Chairman McDonald, President Zaw had one group of lobbyists that basically worked for Republicans. Another group of lobbyists worked basically the Democrats. And the Washington office basically played the middle ground and went to both sides of the aisle. So those aspects is, I think, what we have to focus on. And like I said, appreciate Ms. Santi's growth. It's really reflective of the strength of her voice as she responds to the members of the Naabik'iyati committee. And for that, I appreciate it. And really thank you for, at your confirmation hearing, you shed tears. But those shedding of the tears have returned into your great work that's going on. And the improvement in your work, let's keep upscaling it throughout the times you will be in Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker, Chairman Damon, I wait for your counsel on how to best proceed with this idea of putting the Washington staff on a different salary scale to basically match the actual costs of Washington, D.C.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Did anybody hear me?
I'm talking with staff.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to get you an adequate answer. My first reaction is what did you say?
Salary differential.
I can hear you.
I can explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, there's a couple of ways that you could work with personnel to do that kind of adjustment. In the federal government, they have what they call a salary differential, in that a person that works in, say, San Francisco or Washington, D.C., they get a certain rate of pay versus if they work on the reservation. That would be one process. The other process would be similar to the process that you did with the police officers, where you set up a special class of positions. And if the DC office wants to classify all those positions, then those would get that rate of pay. So there's two avenues that the council could consider. Mr. Speaker. The last option would be if those positions were all political appointees, then the salaries would be based on whoever appoints them into those positions. Mr. Speaker.
The other thing too is, Chairman, I don't know, Ms. Lewis, working together with DPM, if you started that direction. Ms. Lewis?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we did engage in early conversations with DPM. What we were going to deploy was a salary assessment, and so we are actually at the very early stages of pursuing that process. If there is an alternative approach to expedite that, we are willing to consider that. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Christopher Bahi. If I can also chime in on that discussion.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bahi.
Thank you, Speaker. What Mr. Platero brought up about pay with the federal government, there are also provisions that we have within the Navajo Nation Personal Policies Manual under Section 7, Salary and Wage Administration, subsection D, Salary and Wage Administration, number 3 regarding special pay ranges. Premium pay in the Navajo Nation Washington office is specifically addressed in those sections regarding at certain work sites and reflecting the cost of labor and difference. So we do have it within our policies and within the capabilities of our own personal management to address these pay the underpaid payment of employees at that work site. So it seems like we'll just have to get the Division of Human Resources and Department of Personal Management to prioritize this under the executive branch. Like Ms. Lewis indicated, I know they did have initial conversations on it a while back, but I wasn't involved in those discussions. And if whatever we can do to help, we can make sure that that's made a priority by personal management. So we'll do what we can on our side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bahi. Chairman, maybe we can do a follow-up, see how far that is, and we can work. I'll have Chief of Staff work together with Mr. Chris Bahi and see when they can go ahead and have a best follow-up for us and send that information out to everyone. Chairman, so.
Thank you.
Okay. For that, let me go on to the next individual. Honorable Eugene Sell.
Oh, hey, yeah, hey. See, just kind of get a hold of all the show. Oh, us, see, now. The share, Washington, then, hey, yeah, as people in this kid, I need to have a power with some individual regarding Red Navajo Nation. This is Kaya on the shit. He was in now. The state of the great ocean. You need to converse and make plans with these people. The Secretary, Indian Affairs, U.S. Department of Interior, Sachi District, Director, Bureau of Indian Affairs, U.S. Department of Interior, Idaho Chief, Natural Resource Conservation Service, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Idaho Administrator, Farm Service Agency, U.S. Department of Agriculture. Those three individuals, I want to partner up with them. They have kind of walked away from the Navajo Nation. I want their help to conserve water, land, and the forest. By treaty, I want that one revived. I don't building up the deteriorated areas in the hotness to that is Raj. I don't have issue that all at the house to what the chief in a house is a shinhola. And I the Kayagi base it all this too. I got a real good plan with I want to partner up with these guys and see if we can figure it out. Kaya base it all this toy be our constantly the undol this they water table hard of the top beach are the cordon round that it get $100 and so in this case already Kaya has been measured at all the hotness struggle the short out on the said and the head half article. That Aggie that is it all me and that Aggie those are the things that I really want. Chris Kanda should be the we got nothing from the office of Washington. But I'm saying it again. They could always be not be Kayat Tana for Yard Ben so Edishne. I don't that. See, the hot the pepinal sauce, Kayapanal sauce, so one banal sauce. See, the J that he got, that he because that permit and lease and what it says on the layman's term that opposite of so a crag and not it's on now the next actually Ninaki. Don't shop our sister dog. The AD permit all lease will coincide with the Treaty of 68. I don't think it belongs on the Navajo Nation or any treaty nation because it has stipulation how it's supposed to be used, that lease and permits. No, the plan system got these 24 Navajo Nation Council husband. I'm pretty sure they know where Ani lives, and all these kind of people across the Navajo Nation. That's the education, that's the not only done. Because on this there was a conservation plan regards to that. But we want that one back for the people. This it really separated the family. Judiciary is swamped with all complaints regards to this issue. That's where the problem is. I don't the Chris Kanda I appreciate I hope to partner up with these guys and see if we can resolve this number one issue. Is I want those guys. Even my cases need to be based on I want them to sit down with me and resolve it within 2 years before I get out of my council. Street of Washington that no none Hans no not of share the but all we need to do is get these guys and let them start thinking about it, and they don't know where to land with states with the CF4 25 and 167 and 161, and also we have it in the Navajo Nation Code. The 3 Navajo Nation Code and 871 的是不是啥的是假的按着it's already sitting there. The state Arizona conservationists are there no age but kala shne halet ado sa seta that is the so during my interview, that's what I said to those guys when they asked me, how do you think about your people, what's going on? I told them I need water. And I need water and I need electricity. I need communication. I need roads for the first responder. She's on the house. That's all I got the world. Okay, on the Tebedini. A kid is on that. They come based on over 700 million. I could talk about my Kadoket Adasta. He knows it and the national me. Hard art and has art as an art and he should call this hard that piece of slave. But you don't need air shape. I know. You just said there's a snow not the second time around about a month ago. That's enough. So that's my vision and that's my job. And I want the Washington office to help me get these individuals. And I want to sit down with them and start working. That's going to be my issue, and that's my concern, and the law's already been there. Let's put it to use. No, to the utmost important. See, it's vital. So even Nago Kodoina is scandalous. And I want to hear from you guys next week. I'm pretty sure you had a good big job out there, and I really commend you for it. And I feel that our younger generation is coming back to meet us. Oh, yeah, hospital, the can't use it with whatever you guys are proposing. They shared all this. Thank you, Shady. And the way leader, we call the robot say a spider that don't really telling the shareholder. I put them on their speed. I put them on that. I didn't nothing change. I should not clinic and not cannot I don't understand. So my water is going. So ain't not just you never say that the we are get at the mini phones. Yeah. So that's the reason why, and I'm pretty sure across the Navajo Nation it's the same issue. Even now, additionally, I don't to the Chinese, I don't the people that gave up all the land in Chinle, west of the Nazmini Wash. That's where I live, and we're giving away land. We got university.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Delegate. So I'll follow up by email with you. I don't know where those wells that you're talking about are located, so we just want to get a little bit more information and which provisions of the 26 CFR may need to be changed or what could help, because some of these could be if regulatory changes are needed, we would have to go to Congress, because the laws would have to be amended. But if there are some administrative changes that could be implemented, whether it's by the Navajo region, that can easily be done with working with the BIA regional director, especially when it comes to our grazing permits. I know that, well, under the current code of federal regulations, there's a lot of latitude that is really given to the Navajo Nation on the oversight of those. So we would, so I just want to better understand the situation and just make sure that we loop in the relevant parties and really the decision makers. We'll definitely try to make that happen for you, especially with your requested deadline of next week. There was a lot of individuals who were named, and so again, and give us some time to sit down with you and understand what the situation is and what you're trying to get fixed, so then that way we do have the right decision makers in the room or on the phone to connect with you. So thank you. Go ahead.
Chairman, Speaker, I had to come back up again on the tree where I was calling you guys.
Go ahead, Honorable Eugene. So,
I didn't say my full say, I reckon. I was going to end up with my can. Like, I don't know if you guys heard the can part. The parents started shaking with me over here, and I had to grab this and that. So, 26 students for the students, but it's thinking I'm the say other to let you know that's my can, that's who I am. I'm from Chinle. So she had given me those for my conclusion regards to what I really should be responsible for before I was born. That's what I need done. She had all this regards to land, forest, and water. But if you can get those guys, I know is plugged in with me, I'll be very glad. That's it. Thank you.
thank you. Well, if there's any other comments, questions, Ms. Lewis, on the budget 1030-002? Not. Thank you very much, Ms. Lewis. Moving on down. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. Colleagues.
Thank you.
We're on the third budget. I know a couple of you have texted and asked why we have not started the Naabik'iyati committee meeting yet. And the reason why we haven't started the Naabik'iyati committee meeting yet is because the budget hearings need to happen first before we send these over to the Naabik'iyati committee and for acceptance. So once we get done with these, legislation 0207-20 and legislation 0170-20, we'll go ahead and convene, ending the committee meeting here at Naabik'iyati Committee, and then go ahead and restart it and go ahead and move into a regular Naabik'iyati Committee meeting. So with that, colleagues, Mr. Bahi, we are now on to business unit number 1030-03, Navajo Land Commission Office.
Thank you, Speaker. The Navajo Land Commission Office was allocated $485,000 for the fiscal year 2021, which is matching the current rate at the current allocation for FY20. I do have Mr. Robert Black, the Executive Director, on the call with us for the Navajo Land Commission Office, and he can provide the numbers for the budget and answer any questions. I'll remain on the call as well. Thank you.
Mr. Black.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yate, Speaker, Honorable Speaker, and then also the Honorable 24th Navajo Nation Council. To all the people there on the line and attendance for today's hearing. So, you had the amount just revealed or announced by Mr. Bahi. And I think the only areas that maybe I can go over real quickly on the changes from last year's budget to this year's proposed budget. So, in personal expenses, we have the reduction by $30,210, going from $304,851 to $374,641. For travel expenses, it's an increase of $3,024 from $52,779 to $55,803. Other non-the supplies, we have original budget of $5,400, and then we increased it to $16,544. And then in the lease and rental, we have $4,035, and with an increase of $531 up to $4,570. And then the communication utilities, there's a big increase there from $4,800 to $14,400 for a total of $9,600 difference for the increase. Out under repairs and maintenance, we have original budget was $8,843, with the increase to $15,572, which is an increase of $6,729. And then in special transactions, we have $4,292. There it's decreasing to $3,470, with a decrease of $822. So with that, the amount is at $485,000 each. And to kind of go over on the reasons why there are the increases, mainly it's due to the plans to reinitiate the operations with the office in Tuba City. I should have that office up and running by the end of the fiscal year. We recently had the modifications or renovations that were completed by Four Seasons LLC, and the only thing that we have left to work on is to install the internet within operations. So, and I think with that, if we in the budget, we still need to take care of furnishing the office with office furniture, and then also to purchase the desktop computers and printers and fax machines, and then also to provide the supplies that are needed, and then also to accommodate the lease and rental, and then also the communication utilities expenses, and then also reconfigure the repairs and maintenance schedule that we need to have in place over there for repairs and maintenance. So we'll have two sites that we're going to be operating this year as opposed to the last 2 years. Other than that, Speaker, that's basically the numbers that I have for the budget. And with the primary activities that are going on, number one would be the Navajo Saw Implementation Plan, where the consultants, native builders were contracted to do chapter recovery plans, a regional plan, and then from there going on to getting congressional legislation with the staff of Representative Tom O'Halloran. I believe that we're right at the top where it's almost completed. we should be done by the end of the month or the first part of next month, in time for the next congressional session, which is starting, to be able to have that introduced we'll be introducing it to Mr. Howland, and from there he should be providing guidance on what he also needs. But the main thing that I think we're asking from the nation or the leadership is that we want the support from the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and then also the Office of the President and the Vice President, in order to have a unified message to Mr. Howland that this is an endeavor that we have support from the Navajo Nation. Next one will be the technical amendments. We continue to work with Greg Smith, our attorney from Hobbs, Strauss, Dean Walker. He's working also finalizing the legislation that will be introduced also at the congressional level, so to initiate the process for this year's technical amendment proposals that we want to have Congress look at. And then in there we have some provisions, including to see that if we could have O'Neill be responsible for the oversight of the former Bennett Freeze area, and then also to see if we could have Congress initiate a comprehensive plan for the MPL region. So I think that's one of the requests that are coming from the Tla'amin Regional Council to provide some legislation so that in order to address a lot of the needs that this area's chapters are facing due to the Relocation Act. And then we also have some litigations going on with Dan Rivera that will continue to work with in collaborations with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. And then also with the Paragon Ranch, which will also have the Vista Solar Project. We are in communications with Next Era, the vendor that we selected last year, to continue working on the documents that need to be in place in order to go towards getting a lease agreement in place, and then from there getting the power purchases agreement with PNM. So we have a meeting again next soon on getting the non-disclosure agreement that we want to have in place in order to start talking with Next Era. And then, excuse me, we also are working on the escrow funds with 9 chapters. This is to expend the money that we allocated back in 2011 so that we can address the former Bennett Freeze area housing conditions with each of the 9 chapters. And we've been meeting with them again lately to make sure that they understand what needs to be in place in order to expend the funds. So hopefully we can have that expended and I guess simultaneously with CARES funding so that we're addressing a lot of the needs that they have out there. On the Rehabilitation Trust Funds, we continue to work for a plan to also address similar issues that the Navajo Saw region or the former Bennett Freeze region is compiling. Some of the areas that have been addressed lately is Blue Gap Cut and then Cameron Farm Project with the Lonnie Lake Enterprise. Also, we're working with Coppermine Chapter on hiring additional labor to get the escrow. Also, modifying an agreement with Navajo County so they can purchase a grader for the Delcon area. And then we continue to work with Relocate Keys, and from there we've completed the NAFUM policies, rules, and procedures and guidelines on how to expend the funds. So I think all we need is the concurrence from or blessing from the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And but I think those are some of the areas that we want to address with the funding that we have. We also have a wish budget where we want to also have additional personnel in the Tuba City area in order to provide technical assistance to some of these chapters that have limited capacity only because they're a lot of them don't have experience in conducting implementing project management in the area of construction. So that way that we have somebody out there to help them. There's other areas that the office is asked to address, such as roads, and particularly N60 and also the road between Hard Rock and Pinon, waterline extensions and the Peabody area. And there's requests for renovations or improvements to Head Start facilities, also requests for senior citizen centers, chapter building replacements, and then burnout assistance. And then one area that we've never really talked about within probably the last year, it was reintroduced back to us, was the addressing the District 6 evictees. And then also some of the areas that we're continuing to, I guess, be involved with, as far as us being aware of what's going on, is the grazing permits that are being reissued, and then also the former Bennett Freeze area IRMP. So, and then we have staff that also works with the Hopi Partition Land area, who, in concert with agencies from the Hopi Nation, to address some of the needs of the folks that are still over there with the accommodation agreements, and they're usually regarding to grazing permits, and then also addressing housing situations and forms of getting some repairs done. So, but we like to, I guess, ask again for the support of the council to see if they could provide additional funds to have an additional personnel in place so that we can have a little bit more capacity. I have a staff of 4, and one is going to be going back out to the city, and then from there I should have at least one more. If the NAFUM policy is approved, that will require at least 2 additional staff because of the number of relocatees that are going to be coming in to file applications to request for those funds. We continue to oversee the payment of taxes for property that are under our offices, like all the property in the Sanders area. We have one in near Albuquerque, and then also I think we have one on page 2. So I believe that's pretty much the gist of the operations that we have here. I think we're going to, I guess, try to address some of the issues that are coming up. I mean, to have come up using the CARES Act money too. We introduced proposals to address housing and solar systems units at the residential sites, and then also water projects. So if the council can be, I guess, aware of these that are coming down the pipe, we sure hope we ask for their support. So I think at this point I'll stop at this time, Mr. Chair or Speaker.
With that, colleagues, any comments, questions for Mr. Bahi or Mr. Black regarding business unit number 103003, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, under the Office of President, Vice President? Once, twice, 3 times. That. Moving on down. Legislation or business unit number 103005, Office of Miss Navajo, under the Executive Branch OPVP. Mr. Bahi, what was yours?
Thank you, Speaker. The Office of Miss Navajo Nation for fiscal year 2021 was allocated $200,000. That's equivalent to their FY 2020 budget that was approved last year. So to speak to their detailed budget, the program supervisor, Ms. Carletta Bonali, is on the call with us. So I'll let her go through the detailed budget, and we'll both assist with any questions council or yourself can have. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carletta Bonali. being heard clearly? Hello?
I can hear you, Carla.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Thank you to the Navajo Nation Council, the 24th Council. My name is Carletta Benali. I'm the Program Supervisor for the Office of Miss Navajo Nation. I'll be presenting the Office of Miss Navajo Nation budget to you. So, business unit number 1103005, program title, Office of Miss Navajo Nation, Division Branch, Executive Branch, OPVP, prepared by Carletta Benali. Phone number 928-871-6379. Email address carlettabenali@navajoinnocent.gov. Part 2, funding source, general funds, fiscal year, October 1st, 2020 to September 30th of 2021. The amount of $200,000. Part 3, budget summary. 2001 personnel expense, fund type 1. Current balance, approved budget for FY 2020, $147,490. Proposed budget is $161,392, an increase of $13,009. 3,000 line item, travel expense, fund type 1. Currently working with $29,553. Proposed budget is $9,074, a decrease of $20,479. 3,500 meeting expense, no allocations. 4,000 supplies, fund type 1. Current balance or current allocation, $4,497. Proposed budget of $2,283, a decrease in the amount of $2,214. 5,000 lease and rental, fund type 1. $6,551, and then proposed budget is $7,208, an increase of $657. 5,500 communications and utilities, fund type 1. $840. Current proposed budget for $2,723, an increase of like $1,883. 6,000 repairs and maintenance line item, no allocation. 6,500 contractual services, no allocation. 7,000 special transactions, fund type. $3,569. $69. $2,319 is allocated proposed, a decrease of $1,550. 8,000 public assistance, fund type 1. 7,500, and then a proposed budget of $15,000, an increase by $7,500. 9,000 capital line item, no allocations. 9,500 matching funds, no allocation. 9,500 indirect costs, no allocations. Total amount of $200,000. In column A, column B, $200,000. Column C, $0, no change. Vehicle D, position budget. I'm just going to go like this.
Hold on, colleagues. Please mute your phones.
Total of vehicles budget 1 in column D. Column E, total number of position budget for 3. Total number of vehicles budget 1. And signed by myself and approved by Mr. Paulson Chaco. That is our budget for the council. Hello?
Thank you. That, colleagues, any comments, questions for Office of Miss Navajo, Business Unit number 103005? Once.
Speaker,
Twice. Chairman So, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this is Celeste. Thank you. Ado, Miss Benali, the business. Non is business cutscene. But it's chain, even not the business. So, quite sato travel, non sato inzo. Public assistant. After the public assistant. They quite give a this kid door, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. So, thank you for that question. Deep special credit, kojo bini dege the Miss Navajo Nation, as a part of her pageant benefit. If they're an undergraduate, they receive $7,500. If they're a graduate, and our current Miss reigning Navajo Nation, she is a college graduate, so she'll be receiving $15,000. And this is the part of our current plan of operation.
Hey, thank you very much. Honorable Stewart. Here's Honorable Stewart.
Thank you. Mr. Bahi, this kid net under your performance goal 2. That one, performance, year-end performance again. Your performance goals 2, form 2 again. Miss Navajo again, not in team lineage, so culture lineage. On his dad lineage, that put that egg. Alchinedo, the net, ginger, yes, here. Dabi, so I got hash it out. She's at a 3. All the area, the social media page, that's on area. Oh, Yaniki or Tani. So, different public events with the president. The car, so yes, shit. So the fit out the his dad not in Lineage. Chatian Yen does I get out every Sunday even though put out yes shit the car. Out in there that the 3 the first kid for second and third quarter. Should be out of all the other departments under OPV PGA, they dropped because of the pandemic. Thank
you, Honorable Stewart. Thank you for your question. How we reported the third quarter program performance for Miss Navajo Nation and then for the Office of Miss Navajo Nation is the number that we counted using the data from posting of activities and video messaging that Miss Navajo Nation's been able to do during the pandemic. We've been posting all of this information on Miss Navajo Nation website. Also, I've been calculating the number of times that the post has been shared by other individuals within their Facebook pages. Miss Navajo Nation has an Instagram account, so when we do a posting in Facebook, we're also doing a posting in Instagram. Miss Navajo Nation also has a TikTok account where we're doing a lot of video messaging. Miss Navajo Nation has an email address where individuals can actually submit their requests for public appearances or for her to have a one-on-one session or a group roundtable discussion. She's also been working with the Navajo Nation Department of Health. We've been posting a lot of demonstration videos with the headquarters health during this pandemic. And then we also share a lot of information and do a lot of posting on the Office of the President and Vice President's website. If you take a look at our performance goals and objective on page 2, all of these are interdependent on how we're able to reach our program goals and objectives. Public appearance public relations donations during this COVID pandemic. The demonstration video our people, our kids, azad belaganik ejideyatahti, azad ajidekitati. Adenek ejinat notli, azako aden belaganik ejiyanatahti. The most effective communication for Miss Navajo right now to our young people, our young generation, is through English and through demonstration videos. She even did a demonstration on hand washing. What to do on lockdowns. Encourage our Dene families to stay home. She even did a demonstration and put postings on how to even sew facial masks. This year. So I slide other folk at census Ashwaning Giltainofka, Ashwaden also had a dosle, a copes on Kahano dorle, no, you just hit the net. Other folk at the fourth quarter at that in Davita. Census between dating census 2020. First things first, I thought early child development and health learning projects. No, what you can't see is the online sessions with the students. A lot of our students are going back to school. Because of the privacy and confidentiality of our children, we cannot disclose that to you, and we cannot post those on our websites or anywhere on the internet unless we get the release from the parents. Also, Miss Navajo Nation is also going to have a reading project that we're working with on Navajo Nation TV and film. So, you can on top of the food distribution. Also, we continue to work with other departments and divisions. We work with Division of Health during the pandemic crisis, which is still ongoing. She helped with at the headquarters, taking in calls, transfer information. The food distribution.
Hold on.
We did.
Hold on there, real quick. Madam Chair, Charles Lewin, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my brother, Honorable Wilson Stewart, asked a question, and I kind of hear a tone in the response of maybe frustration or anger. I don't know if that is the natural way of the speakers, I guess, the way that she speaks, but I'm feeling a sense of, I guess, anger and frustration in the voice. So I just want to make that point. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Just a question. Actually, not a question, just a comment there. So let me go back to you, Ms. Benali.
Thank you for that. I didn't know how I was coming across because I'm using my mobile phone and I don't know if everybody can hear me. I apologize for that. I'm not angry or I'm not frustrated. And that's not what I wanted to convey. So what's who you go bananas lado and I stand firm on what I reported in my third quarter reporting for the Office of Miss Navajo Nation. Our activities, our program activities throughout the goals and objectives that we carried out during the third quarter.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions for the program under Office of Miss Navajo? Once, twice.
This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Chair Charles Newton, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. And I do appreciate that information. I'm sorry I didn't get your name. Usually I write down the name of the person who is providing the presentation. So I'm sorry again, could I get your name and also your plan so that I can properly address you through chat before I go into my question? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. My name is Carletta Benali. I'm the program supervisor.
Thank you for that, Ms. Benali. Shanala Shinla Shea, but Ahmed Sada Ashin Bashishin, Shanala. I'm Council Delegate Charles Newton, and again, I do appreciate your presentation. I apologize for I guess maybe making the comment about the tone. So really quickly, I also have had some concerns about the program performance criteria. There was an increase, again, where most of the individuals have commented, and it's funny because most programs say that their fourth quarter, I guess, performance criteria has gone down because of COVID, but I see that yours actually went up. And Honorable Wilson Stewart commented about the food distribution. And I actually have the Miss Navajo office as one. I'm following them on Facebook, and I think he is correct in that the only thing that I've seen are food distributions. I've seen her dancing on TikTok, and I really haven't seen any of the videos. The videos are done in English, but I haven't seen any of them done in Navajo. And we do have some Navajo people who are on these social media platforms who are getting information. So I think that kind of goes back to the educating with the Navajo language, history, tradition, and culture, promoting Navajo language, history, tradition, and culture. Also, the promoting family values, beliefs, growth through Navajo language, tradition, and culture. So if you could maybe share those videos of her during the demonstrations or talking in Navajo about COVID, and then also the educating of that. To me, and perhaps again, I could be wrong, which is why I'm asking you to provide this information. Most of the information is done in English, and I know that there is a Miss Navajo page made up of former Miss Navajos, and I've seen them comment that there really is none of that done, and that's when I started kind of keeping up with what was going on Facebook. And the previous Miss Navajo from last year, she always made an effort to come in and talk to delegates and to sit in on our meetings. I've only seen Miss Navajo come actually take part in one council meeting, and that was during a summer session. Even prior to COVID, I don't think I'd ever seen her come to the chambers and talk with the delegates and interact with them. And I think that that's really important because she is a ambassador of the Navajo Nation, and part of that is to be a goodwill ambassador to not only those who are outside of the Navajo Nation, but also those who are living in the Navajo Nation, which is why I go back to the program performance criteria, and I just wonder if these numbers are a little bit exaggerated, and there's a good possibility that I'm wrong in this, which is why I'm asking you to share that information with this body. Thank you. I'm going back on mute. Oh, I'm sorry. I got one other question. Well, maybe not so much a question, but I saw in the, can you guys hear me? Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I saw in the president's report to council during, I believe it was either spring or summer session. I'll have to go back and look at my notes, but he made the decision to extend the title of Miss Navajo for another year because we are not having a fair. I assume that is the reason, but there was never, aside from it being inside of his report, his written report to Navajo Nation Council, I don't know if the council ever had it, what would happen during this time. But again, it sounds like the president made the unilateral decision to extend her title for one more year. Can you tell us in this next year, if that title is extended for an additional year, what her plans are for the upcoming year? Thank you.
Okay. So you've asked to share the Navajo language versions of our video. Okay, that can be arranged. And then more interaction of the goodwill with the Navajo Nation Council. I will continue to encourage that, as I encourage that she needs to work with all three branches, and also for our Navajo people. As regard to the extension of Miss Navajo Nation, I did submit a proposal. Our office did approach the president, and that is probably why he put that in his report to the council. And I should let you know that right now we have the proposed revised plan of operation. It's been in the hopper at Legislative Service since June, and Honorable Speaker Damon is going to be our primary sponsor for that legislation. And in there are changes that impact possible extension that impacts the title position, among other changes within our plan of operation. And if you'll notice, our plan of operation, the last time it was updated was January 11th, 2000. And so this plan of operation is 20 years old. So I hope you vote favorably on our legislation to revise our plan of operation. Hello?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Finale.
Hey, that, go around, new player, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Thank you, Speaker. Yat nane share that holds. Kerlera yat she's a single by blood, not by clan, but in the blood she relates to me as that my niece. Anyway, we're in 2020 now, and the Navajo Nation Fair is not happening. So I'm thinking, I just got a question. So are we going to have Miss Navajo for this coming September and this year and next year? So what's the plan on that one? And I usually pick every year Miss Navajo based on the Navajo Nation Fair. So are we going to have a Miss Navajo after this September 1st? Just quick, my short question about it. I don't hear. I don't know the Carter. Thank you, Speaker. I thought on behalf of the Navajo Nation President, though, Miss Navajo, this is what we're looking for, new Miss Navajo. I want to about her. I don't hear now. I'm kidding my colleagues and Shemaya, Gina Charles here. So I'm staying at my colleagues. Oh, I hear this thing. I quite it all there. Thank you. I listen to all. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Mr. Lally, if you want to go ahead and answer that question again.
Yes, thank you. Akia Lashida, Honorable Yeoman. Podoben na identity pageants are a lesson. Diwata in coronavirus halgenigi wata bats. Agent hat the lesson that the job that the meeting the is a quaggy. Deep wata bats it on Nashmi Hatne. Ado, you bet the husband. Miss Navajo Nation pageant, yeah. Pageant hatni ho art and the ne aslaje. A hika. Dan hinasle. Ho you. The quaggy. Bats it that the dan need to know. Shinsano. The nepa hansano benina. Do less than chon. Joti ata quaggy. Our Navajo Nation Council, Alayet, the Yalla Basti, Kotopanda, so our president, to cancel the fair. In order to, we usually have the Miss Navajo Nation pageant in conjunction with the Navajo Nation Fair in September. Ata, so fair, ata, so cancel, Dalia. Ako, Koto e ashe. Saison a Bonson case a to Lestatini. Jo the ne art and Bahansen. You kick out I can't say yonder coronavirus don't no. The nurse cannot have autoless. A quack a Bahansen opening not a to Tatini to a letter. Dick arti a check a cat. You can't lindiki a Nasta the deal is dini. Hot Shabella that was lesson so business law. Other deep person who did that any longer in Happen that doctor to be had lot that was less. Hello.
Thank you, Ms. Manal. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? There are none. Thank you very much, Ms. Benali. Moving on down to business unit number 103006, program title Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. That, Mr. Bahi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. The general fund allocations that our office gave to the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, $345,000. That's a $20,000 reduction from their approved budget with the current fiscal year. Just to explain, the reduction of $20,000 was actually at the recommendation of last year's budget hearings. When we went before the when we went before the Nabi committee last year, there was recommendations that some funds be given to the Executive Protection Program to offset some costs for overtime and overtime for the police officers there. So we made the change last year, but when it got down to council and back to OMB, those changes were never reflected. So Telecommunication Regulatory Commission maintained the $20,000 that they were going to give over to the Executive Protection Program at our and Albie's recommendation. So this year, planning forward, we kept that in mind since that was the request by Nabi last year, and the Executive Director, Mr. Vicente, was more than willing to do that this year since we were unable to do that during the FY20 fiscal year. So with that said, that's just some background on why they have a $20,000 reduction at the program. And I have the Executive Director, Mr. Christopher Vicente, on the call, and he can speak to their detailed budget. And I'll be on the phone for any questions after, along with Mr. Vicente. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. Yep. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon, honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Speaker. My name is Christopher Vicente, Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Commission. I'm going to be providing the Navajo Nation program budget summary for Business Unit 103006. I'm going to go ahead and read off each 1,000 line item. So for personnel expenses under the 2001 line item, proposed budget was $200,167. Original budget was approved for $200,979. Total differences increase of $6,188. Under the 3,000 line item is travel expenses. Original approved budget was for $28,386. Proposed budget is $10,494. A decrease of $17,892. Line item 3,500, meeting expenses. Original budget amount was for $21,182. Proposed budget is $8,509. $8,509. Total decrease of $12,674. Line item 4,000 is the supplies. Original proposed budget was for $7,002. Proposed budget is $16,929, which is an increase of $9,927. Line item 5,000 under lease and rentals for original budget. Original approved budget was for $3,500. Proposed budget $0, so a decrease of $3,500. Line item 5,500 for communications and utilities. Original approved budget was for $4,185. Proposed budget $4,184. Total difference is less than $1. Line item 6,000 is for repairs and maintenance. Original proposed budget was for $5,000. Proposed budget is going to be for $2,000, which is an increase for $1,500. Line item 6,500 is for contractual services. Original approved budget was for $84,255. Proposed budget is for $70,950, which is a difference of a decrease of $13,305. Under line item 7,000 for special transactions, originally approved budget was for $15,011. Proposed budget is for $24,768, which is an increase of $9,757. Under line item 8,000 public assistance, there's currently no budget. Under line item 9,000 for capital outlay, there is zero budget as well. Under line item 9,500 for matching funds, $0 as well. Line item 9,500 is for indirect costs, $0. Total for Navajo Nation approved original budget was for $365,000. Proposed budget is for $345,000. As Christopher Bahi did mention earlier, that we are allocating the additional funding to the Executive Protection Services in the amount of $20,000. Total positions budgeted is currently 2, which is myself and my administrative assistant.
total number of vehicles budgeted is 1. Document was signed by myself. And Chief of Staff. My apologies, I accidentally kept putting myself on mute. And that's all we have for our budget going into 2021. Thank you.
Mr. Vicente, are you done then?
Yes, Speaker. I am done with providing the information. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
If there's any questions, I'm open.
All right, colleagues, any questions for Mr. Vicente or Mr. Bahi? Once, twice.
Speaker, Delegate Stowe.
Chairman, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Lehman. Hello, Mr. Bahi, to Mr. Vicente. Under supplies for only 2 staff. I'm wondering why you have $1,000 for food supplies. That's my question.
Go ahead. Anybody want to respond?
Yes, sir. I will go ahead and respond. Speaker, this is Chris Vicente. Delegate Solik, yeah, thank you for the question. Just wanted to respond to that question from their food supplies. So it typically is related to meetings. However, based on our budget, we made it a COVID-based budget. So we kind of shifted all the travel, a lot of the meeting budget into a more socially distanced provided budget, in a sense that we're going to continue our efforts all through WebEx, and we're also going to be trying to promote any of the information that we need to relate to the public through the media as well as the newspapers. So we did increase the budget amount for the newspaper and the radio ads as well.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman So, go ahead.
The question was respective of food in the amount of $1,000. We're socially distancing, and if we're meeting by remote for the commissioners, I'm wondering why we have $1,000 food budget.
Mr. Vicente?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker. So, as far as food supplies, again, this may be something we can possibly shift around in terms of maybe more supplies for PPE. So this is something that we are definitely willing to adjust. And food supplies originally wasn't on this, but it actually showed up on here. So I do apologize for that.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles.
Okay. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the presentation. Chris, really quickly, on page 6 of 6 on Budget Form 4, you have here consulting services in the amount of $40,000. $122.24 per hour times 335 hours. And then right under that, you have attorney fees in the amount of $30,000. I don't understand. Again, Speaker, I feel like this is a prime example of duplicating services. Is that $30,000? Well, first I should say the $40,950 for the. I'm assuming it's one person who is receiving $122.24 per hour times 335 hours. Who exactly is the Navajo Nation consulting with that would require the Navajo Nation to pay $122.24 per hour? That is, again, more than what we're paying our Navajo people. So it's something that I think requires explanation. Because I don't know anyone on the Navajo Nation, and maybe I'm wrong, who makes $122.24 per hour. And then going down to the attorney fees of $30,000, is that $30,000? I feel like this is something that DOJ, Department of Justice, our attorneys can handle. So why are we allowing for $30,000 in attorney fees to be paid outside of the Navajo Nation? I can only assume that the attorney that is being paid is outside of the Navajo Nation. And it looks like you're paying $7,000 per quarter. So I'm assuming that the Navajo Nation has retained a counsel and is paying retaining fees. If it is retaining fees, then what kind of services are we retaining this attorney for, and how much work, billable hours, have been completed since in the last year? Thank you so much, Speaker. I'm going back on mute.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you, Speaker. And thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So when it comes to telecommunications, that can be a whole different animal. One of the things that I want to say that executive directors in my role and prior directors actually maintained is an external attorney that for the line item 6670 for the specialized services for the 28,000 and the 2,000. In a nutshell, that's basically for the attorney that's out of DC that we consult. We utilize our Navajo Nation DOJ attorney as much as we can. However, if there's opportunities for our Navajo Nation DOJ attorney to excel or expand their horizons, unfortunately, we've been already through 2 attorneys, and we're transitioning on to our 3rd. As of 2 weeks ago, we just lost our DOJ attorney. So to maintain an attorney through this contract is how NNTRC has been operating, especially when we do receive a new attorney that doesn't specialize specifically in telecommunications. So when it comes to responding to FCC, it needs to be written up in a specific manner, in a specific format. And they need to understand the ins and outs. So like when it comes to if we need to submit an ex parte or a comment, this is when we actually turn to our own attorney. For the 6520 line item, so with COVID-19 kicking in, there was a project that we're working with Navajo Nation Police Department. So in the event that we needed to hire a consultant, that's what the specific budget was going to be allocated for. And again, due to COVID-19, it delayed a lot of progress with the specific public safety answering point, also known as the 911 answering center, at the DZ site out in New Mexico. So that's been delayed, and we're just preparing in case that we need to extend the consultant that's going to be doing the work for the 911 PSAP. And I hope that answers all the questions that was posed. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chris, for providing that information for us. I guess I'm still just kind of stuck on the consulting fees and then the attorney fees. I understand that that this is really specialized and it does require outside assistance. But I would think that with this amount of money that's going to outside assistance, that we would be much further along in some of the programs and projects that the Navajo Nation has going, especially as you stated, the 911 project. I know that the 911 project, that there was grant money, and I believe I really hate talking about this, but I know that I did read about this during that time, so I apologize to everyone who's listening. But when we had the incident or I guess when Ashlyn Mike disappeared, there was a whole issue that was brought out about 911 and how that service, we had received funds, and I say we as in the Navajo Nation had received funds to get that program going, but it sat there for, I want to say, years, and nothing was ever done. And then all of a sudden it was brought back up, and there was money that went into this program to try to get it going. And recently I read a press release, I believe it was from New Mexico, where the first lady of the Navajo Nation stated that she didn't even know that we didn't have a 911 system set up. And I was really shocked at seeing that statement, because I think anybody who has ever dealt with any kind of criminal issues knows that we don't have a 911 system set up. And it seems like it's been dragging on for I don't know how many years now, because if you go back into the original time that 911 program received grant money to get this program set up, we don't even have anything to show for it. So you're saying that COVID-19 really impacted a lot of the projects, and as a result, everything got pushed back. COVID-19 happened just this year, and yet we're not seeing any progress in the 911 system being set up. Now, I know that that's a shared responsibility with PD, and we have been on top of them at Law and Order Committee. We have been on top of them about this issue, and I believe that there was one officer whose name kept appearing in the newspaper, and yet he's still employed there at the police department, and I question why. Because this person was in charge of the 911 program, and again, to date, we haven't seen anything come out of that program, and it's a very important service that we could be providing to our Navajo people. And so when I'm looking at these numbers under the contractual services, and you are telling me that these monies are going towards consulting fees, I'm wondering, are we wasting money to these consultants when there has been nothing that has been moved forward? I see more advocacy coming out of our colleague, Honorable Kealan Begay, than I have seen coming out of your office or coming out of any lobbyist's office. Every week, we at least receive one email from Honorable Kealan Begay talking about broadband, talking about E911, talking about the issues within, well, I shouldn't say the issues, but some of the programs within your department that have not been addressed. And I'm just wondering, timeline-wise, what are we looking at? When are we going to start to see improvement to the issues that are happening that your office oversees? At the beginning, I was, in favor of your office, and you were updating Law and Order Committee on what was happening. And then all of a sudden it turned into I only update as requested. So the line of communication just kind of seemed to stop. And we haven't really received an update from your office as to when these services are going to really start to pick up, especially E911. I feel like you kind of have been talking about that for some time now. And I'm just wondering, with the $40,950.40 that you're spending on contractual services for consulting, what have we seen come out of that? in addition to the $30,000 that you're spending right now for attorney fees, what are those attorney fees exactly being spent on? And I noticed that you, or I shouldn't say noticed, but I heard you talk about ex parte and how that's also used for, for your attorney fees. And I'm wondering, when you're talking about ex parte, what exactly are you talking about? Because I understand ex parte in a criminal sense. I've never heard ex parte in the telecommunications sense. So if you could clarify that for me a little bit as I'm looking through my Black Law Dictionary to see if I have a proper understanding of the definition. Thank you so much. I'm going back on mute.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go back to you, Mr. Vicente.
Go ahead, Speaker, and also go ahead again, once again, Madam Chair. So, with the 911 project, it was originally slated to be completed back at the tail end of March, beginning part of April. That, I believe, the Motorola was actually assigned a contract to start installing all of the hardware. Basically, it's coming back down to the tail end, literally the telecommunication portion for internet telephone service to be set up at the DZ site. So this is something I do need to circle back with personally myself. Again, the entire project's been put on hold, and the funding was supposed to be extended up into the tail end of April again. But again, due to COVID, it's really placed a hindrance on a lot of the projects. Even at the it's the middle of March, I'll put it this way: my role and priorities has shifted when COVID started taking off. One of the most important things is making sure that students had access to internet to complete their schools, especially our college students. This is one thing that I can mention, is that the priority behind that, the mindset that I had, was to make sure that the students' GPAs were not compromised in any way, shape, or form because they didn't have access to affordable internet access. So this is when I reached out to service providers to see what options and possibilities they have to help provide internet. For example, like NTUA and Sacred Wind, they actually built out these public Wi-Fi hotspots in a matter of weeks. And someone created a student plan as well as Sacred Wind and NTUA for internet access. So again, the middle of March, a lot of my priorities shifted to making sure students were able to finish out their semesters. And thinking ahead back at the time, also needed to think about capacity for the network, because towards May, when people started getting on wireless internet through their cellular or fixed internet, that's when networks started bogging down. And one of the examples that the service providers decided to try and explore is different types of spectrum. But I can go into this a little deeper, but I want to answer some of your other questions. Another one thing that our office was working with emergency management. For the first time back in March, we pushed out a wireless emergency alert. And we also learned that we have a couple networks that weren't, they call it cell broadcast. So when that wireless emergency alert, which includes Amber alerts, weather alerts, any of those emergency alerts under the iPod, when that is pushed out, all the phones that are connected to the network should be able to receive it because it's not a normal text message. During that time, we also learned that Cell One does have an application that needs to be downloaded for iPhone users. Another thing we also learned during that time through Homeland Security and FEMA is that they did some research and the notification was never pushed out to some of their Android phones because of some configuration issues that they had on their end. Since then, corrected it. And this is just something that I'm also pushing for, that especially since you brought up Ashland Mike. Myself, I've been personally attending the Amber Alerts I know they hosted an event here in Albuquerque, and since it was local enough, I wanted to attend and just provide assurance that this is something that's a priority for me. And one of the things that I also want to strengthen behind this is possibly creating legislation. And I've been talking with a couple individuals around this. The Navajo Nation has the ability to create a law that requires any and all service providers on Navajo Nation to have cell broadcasts. And whenever the Amber Alert is pushed out, by even if it's our emergency management or a different department from each state, I want ubiquitous distribution, and I'm not going to accept anything less. Because when the message goes out, every minute is critical. So that's something that I can assure you that I'm still working on, and I'm going to continue pushing forward. And again, just to strengthen, the legislation is going to be coming soon to make sure that any and all service providers on Navajo Nation is going to be able to push out a wireless emergency alert via cell broadcast. So again, we learned a lot back in March when we pushed it out for the first time. And we also have a couple of national carriers who are willing to come to the table and help us. So that's one of the other resources that I'm trying to bring to Navajo Nation and several departments, is just that collaboration and those efforts to make sure when a message is pushed out, it's complete distribution to everyone without without missing a single person. And to the other question, when it comes to ex parte, that's FCC's way of filing an official documentation in terms of it can be comments, it can be complaint. All right. And sorry.
Go ahead. I thought you were done.
Go ahead, Mr. Vicente.
Oh, I'm actually all done. I hopefully answered all your questions, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Speaker, thank you. Yes, you did, Mr. Vicente. You answered the questions, except for the work that the attorneys are being paid. You mentioned ex parte. Are we talking about ex parte motions? What exactly are you talking about when you talk about ex parte? Because again, the only ex parte work that I'm familiar with is those that's done on the criminal side. And I was just now reading the definition in Black's Law Dictionary to see if I have a full understanding of ex parte that's done in the in civil court. So perhaps you can elaborate a little bit more on what your attorneys are doing that would require the Navajo Nation to be paying them $30,000, $7,000 per quarter. Thank you.
Sure. Parties are proceeding, if not oral, is made without giving all the pieces of proceeding advance notice or an opportunity for them to be presented. There are multiple versions for ex partes, but when it comes to officially submitting some of the limitations to SEC, this is the format that they do require an ex parte to be, or they require the form to be submitted in the form of an ex parte.
Hey. Thank you, Mr. Vicente. My colleagues, any other comments, questions? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Thank you, Mr. Vicente. Moving on down to business unit number 103007, Executive Protection Services under OPVP. That, Mr. Bahi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, Business Unit 103007 is the Executive Protection Services under the Office of the President and Vice President. Their general fund allocation for FY21 is $495,914. moving to part 2 of budget form 1, that the funding source is all completely 100% general funded for the upcoming fiscal year. So moving on to part 3, budget summary. The 2001 personnel expenses, the approved budget was approved at $359,633. The proposed budget for the new fiscal year is $420,915, with an increase of $51,282. The 3001 series travel expenses has a current approved budget of $85,509, and the proposed budget for FY21 is $61,489, with a difference of $24,020, which is a decrease. They have no meeting expenses. The 4000 series supplies has a current approved budget of $10,000, and the proposed budget for FY21 is $4,000, with a decrease of $6,000. There is no, there are no funds budgeted within the 5000 lease and rental series. The 5500 communications and utilities series has a current approved budget of $1,577, a proposed budget for FY21 in the amount of $2,643, which is a difference and a decrease of $2,934. There are no repairs and maintenance budgeted in the 6000 series. There's no contractual services budgeted in the 6500 series as well. The 7000 special transactions has a current approved budget of $5,195, with a proposed budget for FY21 in the amount of $6,860, with a difference, which is an increase of $1,672. And again, the bottom line totals, the current approved budget was approved for fiscal year 2020 at $475,914. The FY21 proposed budget is at $495,914, which has an overall increase of $20,000. Moving on to part 4, positions and vehicles. The current approved budget approved 5 positions, with the proposed budget for FY21 at 5 positions. The current budget has a total of 4 budget vehicles. The proposed budget going forward for FY21 has a proposal for 5 vehicles. Part 5 was approved and submitted by Arnold Silversmith, the title of police officer. He's the executive protection supervisor, and the approval by the chief of staff, Paul Jaco. That's the overall budget. Ready for any questions or comments related to the budget or Form 2 or the detail. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members of the 24 Council.
Thank you. Pat, colleagues, any comments, questions under Business Unit 103007? Once.
Speaker, I've got one question.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. And this question is really for you. How much, and I'm looking through our legislative budget, but I don't see it in there. So how much does the legislative branch have allocated for protection services? Thank you.
There's none. I'm Chair.
Speaker, so we don't have any protection services provided to any of the council delegates who do work for the people and who engage the people on a daily basis?
Chair Charles Newton, historically, there's never been any money in there for protection services. There has been individuals who have worked for the legislative branch in the past who have been legislative staff assistants who might have had past experience in police work or other kind of protection duties or protection service agencies or wherever they have come from, but historically, there's never been any specific identified dollars in the legislative branch nor the judicial branch. And this is always a topic too about the safety of not only the colleagues of our colleagues, but also judges.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Sam, and I just want to make a comment.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm looking at the plan of operations on page 2 of 6 for the program performance criteria. And it does state that the purpose of the Navajo Executive Protection Service is to ensure the health, welfare, and safety of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President, their immediate family members, and visiting dignitaries. The application of this objective is to availability of the general funds of the Navajo Nation. Speaker and colleagues, I will share with you that in my first year as a delegate, I was physically attacked, and it resulted in a protection order. But it was a really scary experience, and it continues to be a scary experience because that protection order has not stopped the individual from attending meetings that I'm at or going to events where I'm at. And at one point, Speaker Damon had to intervene. And, this is really emotional for me because it's scary as a woman to have a man punch you. I've never, ever experienced my husband laying a hand on me. But to have another man lay a hand on me is something that I pray that your wives, that your sisters, that your nieces, that your female relatives will never have to experience. And I question this budget amount because our president has, and through several press releases, stated that he's gone out to the communities, that he's met with our people, and that he's talked to them, yet he requires a protective service to protect him from the people when we ourselves as council delegates are not afforded that same opportunity or even that same form of protection. And so I really question this budget. And I've seen the protection unit. I remember when we went to Flagstaff council, there was, I believe, 4 council delegates or 3 council delegates, and the vice president who flew out to Flagstaff, and the security unit was waiting there in Flagstaff. And I was really surprised at seeing that. And when I asked him, about him driving out, he said it was a requirement that they drive out with the Navajo Nation vehicles to meet the president and vice president. So I really question this part of the budget, and I wonder, to me it sounds like this was established maybe in the early 90s. But with that, I remember Russell Begay. I never saw him with a security unit. All of the times that I engaged him in conversations, I remember seeing Ben Shelley with a protection unit. I remember seeing previous presidents with protection units. But I just wonder, is this something that we should continue? Because if the president is going to state on the record that he's working for the people, he's working with the people, then why does he need a protection service? When we as delegates are in the community constantly engaging our people and we don't have a protection unit. As a result of my incident or my issue that happened, my husband had to quit his job. And that's why you saw my husband with me all the time, was because of that one incident where one person punched me in the chest and felt that he had the right to do that. So I really question this budget. And I know that during this budget hearing, we have the option of voting green and red for the budget. But I think if there is going to be a protection service unit, that it needs to be more, I guess the amount needs to come down. And I know that these individuals that are listed under the Protection Service Program, it does state that they're police officers, but they're not police officers. I don't believe they're police officers who are police officers with the Navajo Nation Police Department. I believe that these are police officers who are no longer employed with the police department or no longer employed with the police department that they were working with previous, and who are, I guess, considered to be maybe contractors. So I just have a problem with this budget. And I think that it would only be fair that if the president and the vice president are going to have a protection service unit, that also be made available to some of us delegates who feel that we need to have that. And I never thought that I'd ever have to run into that situation, but I feel, and Speaker, you know this because we sat down with you and we asked this question: how can we protect ourselves? And I know that Honorable Crotty shared her experience, and Honorable Charlene So shared her experience as well. Both shared them on the floor. And I don't know, if there's other delegates who have had to run into this issue, and maybe, they feel safe, or they don't feel the need to have a protection service unit. But I think that, again, as a matter of being fair, I would like a protection service unit. Maybe not to have to drive to Phoenix to pick me up at the airport, but certainly someone that I could call who would be nearby, who would be able to assist me in these kind of incidents again, or if there should be another incident. But as I stated already, colleagues, my protection order is not protecting me at all. I've had police officers respond with no arrest. And so I wonder, and I feel for those families who have protection orders where nothing is being done. Thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments and those words, and share.
Speaker, I'd like to respond to just a few clarifications to Delegate Charles Newton's statement. Thank you, Speaker. Just to clarify a couple of misconceptions related to the personnel under the executive protection budget. They are commissioned police officers through the Navajo Nation. They are commissioned through the state and through with their EZ post or New Mexico post. They are all police officers, similar to what we have at the police department. Just because they are. They're held to the same standard, the same background checks, the same training requirements, which we have on the budget form too. So they are fully commissioned police officers. They work hand in hand with the Navajo Police Department training for their certifications, and in terms of hiring as well. They're held to the same standard. So I just wanted to clarify that they aren't retired or contracted former officers. They are full officers to the nation based on their plan of operation and the purpose of the office when it was set up, I believe early in the 90s. So the purpose, again, like stated on the Form 2, Part 2, is the protection and safety and welfare of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President, mainly because of their high-profile status being the President and Vice President of the largest nation. And we do have personal threats that we've had come into the office. They do the security sweep for the buildings. They work hand in hand when we have members of Congress coming into the nation, or vice versa. They work at the state level as well to ensure that law enforcement and public safety needs are met for both, like I said, for both federal and state officials, and vice versa. Their program, the officers there work well beyond their budgeted hours that we can afford them, and their dedication to providing service to our nation's top two elected leaders has been beneficial in terms of safety, in terms of providing security for the two individuals, and I believe that they've been far beyond their service to the nation for years. So I just wanted to clarify the need for the program, and also clarify that they are fully commissioned police officers. Thank you again, Speaker, and I'm here for any other questions or comments. Thank you.
Speaker, follow up to that comment and to those questions answered.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Speaker, just for clarification, if these police officers are deemed to be police officers, then 638 contracts should cover them, shouldn't they? So why are they coming here asking for general fund amount, and why do we not see a K account established under the general fund amount for budget form 1? Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. So the executive protection personnel are budgeted under the Navajo Nation General Fund, mainly because of their assignments. They're assigned to the Office of the President and Vice President for the reasons stated within their plan of operation. The 638 funds that would normally go from the BIA to Navajo PD are for the direct patrol officers and other officers, lieutenants, and such that are working in the general public. Again, our officers, depending at times, especially during the COVID pandemic, have been helping. They help at some of the checkpoints and roadblocks throughout the closure. They're actively working with PD, like I said, for trainings, vice versa, things that we need at PD, and they have a good working relationship between the two. And mainly it's just, but just to go back to the main question, the main purpose that they're funded under general funds is just because of their special assignments at the President's office. 638 funds, based on, because they are federal funds, special requirements, and those 638 funding would require the officers to be, I'm guessing, would require a majority of, if not all their time, providing law enforcement services to the general public and safety for the people of the Navajo Nation. So that's to clarify why they're budgeted with general funds rather than 638 funds. Thank you.
Speaker, follow up.
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Zoon.
Thank you, Speaker. So just to be clear, Mr. Bahi, the President and the Vice President have taken 4 officers from the people. Colleagues, can you imagine if every one of our Navajo people had 4 officers who were protecting them, especially during COVID? So what I've heard is that 4 of these officers are not being covered under 638 because they're not providing service to Navajo Police Department, which in my mind means that the Office of the President and Vice President, our very own President and Vice President, have taken 4 officers from the people, and it would have been 5 if there wasn't one position vacant. I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the comment, Madam Chair. And just to reiterate, the office was established. I don't have the correct year the office was established, but based on the documents provided from the plan of operation with OMB's report, the plan of operation does go back to 1995. So I'm pretty sure, from my understanding, with discussions with the police department and, of course, hearing from previous leaders that held the office and those that from previous retired police officers that were assigned to the President's office. During those early times, the President's office or former chairman's office had officers assigned to them for protection. How they were paid in the past, I couldn't speak to that, but I would not say that 4 officers were pulled from the public because these have always been budgeted within the Office of the President and Executive Office's budgets. I would say 4 additional officers are there based on a special assignment. However, that does issue the purpose of funding them through general funds. We're not taking any of the money allocated for direct officers for the general public. So I guess it can be open to interpretation, but because these officers have always been, these positions have always been budgeted at the executive office level since its creation, I would not say that 4 officers are taken from the general public. And go off of that, there are times that when they have been with the President, and as well I've experienced these times, that if there is a situation that requires them, if there's no officer around, they have taken it upon themselves, because they are commissioned officers, to enforce laws such as speeding, or dealing with issues such as whether it be possible domestic violence or issues with substance abuse in public. And again, these aren't just public events. Like I said, if somebody is speeding, if someone is speeding on the highway, there are times that the officers have pulled vehicles over with the president in the vehicle, just because they are officers, so they have a moral and ethical obligation to provide safety to the public, and they have no problem enforcing our Navajo laws in times of need. So thank you for the questions and the comments, and I hope I was able to help clarify and answer some of the questions related to the program. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you, Speaker. This issue came up on the last council, but I actually talked to them. You know, the security or the Special Protective Service Program, and you know, it's really good to get to have a conversation and have a talk with them. And they're normal people. They're there for that purpose, to serve protect the president and the vice president. And whether the person does not support them or not, but eventually you're going to still need security at some point. But again, just would like to express my appreciation to the program there. They do work hard, and I see them working, doing their duties. And I know that two of them, they were former police officers, and I do recognize that. And then with that, I think we have to have a whole different conversation related to this matter, to maybe create a service, just like the United States president, or you have the state of Arizona. You know, the governor will have their security, the president will have his security. So it's the protection for his safety, for their safety. Whether the president is a president that is in place. Oh, I don't I seen Mr. Begay with his security, and we always question on 23rd Council, but when it comes down to issues of threats and so forth, at some point you do have to protect the president of the Navajo Nation or the vice president of the Navajo Nation, because whether it's because if something happens to the president, from an individual, who's going to be at fault there? I think it's a viable program that is there. The 638 contract, to what I understand, cannot service these positions. So the dollars come out from the general fund. And I believe it goes back to the scope of work, to the BIA contract. We did ask at one point for this to be presented by the current division director, and that was his comment at the time in the 23rd Council Law and Order Committee, and to see if the 630 contract could service these dollars. And but it comes down to the scope of work and their duties, and the contract just does not allow that. That's what we were told. So other than that, we just have to continue to fund this program until it's easy to do away with the program. Just drop the legislation. draft legislation, do with the program, see if the council will support it. But for me, I wouldn't support it. But again, Chris, have your express my appreciation to the individuals that protect our president and vice president and their families. Other than that, and then the other change that I see here is that the officers got an increase. I'm very, 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 very glad that they got a pay increase. The amount that they were making there was way, way below than what is in there now. Our 630 or our officers were making more than these officers. So with that, I really appreciate the increase that was made for them, and I really, really would like to appreciate that. Again, Chris, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Comment again. Any other comments, questions? Once, twice, 3 times. Thank you. Let's move along then. Business unit number 103009, Office of the First Lady.
Thank you, Speaker.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. The allocated amount to the Office of the First Lady from the executive officers was $150,000. That amount is equal to what she was allocated for the FY 2020 fiscal year, and there was no reduction or increase with them. So for that, we have hired a staff under that office, Ms. Sonia Begay, who was a transfer out from the Office of the President and Vice President. So that would answer any questions related to the one vacancy we have within our office. So the position within the Office of the First Lady was classified this current fiscal year recently. So her transition did move over, and she will be officially receiving her salary from that budget currently. So she's on the line. I'll have her answer any questions related to their budget, and she can go over the detailed budget from the Form 1 for the Office of the First Lady. Thank you, Speaker.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Sonia Begay. I'm the Executive Staff Assistant for the Office of the First Lady.
Ms. Begay, can you speak up a little louder? Or are we closer to the phone?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you a little better.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Begay, and I'm the Executive Staff Assistant for the Office of the First Lady. To give you a general overview of our budget, as Christopher mentioned, general funds, we have a total amount of $150,000. Personnel expenses, last year's budget was at $84,316. This fiscal year 2021 proposed budget is $86,371, with a difference of $2,055. Travel expenses, last year's budget $14,936. This year's proposed budget $15,000, with a difference of $64. No meeting expenses. Supplies in the $4,000 line item. Last year's budget $10,000. This year's proposed budget $9,500, a difference of $500. Lease and rental line item. Last year's budget was $5,000. This year's budget is $10,000, with a difference of $5,000. No funds in the communication utilities, nor the repairs and maintenance. Contractual services. Last year's proposed budget was $10,000. This year's
is $17,500 with a difference of $7,500. Special transactions last year $25,748. This year is $11,629 with a difference of $14,119 for a total budget of $115,000. Part 4, number of positions budgeted is 1, and we have no vehicles budgeted.
That concludes your presentation, Ms. Begay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, number 4, any comments, questions on business unit number 103009, Office of the First Lady?
This is Henio. I have a question.
Chairman Henio, go ahead.
Again, thank you, Cecilia, Speaker Damon. That's Naabik'iyati work session. Just looking at these forms here. I was looking at Form 3, and it says unclassified title. $55,000 is vacant. So this is kind of a red flag here that they just are they padding the budget here, or because we as council, I don't see why we should be funding a program when the position is unclassified. Is it for the First Lady, or is it for executive staff assistant to assist the First Lady? Or I have issues with this, and maybe an amendment should be made when it comes to Naabik'iyati to take that $84,000 off because it hasn't been classified at all yet.
Speaker, it's Christopher Bahi. I can answer that question or comment. We have an answer for that for Chairman Henio. Thank you. Chairman Henio, the position, like I mentioned, was recently classified. We worked with the Department of Personnel Management this current fiscal year to get that position classified. We submitted the paperwork, and of course we do know that there were delays. There are delays sometimes due to the amount of PCQs that are submitted. However, there was a change. We got it approved within the past few weeks. So the budget form, even though it is dated for 8/24, it is a classified position now. So if you'd like, we can request an updated Form 3 from Personnel Management that does reflect the position title, including the that it's no longer vacant. That was a delay with both our office and the Department of Personnel Management, but we did get it sorted out. And I can see your concern with keeping it as an unclassified title, but like I said, we have no problem working with Personnel Management to get the form swapped out. That way, when it moves on to Budget and Finance, it'll have an updated form showing that the position is filled and that it is for the executive staff assistant title held by Ms. Begay. So we can make that correction if that's fine with all of you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bahi, for that response. Colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Bahi, on page 6 of your budget form 4, under special transactions, you have charitable contributions. This is the first time that I'm seeing a program asking for money out of general funds to be given to charitable contributions. Can you tell us who is receiving that charitable contribution and exactly how much of the $5,846 is going to those charitable contributions? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Delegate Charles Newton. I'll let Ms. Begay respond to that.
This conference has reached its maximum duration and will end in 1 minute.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, hold on, Ms. Begay. Colleagues, we've reached maximum duration, 5 hours. So we'll go ahead and come back in recess for 3 minutes.
Can we recess for dinner?
Gotta feed animals too.
Colleagues, we have 6 hours left, and we've concluded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 2 more to go under executive, and how many other legislative? And 25 more to go under.
What happened?
Hello?
Hello. Hello, Deja.
Okay. I was hearing crickets in the background. I thought everybody was getting tired of all of my questions.
No.
No comment, huh?
Thank you, colleagues.
No.
Thank you, colleagues, for calling back in. We'll go ahead and continue. Again, for the record, the time now is 5:47 p.m. We are on a Naabik'iyati committee budget hearing here at Telecommunications here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Today's date's August 29th, 2020. We are on the agenda that was approved this morning. We are on legislation 0207-20. We just completed with the 103007, which is the Executive Protection Services. We are now on to 103009, Office of the First Lady. We do have Ms. Benali, who is the Executive Staff Assistant there at the Office of First Lady, who is responding to questions now. So, Ms. Benali, the floor is yours again.
Okay, I'm going mute until my program is called. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Again, this is Sonia Bigay, and I'm the Executive Staff Assistant for Office of the First Lady. To go back to the question that was raised about charitable contributions, that line item is within the special transactions. And I put that in there because there are times when the Office of the First Lady is asked to sponsor, say, for example, 4-H, or especially during this COVID pandemic, we have been able to assist organizations here and there with food donations. So that would fall under charitable contributions. So I put that in there just to have it open, just in case there comes a time when we are asked to for sponsorships of any type. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Go ahead, Madam Chair. What's your question?
Speaker, this is actually for you. If the First Lady is making these charitable contributions, is that considered to be discretionary funds? Thank you. I'm going back on mute.
Speaker, I can answer to that. This is Christopher.
The question about the discretionary funds, I couldn't answer that, Madam Chair. I would have to refer to maybe Office of Legislative Counsel or even to the Auditor General office.
Speaker, can we get that question answered then?
Yes. It seems like Mr. Bahi wants to chime in on that while we're getting individuals. Maybe Ms. Barbroff, I don't know if you're on the line, if you want to comment on that after Mr. Bahi, but I do believe we can try to get other answers too as well. Mr. Bahi.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chairman, for the question. Just to help clarify Ms. Biguet's response, charitable contributions is the line item under level of detail 7 that's created within the budget manual under the 7110 program series. You look at the bin and you look at the items under there. That specific line item speaks to several different things, including catering for meetings, refreshments expenses, and one gifts and awards and public program outreach. Charitable contributions line item mainly is utilized, say, for sponsoring, most notably, whether it be the Navajo Nation Fair or any of the agency fairs out there. There is no line item, no line item under the name of sponsorship. So that specific line item has mainly been used for sponsorships of public events, such as the fair, or whether it be, like Ms. Biguet mentioned, 4-H events, or at times for those types of sponsorship events. We have not, and we don't intend to use that line item for any individual food donations. I'd like to clarify the statement about Ms. Biguet. We do monitor our expenses at the Office of the President or Vice President, and we don't utilize any direct funding to individuals based on that term, discretionary funding, and it being questionable costs. So I'd like to make a correction to Ms. Biguet's response that any such type of individual discretionary funding is not what our office provides, because it's not within the scope of work of our office or the Office of the First Lady. So again, that charitable contribution would be more geared towards the sponsorship of a public event. And just to add to that, any sort of submission for payments would be going through the Office of the Controller, the accounts payable section, and the Controller, her designee, that can also would review any questionable payments that might be going through. So I just want to reiterate that we are not using it as a discretionary line item, and any previous sort of expenditures within our office have been mainly for sponsorship, mainly for the various travel fairs around the Navajo Nation. So thank you for the time and allowing me to clarify.
Ms. Barbara, are you on the line?
Yes, Speaker, I am.
I don't know if you heard Madam Chair Charles Newton's question about the discretionary funds. If there are actually, this is considered discretionary.
No, Speaker, I don't think that it would be considered discretionary. There are criteria under that line item as far as the controller's shop is concerned. I can look into it further, but I don't believe with the information I have here that I would classify it as a discretionary expenditure. It just is the Navajo Nation budget system only has so many different categories. And so what was said about how it's being spent seems that it would fit in there. But as I said, I will look into it further. Thank you.
Barbara. With that, let me go on. Honorable Yellow here.
Hello, Yate, I'm speaker. Yate, so my colleagues, budget, and it inigi craggy. Did class budget vacancy with Cargi for office of the First Lady. This is unclassified title. I should be adult. Did done up by ST. Looks like I'm a bad guy yesterday in the controller. I did about ST, the consultant money about ST, so I see needs to do consultant line needs to be very our own higher educator or being hired should do their own job, so we can save those money for elsewhere, like maybe our chapter level, or maybe scholarship money. He unclassified title of Kagi. That should be updated now. Should be classified by Navajo Nation Personnel Human Resource Department. Should be updated because if we talk about this accountability, what it's just I don't know because meanwhile, with expenditures reports also attachment data being maybe next year they can do that. I see speaker D on classified title of Kagi. Issuing out there. I could speaker to Mr. Bai, but then yeah, also on each level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow here. Moving on down, Honorable Stewart, and then I'll go back to the sponsor.
Okay, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. So, Yat Ihnan, Bishop of the Clinic, and Office of First Lady staff. I'm Clinic in the Mr. Bahi. Thank you again for this budget before us again. The question I have on this one is, again, going back to the numbers, the second and third quarter numbers you gave. Those numbers are need to be justified again on this past year, on the current year that we're doing. And then also, what projects are they currently working on from there? So last year, I had stated last year that I didn't see why we were funding this when it's a husband and wife team. So why is she having her own account to do the same task and also the events and whatnot that she does? Or even second lady, what are they tied in with the president? And is he using those? Are they using those numbers double to claim toward the quarterly report? What are her projects? I don't see too much on her. That was what I wanted to ask.
With that, I'll go back to you, Ms. Bahi and Ms. Benali.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Mr. Stewart. To answer your concerns about the numbers for quarters 2 and 3, I have been the executive staff assistant for Office of the First Lady. So those numbers, a lot of those numbers are reflecting the food distributions that I was a part of. I did not attend all 110 chapters, so that's not reflected in our numbers. But I was at the majority of the food distributions, and I did speak
during the live feed. And I did let the public know that I was there on behalf of the Office of the First Lady, and also sent our general messaging along. In addition to the food distributions, the Office of the First Lady has continued to conduct our meetings and work with partners. A few of the initiatives of the Office of the First Lady are, she's very family-centered. So we like to take things back to the family level and really concentrate on building healthy families. That's one of our main priorities. In addition to that, we also have a major focus on education, especially early childhood education. First Lady is a council member of the First Things First Regional Council. On top of that, literacy is involved with that. Another area is outdoors, whether that with the Navajo Nation Zoo. We have some projects with the Navajo Nation Zoo that we'll be working on within the coming year. We work with the Navajo Nation Museum. In addition, we also work with the Utah, a museum in Utah, and we're partnering with the Navajo Nation Museum and getting a display set up there. Other than that, we work, we're pursuing some grants within the Arizona Governor's Office. We actually have been attending a grant writing workshop to pursue other avenues for funding. And as you all are aware, First Lady sits on the chair, on the committee for the New Mexico MMIW task force. So just to give you an idea of where some of our current priorities are, projects, that's kind of a well-rounded view of what we've been up to. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, I have a question again. This is Henio.
Let me go to Honorable Stewart and Honorable Henio. Honorable Stewart.
Okay, my question will go back to the numbers then, because I know when I was employed as executive, you cannot claim the same numbers. You had to be specific in what you were doing. So these numbers are being double claimed. If she was doing her own initiatives, then yes, that would be justifiable. But these numbers are being double claimed. That's all, Speaker.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Honorable Stewart. With that, moving on down, Chairman Henio.
Yeah, no, so Speaker Damon. I'm listening 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'iyati for the budget hearing. Just listening to the discussion regarding charitable contributions and a response from Mr. Bahi and our presenters. And what caught my attention was when they mentioned sponsoring different events at the fair or other public activities. And I started thinking maybe if we at council lets this pass through, we'll be funding a re-election campaign with sponsorships. They say re-elect me for the next 4 years. I'm going to sponsor a woolly riding event, and I'll provide all the buckles courtesy of the Office of the President and Vice President. And this is what Donald Trump is doing right now. When it comes to the stimulus checks, he wanted to sign off on all the stimulus checks, and just to let the people know that he personally signed them. And when it comes to re-election, he will bring that up.
And so that just comes to mind. And at the same time, what caught my eye was the $84,000 unclassified position. And then he's further down and looking at the form 4 says executive staff assistant. And so it sounds like this is a new position that's being added. And I'm thinking, okay, well, we here as delegates, we try to advocate money for our chapters, and $25,000 per chapter, or even at least $1,000 per chapter. No, they have a card or what's happening there. And then it goes across, it's on veto. But here readily decides to put in $84,000 to fund a position that, in my mind, it doesn't need to be funded. There's 17 executive staff assistants from the last count I was looking at. I might be wrong, but there's a lot of staff assistants under the OPVP budget that they can easily transfer one of those assistants and to be assigned to the First Lady's office. Especially if you're a husband and wife. And so, yeah, I get heart, Janite. You send one of your staff assistants to help the First Lady with her projects. But that's just my comments, Speaker Damon. Go ahead now.
This is Sonia. I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Nolly.
Thank you for bringing that up, Delegate Henio. I did recheck my emails, and I did find the updated Form 3 from DPM. So I did forward that over to Mr. Tom Platero to forward out to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patero just now got it. He'll send it out, colleagues, everyone. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on 103009? Not. Thank you very much. Moving on down. 103021, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. Mr. Bahi, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. The Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council, Business Unit 103021, was allocated an even amount of $100,000 for the FY 2021 year. That amount is the same level that we budgeted them, or we allocated to them in the current budget for FY 2020. So going forward, to go over the detailed budget, our office, under our office, Ms. Yvonne Kibelosin is assigned to work with the Youth Advisory Council and helps work with the members and administer the budget. So she is on the line, and I'll have her speak to their detailed budget, and we'll both be on the line for any questions or comments following her presentation. Thank you, Speaker.
Your Excellence, let me ask that famous question. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Totichi in Chiro, Najini, Edashaja, Honagani, Edashachedo, be Petori, Asian Eladat, Adoyat, Edgetadeshni, Anos. Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, before you, I'm going to review with you the program budget summary, Form 1 of Business Unit number 103021. In the 2001 series, we have no funds budgeted. In the 3000 series, travel expenses, what was approved in the FY20 was $10,000, proposed is $3,500 with a decrease of $6,500. In meeting expenses, what was there at $20,000 still remains as proposed, $20,000. 4,000 line items. Supplies, we have $15,000. We're requesting for $21,500, an increase of $6,500. In the 5,000 series, lease and rental, we've budgeted $10,000. last year, and we request for the same amount this year. Moving on down to line item 6500, contractual services. There's a request for $5,000 last year and was approved, and we're requesting the same amount this year. In the 7000 series, special transactions, there was a request for $40,000 for the last FY. This fiscal year, we're requesting for $40,000. At this time, we have no positions budgeted and no vehicles budgeted, and this was submitted, sir. I'd like to just take a moment to summarize a few things for the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. And I submitted a letter in April to the Office of Legislative Services during the session. At that time, I did make it known that the tenure of the last council did end in March, and we were working on getting those positions filled. As of this time, we do have 11 individuals who did apply, and we are and have interviewed. I would like to say that the office of the speaker, there is a person that was assigned to assist us. And then also from the Chief Justice's office, we did have a person that was assigned to assist. Because of the pandemic, it is my thought and my concern that all three branches weren't able to really come together to interview because it was pretty difficult during the last few months. Myself and Dr. Davis did interview the individuals, and at this time we have several of the slots filled. We could fill them. Mr. Speaker, I will be forwarding over to you a letter because we've completed that vetting process. I will be forwarding to you a letter and requesting for your approval to go ahead and fill of the 12 spots. We would like to fill 10. We still do have a vacancy in 2 areas and in 2 agencies, but you'll see that when I send it over. Additionally, one of the things I'd like to also mention is that when the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council tenure did end, which was in March, it did affect the last 2 quarters of the budget of this current fiscal year. And so as a lot of the questions are being raised regarding the performance measures, I wanted to let you know that was the reason. Additionally, the other thing I'd like to mention is that if you look at Form 2 of this particular budget, we are looking to coordinate with them, with the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council when they are seated. We'd like to coordinate the continuing service on focusing on the Dene way of life teaching. In addition to that, we'll be utilizing a lot of the airwaves, the radio stations, Auto, Nana, the media announcements for the prevention of substance use, human trafficking, domestic violence, a lot of those areas that really are concerning to us at this point in time, to all of us. In addition to that, we'd also be working with a lot of the youth councils that are functioning. And I know that the pandemic has hit a lot of our council work in all sectors, whether that be the State Youth Council, Unity, as well as our junior college youth councils. And in addition to that, we'll also continue to work with our students attending the subcommittee meetings, such as HES, LOC, RDC, and DNF. And the Youth Council also indicated that they would like to host a listening session to focus in on some of the mental health issues across that population. So, sir, I just want to go ahead and cover a few of the Form 2 items as we move forward, and I am here for questions.
Ms. Keebilson, are you going to go over Form 2 then? Or is it? Wilson, does that conclude your presentation? Chris? Mr. Bahi?
Speaker, hi, this is Chris. I believe she did say she was done with her presentation, and she said that she was available if there were additional questions related to the budget or the Form 2. So.
Okay. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council, business unit number 103021? Once, twice, 3 times. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bahi. This comes to the conclusion of legislation 0207-20.
Chair. I sent text to you, Chair. This is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Oh, Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Yeah, Speaker. You could all business meeting unequal pertains to a Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. I said, you know, by your chief, and I always talk about this is a very good subject for the youth. But I'd like to ask Ms. Key, now this kid, but this should be not an interview with us. I wonder when we pick them, how many of them they speak Navajo? If they don't speak Navajo, or you teach them how to speak Navajo, it other been done on team. The Nebazad, Nashia, Mr. Naz, President Naz, it other just Doya Harvard, Doya Sanosha. It's just students don't know how to speak Navajo. What's your priority? How do you pick these advisory council? Are you Speaker Storm, 24th Council, my colleagues. Thank you very much. Turn the floor back to you. Speaker, Chair, go back on mute now.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. I'll go back to Mr. Bahi or Yvonne Key Bilson.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe Yvonne's still on the line. Yvonne?
Yvonne? I have nobody muted.
She did text saying she can hear us. I don't know if it's her service area or wherever she may be at, but she said she can hear us. We just can't hear her.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Mr. Speaker, for some reason I got cut off, so I called back in. Mr. Yellow Hair, I have quite another kitty. The Nabazadigi, the ones that did apply. The Nabazadi, they're still learning. They're trying very hard. From the Speaker's office, Ms. Hope McDonald Longtree is assigned by the Speaker to work with us. Adonana, Chief Justice for Office Day in Raquel Chi. We try our darndest to work with the students and to teach them the best things, the best ways that we know how. Of course, so
Thank you, Ms. Kibelson, for that response to Honorable Yellow Hair.
Speaker, it's still on. Can I have another one, please?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, I think Yvonne Key Bilson here, out of being executive staff assistants. That is Katie John Lake when you do the interview. How do you select them? Is it based on number one on Navajo language, or is it based on how the personnel and attitude-wise, or how do you pick them out behind Tita when you select to say student advisory? In Nadish Kidat Soya, Muski Bilson here. Thank you, Speaker.
Pat, I'll go over to you, Ski Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, and the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I wanted to elaborate a little bit on the interview process. The interview process is inclusive of not only just not the verbal interview. We take into consideration inside the application process, they have letters of support that they have to receive and provide to the committee. And the committee is of the 3 branches. In addition to that, we do take a look at any of their social media platforms, and we do ask questions about not only their knowledge of tradition, culture, and language, but we also ask them questions about leadership, about why they want to dedicate 2 years of their lives to working with their peers. We also ask them questions about, hard questions about what kind of real life situations have you been through that you can work with other students with. And so we go through a lot of questions, and I do have to, I used to Mr. Yellowhair for asking this question, because we do get really close to the students in terms of how they work. They're out there as often as they can, doing what they can. They work with their peers at their school. So I do want to say thank you for that question. But the interviews are about all of that, inclusive. And some of them, it's real competitive. Not everyone will get selected. And the final decision is made by the 3 branch chiefs. We only recommend 2 of them who we think would be the best person for the job. But the 3 branch chiefs are the ones that will make the selection.
Speaker, on behalf of UTC Delegate Yellowhair, thank you very much, Van Key Wilson. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey.
Speaker, just Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, regarding the Business Unit 103021, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. And looking at Form 2, that is what OMB does a rating for the quarters. You have first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. Have you taken into consideration, since this COVID-19 has really impacted the Navajo Nation, not only our nation, but the United States and the world? And here I see numbers. Are they achievable? Could this be reconsidered? Or could there be a language in here saying, like number 2, for instance, on the goal statement, we'll organize public service announcements on area Navajo Nation radio stations pursuant to COVID-19. That, in other words, what I'm trying to say is if and should COVID-19 allow our youth to be actually out there, because number 4 says will attend Navajo Nation subcommittee meetings, HES, LOC, RDC, and BNF. We do a lot of teleconference, and how are you going to measure that? I think that should be in there, saying by teleconference. This sounds like they're supposed to be present at these meetings during the time it's like this Form 2 is geared towards when we didn't have COVID-19. That's a concern I have, Deja. Maybe this could be reviewed, looked at. That way we're not hurting the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. I don't disagree with the goal statements or the performance measures. It's just the fact that how do we fit that in for COVID-19 for the youth advisory? The other one too is it's the same, almost the same amount. And is this enough for your youth? I don't have that OMB report. I'm searching the internet. I'm looking up Tom Platero's name, and I cannot find executive's OMB report. And that gives you an indication how much money was spent on the, as of now. It either gives you like a 80%, 40%, 90%. Speaker, I don't know if Mr. Platero can guide me on this, because we still have other programs that are coming up on the list here with the August 29th. Not only are we going to hear from the youth, we're going to also hear from the veterans. There's several business unit numbers according to this way the agenda is written. Speaker, thank you.
Okay, let me go over to refer to Mr. Platero.
Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, on the expenditure from the OMB report that came from OMB, the 10/30/21 Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council under 3,000 travel expenses, original budget of 10,000 changed to 7,500 with a credit of 60, balance 7,560. 3,500 meeting expense to have 20,000, original budget was changed to 10,000 to have a credit of $162.93 for a balance of $10,162.93. The 4,000 series supplies, original budget of 15,000.
Speaker, I can't hear. There's background noise.
15,000. Original budget stayed at 15,000. Expenditure was $7,353.86 with an encumbrance of 500 for a balance of $7,146.14. Under 5,000 lease rental, original budget was 10,000, which changed to 7,500. Expenditures $551.20 for a balance of $6,948.80. Under 6,500 contractual services, it started out at 5,000, remained at 5,000, and has a 5,000 balance. Underneath 7,000 special transaction, original budget was 40,000. The revised budget is 55,000 for an expenditure of $28,930.40. Outstanding encumbrance of $2,736.85 for a balance of $23,332.75. Original budget was $100,000. Revised budget is $100,000. Expenditure is $36,612.53. Outstanding encumbrance of $3,236.85 for an unexpended balance of $60,150.62, or a percentage of 39.85% of the expenditure. Mr. Speaker.
And he's resending you that OMB report, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. Could I get an answer from Yvonne Billison regarding the question that I have?
Yes, go ahead. Ms. Billison, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Smith, for that question. To elaborate a little bit more on the FY 2020 performance assessment scores, for the first quarter, the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council had a score of 2. In the second and third quarter, they had a score of 1.2 and 1.25. And I wanted to let you know that the budget that was just read into record regarding what the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council had spent, the plan was to organize all of the ads, the youth council conferences this summer. And because of the pandemic, we weren't able to do that. Additionally, as I stated before, the previous youth council, their tenure ended in March. So we were working real hard to have a new council start in April and would work with the remaining amount of the FY 20 budget. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. So currently, what we were able to do with a few of the youth council members, Niagara Rockbridge, a few of the others, they purchased school supplies for the students, and also they purchased elder blankets and things like that we could give out to the elders, and that was done in the early part of January and February. So I wanted to let you know that that's why there's a remaining balance in our business unit. Moving on down to your next question, which is regarding the Form 2. I certainly do agree with you, sir, in the sense that some of this language could be revamped. We do want to ensure the safety of our students that are working on the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council, and we are working on platforms that are virtual. So I can go ahead and coordinate with Chris Bahi and change the budget Form 2 to make sure that we incorporate the virtual platform into some of these program performance measures for this upcoming fiscal year, sir. I do agree with you and that language could be inserted. I hope that answers your question.
Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Yes, just want to say thank you for considering Form 2. That is, we don't want anything to happen to any of our youth in regards to the COVID-19. The other question I asked too was, your budget was exactly the same as last year. Well, not exactly. Travel expenses dropped. Basically, I can see that reason why is because of the COVID-19. The question I have is for the youth. Is this sufficient for FY 2021, since this is prepared by Yusha Deja as the Executive Staff Assistant? Will this carry them through, or is there going to be a shortfall on this? I know that COVID-19 has really impacted the Navajo Nation, and a lot of folks are traveling. They're not. It's not like it used to be, where we were always meeting together or getting together. Even the fairs, that's been canceled. Things like that. So my question is to you, since we're going to be pushing this through the comprehensive budget, that constant Speaker. Thank you, Chair or Speaker.
Speaker, would you like for me to answer?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Smith, I do believe that this budget is sufficient for this fiscal year. As soon as the students are on board and as soon as we can work out the strategy and the objectives for the year, I do believe that this is a sufficient amount of money for them to coordinate their activities. I really do appreciate your support, all of you.
Thank you. That, I'll move on down. Honorable Alma Brigade.
That is none of the speaker. Can you hear me? Actually, it's
We can hear you, Shanala.
Honorable Alma Brigade.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can.
Okay. All right, yeah, I don't Shimado, Miss Wilson, do ya take so. I don't the thought Edo, Yado, Yado, Abbott, Henki, I don't seniors a little bit of no, so seniors and leader. The neck as you go, what you say, I cannot duck a other the David Yaki. This came the need the net old ratio, not other David Yaki. Either seniors, but you keep either over your keep. So, in me, so I don't because you can't. And then you got the sun or this door. They don't other is not seen that. They had opportunity. A hodo is a the nend is a hot a butchity because the sun a canla. A hodo a jumbo house aquagi. Either a who are not cast away injuries. And Najido Hanan egg and gave it keep net okay. I changed the mystery. It could a. Then a cleansing but you keep go. Not a hair go. The seniors youth council of not seniors with a seniors and leader. I what are easy so I the has seen green at home. Homes at the Obayana or the banana. They have their own thoughts and talk is a lot. Up to the could they I don't young checkers. I don't live yet. Cannot the ya could you I don't know how to get people this. Either other while either body. I don't spend the little dot in the children. Don't I yet a hayako. Could a there's about nothing so seniors by you kiko. I'm not higher also have been I youth by a pia no. By a pia no. But I had no. Call a hot area over this case later call this is a Navajo Nation government with you. And like how other bands are casey and like how other as in to eat I hate a hot a hair so later sweeter has your bands in case by give did of Nemiki out of Nemiki. Yet all this of Nemiki has your state of Jonas or bands of case or say to nature. So what I eat a hair call. A could the other called Ella so hot a banana did the other. After it there, it are idol little. Is he eat the dance so? So she gives a hunter that case. So she is dance so she stop. hot you see here a conza to go the next go to see ni amado is any klingi actually nani kin apisha na kin kino ape ho ga hot is yel to the next is yel to she don't need hot saho aida ni dan kha so hot abskabjin azar to hone da pesban na sande ik could up the Hawan so on the hot this in here. Koto de ya so the boho sun boho a hot ya crack add in the boho so that no that I'm being kin I da a ko a hot a here ho a ko crack de ya crack ya kodo pesa pada so hagi na shido out of the bantus case in there. How that in there could the in there and then has the undergo and the answer is that ego and then the answer but has argo what I call a comfort of this no doubt was not or please it they would and has no a buhi on the could on the how was on the other son is that these people I don't what they need to look at the son is and let one than that team but chin then team so we captain as lago so what at that ego for quite and genon that team Esha Eha by a date of this Eha hot abin yana shadow hot anashness. Illa da no sun. Ni ka ishi to know the actual cost of this. Asian ha ba the has they has annual other basan that there. A whole day yan has the gun cash day yan has acquisition. Not in card has under other day could the ya that she's that shit. And has under she ha by day. And so just case quite a and dot this. The Kunde did run has under a house and has an cut. Could since the Godea and the hot e. The has laid 10 years at Kodoban Girard, 10 years ago, she could all Kaji. Quite I hate our Kaji. Shaking can hold internet here that got 10 years and that is a zinc called chapter houses go out on the NTA that so the still look at 18 yards a zinc about your body genetic and later called about so there's another crowd about so there's another your crowds are not the crowds are in that season there in the house castle so but that on her chin de car is Yahato, I hold that agent, I hold that Adana Megan Zundolis, I hold that as a nehedolis, and so I had to sing echo, quite a don't not just kid and order that distance. I won't thought of it.
Mr. Speaker, got a question. This delegate, so.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to I'll put you in the lineup on a bottle. So there's some individuals before you. Let me go back to Ms. Key Bilson, response for Honorable Elmer Begay.
Mr. Honorable Begay, although not in Kinigi, although all my husband on the chin, the snigo, I didn't say children. No settled educated cabis in daily Nishiko, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council of the Shnine. Although just for your information and with deep respect, I wanted to let you know that I agree with you. Although no settle bill they nishigi bis beda husband cha husband Niagara Rock Bridge with ya the nebazar yes kit do he old bis husband ako bits ade she teaches a lot of people, young and old. So I wanted to say that to elaborate a little bit is that I'm very thankful that many of our students who are part of the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council are very aware and they do teach their peers as best as they can. So with this new group that's coming in, I do think that we have the opportunity to expand and to have them work with their own peers. As you stated, Shanant, that'll be my short response, sir. Thank you for your teaching.
Thank you. Let's keep listening. With that, let me go back to the board. Honorable Stewart.
Thank you. Hello.
There you are.
Shanala, Kodo, he's holding that, Salkedo, Ekabastan, the Shigi, So, Krogi, so, Yabe Kainzi, so, Form 2, Wagi, out of the, performance measures, the Epic, so, in the Hikito, Dr. Davis, so, but not initial. The Kui, she not like so quit out, so on the next a baby. In the Nishla, now quit out, leave it out, no settle down Linigi, the Kadosh a kid and Linigi quit out a the government again, Abel Bahadol things, Abin ya, the Elia, Do Hashim, so a ya, so I think that's the same that a ya. Bring the shit store, so cut out a ya, DDG a ya, youth council, Yagi a ya. The father than the Leslie, the not in Chinligi, the not the Zarden, the Nikita, Do Kodo, Niagara, Rockbridge, so cut out ya, yeah. So cut out the peers and the Nigi, you just here. So on the shin, the vessel under the Glind, and then at under the Glind, I thought down each yes here. A cut out a yes, so a on but the year to put out a non in the year call. A call here, another put out a year, the non machine later, I think put out a year, the non skin. Do Kodogi, so a year performance criteria. So a art that is so. I stand cut out a year. Okay, which a caban, then keep us none. I don't what obvious. So, I see I knew the down a year, not consumed and a she up the run down, she store, then I can a lost store. Kodogi a year or both cancer. A put our end that needs him. I'll turn a bit in days, Nishigi. E Kodogi a year I pick it up in his car later with the neither. A cut out a bulk cancer. A cut out a budget, a day to double and not need himself. Of course, yeah, Lana, another Mr. Dr. David, look out a and the stock out a the youth council the next year. Consortium.
Yeah. What about you, Yvonne?
Oh, it's I had the days on Mr. Stewart, and then that he had on me on Lady those down with all no settle HK Daily, although none of this with a 24th Navajo Nation Council on me, the non Michigan a Chinado, no settle a bus. A here only days on local. Although not late. I know you guys are very busy and you have a long agenda, so I want to be as respectful to you regarding your time. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. With that, we're on down. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. I don't see you on the board. Maybe we might have lost him. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speakers, Vice Chair.
Mr. Smith, go ahead.
Here none, Speaker Do Stasia. Back to Form 2 Stasia. And also, I was looking, thank you, Tom Platero, for sending that OMB report. Under that OMB report, under D, FY 2020 third quarter plans of operation status report. I notice in here it says none statutory reference. I'm wondering why we haven't put any statutory reference to your youth, Navajo Youth Council, and it gives the program the purpose, the plan of operation, the resolution number. I don't know how long we plan to keep the youth advisory, but I endorse the youth advisory, John. They're there to encourage our youth too to become leaders. They're a role model, no. Okay, maybe Stasia, you could also see if that plan of operation and then get a resolution number and then make a purpose of the program. It'd be awesome. Because I see the other ones that have all their plan of operation all the way from the Office of the President all the way down. It reference the statutory reference. Hesta Bacado, Government Services, the Bakash Kadashi Dalia. Okay, I'm just trying to help you out, Stasia, to ensure that your Form 2, plan Part 2, I guess that would take legislation later, but I like this, and I'm glad that this money is being used to help the Navajo Nation. Ahwan Shad, Speaker, thank you.
Speaker Yellowhair, if you give me a floor, at least I'm going to say another few words. Speaker, please go get Yellowhair.
Steve Wilson, I can go back to you.
Shania, Honorable Smith. I am surprised at the language that you've mentioned there, because we do have legislation that has passed. Delegate Crotty did sponsor that legislation, and it did pass. And our oversight, the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council oversight, is HES. So I'll go ahead and I was looking for it now in my computer, but there's too many things in my computer. So I'll go ahead and forward it over to Mr. Platero as soon as I find it. But we do have legislation that justifies the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. Sure.
CAP 2672.
Tomorrow. I have Office Legislative Services in the legislation what? CAP-26-13 to everyone. With that, moving on down. Honorable Yellowhair.
Thank you very much, and also for my colleagues here. Here to us on the time of the hardest thing. So, Dinan Tingia, data Banahun Tida. Shingle Chin, they caught at the Bangade, Sabatin Tini, Apa Hill, the Arika, the Kana, Jane, the parents are long. That so you have to see Kanjanon and Pinkaj. Shitting and Tinia is upon the hunt, either only 2 sons and that him, Tina, the whole so. What out is you have to learn is learning is ongoing. So the what I got addition bit of the computer technician. Hashita non computer technician later on. The past showed out the non in the Hunanate. Over here, so these 10 years, because the handball, she did 10 years on the Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. Yet over here, so yeah, Dr. Davis, I think, Dr. Tata, because you haven't seen for a long time. Thank you very much being part of this. And Tinia, it upon the hunt in us. Not as also gadget as Kito, Kana, Kate, this is all the Mr. Arbor, Vice Chair Agent Nick. Now, Kate, isn't it a Hanati attorney, Larging and get Nula, or Ada the Lohaj. Out of here, congratulations, Alon Wilson and Paulson Chaco and Dr. Davis over here, no, yeah, Anana Stidole. Yeah, I won't talk at all, because the national house is still clearly. Yeah.
Go on back to Honorable Otto So. You back on the line?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I don't know, Yvonne, thank you very much for being on the line and presenting the budget for the office of the Navajo Nation Youth Council. Ako, it's a late egg, ya shine na inke do be ya beshmans unlearning could have date ya be in ya be other inke. Ako the just can't don't hit your cat and linke. Diego Diego. Ako ani I shouldn't know how she that you're sick. It all yeda. The just can't lean. Oh, yeah. I shouldn't the man lean it or sun lean hashin Abatragen on Sago. But all I shouldn't lay dog could all the net or sand or leisure, but quite not hold Jishika, Athlete. It's the Yego. They don't send there to you. It's Kato Chicane. Yo Yego Yada skin there, do Yadan chin there. I really support your initiative for this program, and I really cannot question anything related to the services that is provided to our youth and the services that the Youth Council provides across the Navajo Nation on behalf of Navajo leadership. Chin linear, just cage cane linear is gone done saggy. It's a yadaski. Go on, he get ego that since I was open on that. It's something that I think we need to invest more dollars into this program. Yego, halit ego la abnashe. Nantiniki Yego Ado Gato Ado Labek the Lini here Ado Dog Gartenson. This thing has also his whole dish. I call Bismarck's answer earlier.
Large, oh, it's a that it not a just yada kid. I know the hashi, the just kid. I see what I don't what don't nada this jig in the Haljiske. I want Edo, other horn, never care for car, go though, how has other hot. I go. It is very critical that his dikit nas ilyet or lechinde. How it each home do not hold the same values that a person may have at their home. Dait niyat eho. But has on the yat eho but the whale jish. Sabagan nak ejes ba chini chayada kitoy then skin. Only yat kit only na an has aje. Upon the eight. If it's not in the value system of the family system, you won't have the aggressive individuals to learn the language. Onsen. I'm going to tell you guys. When I was in preschool, kindergarten, I had this Navajo teacher. He sits on this very body of council. And that's Honorable Paul Begay. Go ade ego. Nan kindon the ade the kuji a chinin leni. But I had say Ado Ashishaganki. So that value system was there. After I got off the bus, everything was in Navajo. I participated in ESL program, English Second Language. Ako ego ade dapat kaniyan hot aben na siya. Aro adat siya tacho leso. Nek aje kojo na hat adon da yat kit tacho leso do ko lebel kana ban na hat ado ade na baot ka tacho leso. Ada betzili ego tacho leso lesin siya jo ko. Aro laban sa kis. The nek aho. Onsen. Do harda. Now, this is something that I think that we really should change our value system here at the Navajo Nation Council. Try to look at ways to invest more money into this program so that not only that old live. Now I see tag ad hard she shenan abati need or listen. A hongo a bit a go ba hensen. God what anash as tweet ani you nahas keto sani leni nek ajiyaski leni. Net ba hensen yego. They're at a critical stage of their life where Ben Sakis it's Odia Arolada Oyon and Lady Chahatitzo Ben Sakis Ben Tabakoji Arot Eda Hajov Yajis Kito Ajona Gentino which was so big a Hajo is there Oyodi Shaji. Oh, what aban saskis? I go, Kodo, I don't did ko yard linen had did a yokiti. I can't be constant up under these guests. I go, what aban? It on the Adish Mam Ivan. Thank you for making this presentation and with your staff and especially with yes, Chris, because you providing this service. Just would like to see more of the youth council to be interactive, and I would like to see them make a decision on behalf of the committees. Maybe have one of the youth council run the Health and Human Service Committee or one of the standing committee meetings. and actually work on some legislation. Ako what ego bebe national Hansen. Had she been case up in any naga ned suddenly any naga go ben case answer. I don't know case husband onsen. Ako even thank you very much, Yvonne. Yeah.
Thank you. That we go back to you. Let's keep Bilson.
Ja, na national ashiyaj ano project no fini. Ado shit stop by Hinson. Question on the shit do when we talk about children do no special educated case but yeah they to about Hinson. So AI you see when I grow old, it's these students, these young people that are going to be stepping into our shoes. It's worth our investment. It's worth our time to do the best we can for them. Your words of wisdom and your support is very much appreciated by Hinson Sago. Mr. Speaker, in the next few days, I'll be forwarding over the memo to you from our office, from the Office of the President, Vice President, as well as to Chief Justice, to seat those individuals that we have vetted, and we need to get to work.
Great, thank you. Looking forward to that, Ms. Key Bilson. Colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue lined up. Once, twice, 3 times. Thank you, Yvonne, for being with us this evening. Colleagues, let me go ahead and refer it over to Mr. Terrell. Next steps. Then we'll go ahead and go on to legislation 0170-20.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, delegates, at 6:38 p.m. this evening, I sent you an email with the heading Budget Resolution Exhibit File. If you scan down on that at 11:31 this morning, I sent a request over to President and requested the Excel file. And the Excel file that they sent over back at 12:19 in a response from Mr. Francis with OMB indicated that attaches the revised exhibits for the Executive Office programs presented to the Naabik'iyati committee. So that is where I got the latest version. If you look at legislation 0207-20, that one lists a whole bunch of other veterans, different programs that they were listed on there. But the updated revision for the exhibits only includes the information that was covered today by executive. So what we need to do next is go on ahead and insert the corrected exhibit A, B, C, D, and E. So following the discussion today during the budget hearing, I will email you the draft revised forms so you can take a look at it and let me know if there's additional corrections or changes that need to be made. So on Exhibit A, there was no changes. There were no funds moved around. So the Exhibit A remains the same. Exhibit B, there were no changes also on the allocation. So the amount in the branch chief's proposed FY 2021 general fund balance will match the Oversight Committee's recommended FY 2021 general fund amount. And so they will match because there were no funds moved around. Underneath E, on Exhibit B, the difference is going to be 0 all the way down. Underneath Exhibit C, what will happen then is there were a few recommendations that were discussed and approved. The first one would be underneath 103001, Office of the President, Vice President. In there, I believe the agreement was reduce media to 10,000 and reallocate funds include additional justification for consulting. Underneath 103006 telecom regulatory communication, it was eliminate 1,000 for food and reallocate funds. Underneath 103009, Office of the First Lady, is insert classification information for unclassified position, which is the Form 3 that was emailed. So that will need to be changed in the packet. Underneath 103021, Navajo Youth Advisory Council, it will be review Form 2 to incorporate virtual platforms, insert enabling legislation information into Form 2, Part 2. So those will be the changes that I gathered, that the Oversight Committee wanted to convey to the Executive Office budget. Underneath Form D, which is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, there were none that were added, so that will just be added, none, the word in there. And then underneath Exhibit E, for recommended unmet needs budgets, none were presented. So underneath the amount of unmet needs, that will be none. So I will now email you this form, you review it. So when we go into Naabik'iyati, what you'll need to do then is at some point you'll need to remove the previous A, B, C, D, and E exhibits and insert the new A, B, C, D, E exhibits to reflect the Executive Office budget binders and the information that was sent to you, and to reflect the discussion that took place during the budget hearing. So I will now email that to you. Let me know if there are additional changes that need to be made so we can insert those and then have Naabik'iyati take action on those items. Mr. Speaker.
With that, colleagues, so those amendments that will be made at Naabik'iyati Committee regarding those legislation 0207-20. That, colleagues, let's move on to legislation 0170-20, action related to Naabik'iyati Committee accepting and recommending to the B&F Committee the proposed fiscal year budget for 2021 budget for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. That, colleagues, I need somebody to chair the meeting during this time. Well, we're just in budget hearing mode, colleagues. Preferably, somebody just guide the budget hearings. It can be anybody. I don't have any delegates here in Window Rock. I can do it still if no one wants to do it. Once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, go down. Moving on down, presentation from OMB staff related to the budget and performance summary reports from the legislative branch. Ms. Platero, did you, we sent that out again, right? That was sent out this morning, colleagues, on the legislative branch side. So OMB, are you on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Nanette Francisco with OMB.
Ms. Francisco, how are you doing? It's good to hear your voice.
I'm doing good. Thank you.
Go ahead and go. Francisco.
Okay. Mr. Speaker and members of the committee, I'll be reading off the Navajo Nation OMB report for fiscal year 2021 budget hearing for legislative branch. You have the table of contents. You have items A, B, C, D, and E. I'll go through each one of these. Item A is FY 2021 fund type budget summary. Going on to the fund type summary, the legislative branch fiscal year 2021 budget summary by fund type. Your first column program titles. Your third column is your FY 2020 approved budget. I'll read the bottom line total. It's $15,044,500. Going on to the next column, you have your proposed general fund budget amount for FY 2021. $35,322. Your indirect cost is
Ms. Francisco, you're starting to your reception's going in and out.
I'm on the cell phone, so I'll try to. Do you want me to start with the proposal? Oh, my
I think we heard the FY 2020 approved.
Okay.
But then the proposed is where were you kind of lost to?
Okay, the proposed $15,335,322. Your indirect costs is $1,072,882. Your proprietary is $2,000. This year is $0. Special revenue internal, $0. Special revenue funds external, $0. Your total of all funds is $16,410,204. Going on to B, you have your FY 2020 budget status report. This budget status report is as of the third quarter, June 30th, 2020. Again, you have your business units, your program titles, and then your original budget. I'll read the bottom line total. $16,833,833. Revised, $19,722,851.15. Your actuals, $10,438,949.91. Your encumbrance, $1,104,913.51. Budget available, $8,178,987.73. Your expended total, or your percentage expended of total, is 58.53%. Your proprietary, you only have one, which is a Navajo Nation Code Enterprise. Your original budget is $2,500. Revised, $37,914. Your actuals, $337.25. Encumbrance, $35,414. Budget available, $2,162.75. Your percentage is 94.30. Going on to C, FY 2020 Performance Assessment Report. You have 22 programs listed. The business unit, or program title. First quarter bottom line average is 2.44. Second quarter is 2.37. Third quarter is 2.35. And you have your scoring at the bottom. 3 is exceeding goals, 2 is meeting goals, and 1 is not meeting goals, and 0 is no report. Going on to D, you have your fiscal year 2020 plan of operations status report. And here you have 24 listed. The ones that are shaded in are the plan of operations that need to be updated. And at the bottom, you have your Navajo Nation Council resolutions for your plan of operations listed for your information. Item D is your FY 2020 legislative concern summary report. You have 3 LCs. One is for the Speaker, and one is for Office of Legislative Services and Navajo Land Commission. The status is non-compliant. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair. Hello.
Very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Francisco. Colleagues, any comments, questions on for Ms. Francisco's report? Going once, twice, 3 times. That, moving on. Thank you, Ms. Francisco. Maybe if you want to stay around or just listen if there's any questions further about when we go into the individual reports. So at that, colleagues, moving on down for FY 2021, proposed budgets for the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch. That, starting off with 1010-001, Navajo Nation Council. That, I'll turn it over to Chief of Staff, Lashana So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to present before you to Naabik'iyati committees. For the record, Sha'e Lashana Soyan Shia, Twidik Ojanishla, Maidesh Gijni Bashichin, Shihedashache, Sha'edashanella, Akut Ae Dinet San Nishla. In the terms of the budgets that have been provided to you, starting off with Business Unit 101001, Navajo Nation Council, line item 2001, personnel expenses, $2,061,142 was approved in the original budget. The proposed budget is $1,835,006 with a difference of $226,136. Under line item 3000, travel expenses, the original budget was $192,000. The proposed budget is $341,861 with a difference of $149,861. Under line item 3500, meeting expenses, it's zero throughout. The original budget has zero, proposed budget is zero. Therefore, the difference in the totals is zero. Under line item 4000, supplies, 9,200 for the original budget with a proposed budget of 1,000, leaving a difference of 8,200. Under line item 5,000, lease and rental, 4,750 was in the original budget. The proposed budget is 13,000 with a difference of 8,250. Under line item 5,500, communications and utilities, the original budget had 32,000. The proposed budget is 30,000 with a difference of 2,000. Under line item 6,000, repairs and maintenance, $0 for the original budget. The proposed budget has $0 with a difference of $0. Under line item 6,500, contractual services, the original budget is 22,500. The proposed budget is 40,000 with a difference of 17,500. Line item 7,000, special transactions. The original budget is 35,679. The proposed budget is $4,620 with a difference of 10,341. Line item 8,000 under public assistance is $0 for the original budget. Proposed budget is zero, leaving a total of $0 for the difference. Under line item 9,000, capital outlay, original budget is $0, proposed budget is $0, and the difference is $0. Under line item 9,500, matching funds, original budget is $0, proposed budget is $0, and the difference of 0. Under line item 9,500, indirect cost is also has an original budget of $0. The proposed budget is 0. Leaving a difference of 0. Total for the original budget is $2,357,271. The proposed budget is $2,306,887 with a difference of $50,384. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted is 24 in the original, and the proposed budget is also 24. Total number of vehicles budgeted is $0. 0 and 0 in the proposed budget. Under Budget Form 2, the goal statement is to attend regular NNC sessions, special sessions, chapter planning, agency meetings, etc. Program performance measures, reporting to constituents and community members on issues pertaining to Navajo Nation government. First quarter goal is 110, second quarter 110, third quarter 110, fourth quarter 110. Number 2, the goal statement is to amendments to the Navajo Nation Code. Program performance measure, sponsor legislation to make amendments to the Navajo Nation Code. First quarter 5, second quarter 5, third quarter 5, fourth quarter 5. Number 3, goal statement, oversee the Navajo Nation government for accountability and performance. Program performance measure, approve reports and budgets for programs, divisions, boards, commissions, and others. First quarter 5, second quarter 5, third quarter 5, fourth quarter 5. Number 4, goal statement, promote Navajo Nation interests, government-to-government relations, and external organizations and entities. Program performance measure, meet with state, county, federal, and other tribes on these issues on a regular basis. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Goal statement, promote the Navajo Nation interests in business, chapter government organizations within the Navajo Nation. Program performance measure, meet with state, county, federal, and other tribes on these issues on a regular basis. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 4. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chief. That colleagues on business unit number 1001, program title, Navajo Nation Council. Any comments, questions? Once.
Chair. This is Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. In looking at the, excuse me, out of Naabik'iyati committee members, I'm looking at the hours under after page 2 of 9. I think it's 3 of 9. It has 2,088. Now, is that just basically hours budgeted? Okay, so it doesn't have the hours. What does that stand for? GS under E03A, 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 all the way down. What does that GS stand for? And the other question too is the supplies under Form 1. It dropped to 1,000. Is that going to be utilized by the CARES Act to match the supplies? That's the second question. Chair, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Botero to explain that document that you're referring to actually comes from DPM. That's the one that shows the individuals that are on the positions. Botero?
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, a couple of things. Underneath that 2,000, I just emailed you a copy of your expenditure, and underneath council, you're not spending all of the money that's available there. When we were looking at the overall comprehensive budget for the legislative branch, we had to allocate money out to the programs. The reason that the additional funds had to be allocated out to the programs is in 2020, there was a COLA given. The COLA is only covered for the first year with funds from the Personnel Lapse Fund. After the first year, each program then has to move money from their operating budget into their personnel to cover those COLA adjustments. So the COLA approvals that were given last year resulted in less money being available. Overall, the money that you received as a legislative branch also went down. And so you had two hits against you. And so we took a look at your actual expenditures, and you had unspent funds underneath council. At this point, you have unexpended $487,396.76. Part of it will be recouped when you go into fiscal year 2021. I just sent you an email when you asked the question on where were the carryovers done. Last year, for your IDC carryover, council received $114,403. The funding that you get is pretty consistent from year to year. So you'll get an influx of additional funds underneath that account. As far as Form 3, what we'll do is we'll work with personnel and get that clarified. And if we need to, we can remove those ones. Personnel did sign off on it. I'm not as familiar with Form 3 as I should be. It must be some sort of coding information. But all of the speaker's salary and all of the council delegate salary, those are set by code. And so it's a set rate for everybody. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, there's another question regarding supplies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question regarding supplies and why it was originally budgeted. In the original budget, it was approved for $9,200. In the proposed budget is $1,000. And looking at the committee budgets, there are line items for supplies. So if supplies are needed, it would come out of the respective committees, including the Speaker's office account. And currently, the Speaker's office account has $5,000 that we would be able to contribute to any requests for supplies. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
And Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. So really quickly, I want to ask you on page 5 of 9 on budget form 4, you have vehicle rental off reservation in the amount of $40,000. I don't know of any delegates that rent vehicles. Perhaps I'm wrong, but that $40,000, is that really something that needs to, that we need to allocate funds for? How much of that amount was used last year for vehicle rentals? In addition to that, as I asked with the other programs, I want to know with the consulting fees of $15,000 and then the attorney fees of $15,000 where those funds are going. Because last I checked, we do have an attorney. Her name is Dana Bobroff. And so I just wonder, why we are asking for $15,000 to go to attorneys. And why that's, being taken out of council funds. I was looking through the information that we have under, the legislative branch. We do have Office of Legislative Counsel 101017. So why are we as council being charged $15,000 for attorney fees? The other one that kind of caught my attention is the training and registration fees of $8,000. Is that for delegates? When I just wonder if there are delegates who go to training, and if so, what kind of training are we attending, or are those like related to conference fees where delegates are attending conferences? So if I can get a little bit more clarification on that. Thank you.
Is that? Turn back over to Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the first question regarding 40,000 for the vehicle rental, that is actually a typo. It should be 4,000. We're going to make that correction and correct the figures. 16,000 for attorneys and 15,000 for consulting. That was also mentioned. We currently utilize the accounts from the Speaker's Office as well as Navajo Nation Council. Some of our consultants and lobbyists are attorneys, and their contracts are based off of how they would be assisting members of council in the legislative branch. So we have them split up among all of the accounts, and based off of how the contracts are drafted up, that is how the funding is extracted from that. With regards to the 8,000 for training and registration, the training and registration would be, yes, it would be used for conference fees, and that's a line that's also can be clarified within that line item. We have a number of individuals that are part of various organizations, those that attend the Navajo Nation Bar, for instance. That's where the fees would be paid out of. We have oversight committees that attend various conferences, some of them dealing with water rights conferences, and NFOA, for example. And those are just a few that I can provide at this time off the top of my head, but there are a number of requests that do come through to attend various conferences to assist members of council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chief. That back to the board. I don't have anybody on the board. Any other comments, questions on 10-10-01? Once, twice.
One time.
Colleagues, let's go ahead and get that fixed at 4:40 to 4. We'll have that prepared for Nabi as an amendment. And then moving on down.
Speaker. So
Yes.
Vice
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. On the budget form 99, I know that there's a all fairs and all various events have been canceled under 7,000. Could that money be placed in another object code at that amount rather than because all the different events have been closed down because of COVID-19? Could that be placed in a different category that may be needed in the supplies? Because I'm looking at supplies thinking that we need hand sanitizers, we need masks, we need certain things for that COVID-19, and we cut that cleaning equipment too to keep our office is closed, but we're not fully manned over there. So could that be done on that part? Maybe take half of that and put half into the supplies. I just see that as money that'll be idling. Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. And Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question. With regards to supplies, the CARES funds that have been previously approved, we are adhering to some of the presidential veto messages, where it's asking us to utilize the CARES funding, which is what we will be looking to use to purchase these supplies with regards to PPEs, hand sanitizer, and other supplies needed to put protective barriers for those that have not had a chance to put those up in their offices or still need to add to their offices. And that includes the council chamber. That's something that we have been actively working on. But for the funding for the line item supplies, that's the CARES funding is what we're pursuing at this point. And the budget here is for fiscal year 2021. We do understand that a lot of the events have been canceled in the fall. We did put money in the line item for the following year if there are certain events that we would need to provide funding for. We don't want to, not budget for it and then that various events come up. So it's really anticipating that we would need to pay for certain events under page 9 of 9 that you had mentioned, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chief. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Vice Chair Smith again.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Under page 5 of 9, you said that there was, Chief of Staff said there was a typo on that. So where's the $36,000 going to go? If that's the way I read it, it's 40,000. And if you're going to put 4,000 in there, then your figures are going to be off. Unless that's an error on the addition here. It still says 341,861. So if you mark that down, that's going to be a minus of $36,000. And in the budget that you have here, you're saying that proposed budget is supposed to be $2,306,887. So that's going to be a minus of $36,000, which is going to take off that difference under C of 50,000, which would bring that 50,000 a little lower than 50,000. If I'm correct on that, under Form 1. Could you explain that?
No. Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. And Chief.
Thank you for your question, and you are correct. There was a typo, leaving the amount of $36,000 from the vehicle rental line item. What we are looking at doing with the remaining $36,000 is adding $5,000 to supplies, so that if we don't get the funding from the CARES Act in a timely manner, we would be able to utilize the funding within this line item. So in preparation for that, 5,000 will be added to supplies, and the remaining amount of 31,000 will be added to travel. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair.
Colleagues.
Chair, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith.
Well, that's what I brought up earlier about the dividing half of that 7,000 and putting it into supplies. Now we have an extra. Now we're putting it into supplies. I think that you should take that 36,000 and subtract that from 50,000. That way you're in a deficit of 14,384. And instead of spreading that 36,000, it doesn't sound right. This 36,000 should just be part of the difference. That way you minus that from 50,384 to 36,000, you'll have 14,384. And if that COVID money is going to be used for supplies, leave it like that. That's my, do I have to make an amendment, or do I have to make a directive, or what do I do? Thank you.
Like every other program, the suggestion is the budget hearings are now. Ask the sponsor if they're willing to do that. If not, then at Naabik'iyati committee or your budget and finance overhearing, comprehensive budget hearing next week, you can make those amendments to as well. Or at the Nabi committee comprehensive budget hearing or the Navajo Nation Council special comprehensive budget session. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. For the record, I'd like to have Form 1 to be re-examined and brought that forth during the budget hearing so that we can debate that if we need to, rather than just stuffing money here and there. I'd like to see that difference drop down rather than keeping it at 50,000. If there's any additional savings, that would be beneficial, because we're supposed to be working with $167 million at the three-branch government, and the money was divided. That's what I'm looking at, Chair, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Form 1 will be corrected.
Colleagues, any other comments, questions on 10-10-01?
Speaker, this is Delegate Halona.
Honorable Lona, go ahead.
Good evening, colleagues. I just wanted to see on the contractual services, what is the increase there for the contract services? I mean, that's a big increase to 17,000. That's my question there. Thank you.
All right.
I'll go over to Madam Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for your question, Delegate Halona. With regards to the line item for contractual services, we've had a number of new contracts, and we're basing it off of the invoices that have been submitted. As I had stated earlier, a few of our consultants and lobbyists do have an attorney license, and based off of how we use them is how they bill us. And with that, we've had to pull from different accounts this time around to make sure that their fees are paid. So that's the reason for the increase. These are proposed budgets, as a speaker had mentioned, and this is based off of previous, or just evaluating the previous year's budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions, colleagues? If there are none, we can go on to the next budget. Moving on down. 1010-03, Budget and Finance Committee, Legislative Branch. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For Business Unit 1010-03, Budget and Finance Committee, under Part 3, line item 2001, personnel expenses. The original budget was $22,024. The proposed budget is $22,100 with a difference of $76. 3,000, budget line item 3,000, travel expenses 12,025 with a proposed budget of 39,345. The difference is 27,320. Line item 3,500, meeting expenses $54,389 was in the original budget. The proposed budget is $0 with a difference of $54,389. Line item 4,000, supplies is the original budget is $0. The proposed budget is $6,000 with a difference of $6,000. Line item 5,000, lease and rental. The original budget is $0. The proposed budget is $1,500 with a difference of $1,500. Line item 5,500, communications and utilities. Original budget of $0. Proposed budget of $0. The difference of $0. Line item 6,000, repairs and maintenance. Original budget is $0. Proposed budget is $0. Difference is $0. Line item 6,500, contractual services. Original budget $0. Proposed budget $0. And the difference of $0. Line item 7,000, special transactions. Original budget 3,689. Proposed budget of 5,155 with a difference of 1,466. Line item 8,000, public assistance. Original budget $0. Proposed budget $0 with a difference of $0. Line item 9,000, capital outlays. Original budget $0. Proposed budget $0 with a difference of $0. Line item 9,500, matching funds. Original budget $0. Proposed budget $0 with a difference of $0. Line item 9,500, indirect cost. Original budget $0. Proposed budget $0. Total, the difference is $0. Total in the original budget was $92,127. The proposed budget is $74,100 with a difference of $18,027. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted is 0 in the original, and the proposed is 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted is 0. The proposed budget is 0. Under budget form number 2, Part 3, number 1, goal statement: to report quarterly program data and program performance measure, conduct regular special budget hearings, work sessions, and on budget related matters. First quarter 6, second quarter 6, third quarter 6, fourth quarter 6. Number 2, goal statement: recommend annual budget review, recommend supplemental fund proposals, program performance measure, adopt BIM policies / amendments, develop budget ceiling for FY 22, first quarter 3, second quarter 2, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 2. Number 3, goal statement review program / chapter audits, consider CAP audit sanctions, program performance measure, title, implement Title 12 as amended, review, recommend amendments to NN codes and regulations, first quarter 2, second quarter 1, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 1. Number 4, goal statement, recommend / monitor external funds to minimize fund reversions, ensure match funds exist, program performance measure, review external funds requests / expended / matching funds requirements, annual fund agreements, first quarter 3, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 3. Number 5, goal statement, review budgeting process, monitor progress of expenditure plans and implementation, program performance measure, restructure budget process, develop / review / monitor expenditure plans, first quarter 2, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, and fourth quarter 2. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, business unit number 101003, Budget and Finance Committee. Any comments, questions?
This is Delegate Charles Newton, Speaker.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So just really quickly, I just, with the $18,027, I guess it's left over are the differences between the original budget versus the proposed budget. Where is that $18,027 going to go? That's my first question. My second question is for the performance criteria. I was really hard on the executive branch, and I'm looking at the performance criteria for Budget and Finance Committee. And I wonder, why the scores are as low as they are. And if we're talking about, putting funds into these budgets and we're saying that the performance criteria is important, I just, how do I explain that to my constituents and let them know that the performance criteria for Budget and Finance Committee was low, but we went ahead and we approved their budget anyway. I'm looking at some of these goals and the performance measures, and I see Budget and Finance meeting all the time. I see them doing what I think what they need to be doing. So who is the one that gives the performance criteria numbers? That's, I guess, at this point what I want to ask. And then when you look at like travel expenses, like the travel expenses seem to be, I guess for like air commercial for Budget and Finance, $5,000. I know that they are required to do traveling, just like the other committees. We're in DC, but I know with Budget and Finance, they do go to New York City sometimes because they have to get the report from our accountants and then also our investors out there. So is $5,000 enough for air travel for Budget and Finance? And then the other question that I have is with the supplies, we went from $0 for the approved original budget to $6,000 with the supplies, but then going back to council, the supplies, the amount actually decreased. And so I'm just kind of curious as to how this budget was created and whether the committee members, I'm sure now they're being informed about this, but there's a lot of questions about this budget. More importantly, again, what is the $18,027? Where are those funds going to go? Thank you.
With that, Matt, let me go back to Madam Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Charles Newton. I'm going to defer your questions to Tom Platero, who works with Office of Legislative Services and the advisors for the committees. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, again, if you look at the budget expenditure report that I sent you that's dated August 27th, you'll see that Budget and Finance Committee has expended $45,777.59 and encumbrance of $3,215.06, with a remaining balance of $46,683. As we look at the budgets over a 4-year window, historically, committees have budgeted meetings. However, their actual expenditure is done under stipends. And so they basically budget for something that they never spend. So year after year, they put money into those accounts, and then they never spend it. So if you look at the overall, the cover sheet for the summary of the entire Council Standing Committee, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, as of August 27, unexpended out of those accounts was $1,349,337.26. So we looked at your actual expenditures over a 4-year window, and that's where we came up with these numbers. As far as what happens to the 18,000, the 18,000 actually is part of the overall legislative branch budget. And so some increase, some decrease. As I stated before, we had part of our allocation, we did it slightly different this year, is we did an allocation for personnel, and then we did an allocation for operating. So when we looked at these, we didn't really bother the stipends from year to year for the standing committees. So we kept those pretty well apart. So as of right now, for Budget and Finance, you have stipends of $20,080, but you only spent $8,800. So you have available balance of $11,000. So it was different things that we weighed, but that negative is just showing a decrease. Again, this budget will also get a IDC carryover. Usually those come late December or the middle of January. And so the IDC funds that aren't expended will be added to each of the programs that receive IDC funding. Mr. Speaker.
Hey, with that, colleagues, go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions on 1010-03? Once, twice, 3 times. Stop moving on.
Speaker, I'm sorry, my question regarding the performance criteria wasn't answered.
We go back to Mr. Patera.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, at the time that the budgets were prepared, we were transitioning back to shutdown to actually having people come back to work. As you recall, the legislative branch is still in a phase-in process. And so for the Form 2s, we didn't really adjust them because we just carried over the amounts from the previous years. We spent more time on the actual expenditures and budgeting process. We didn't get enough time to go back and work with the chairs and the advisors to update all of these ones. Out of the 4 standing committees, or 5 standing committees, if you include Naabik'iyati, the only ones that asked for a presentation on the proposed budget was the Health, Education, Human Services Committee and the Law and Order Committee. The others, everybody is busy at this time. So part of it was just time. We had to get the budgets going. We couldn't wait, and so we just went on ahead and went with the previous Form 2s. Again, as you are in budget hearings, if the recommendation is to edit those numbers, then certainly that could be added into the report for this budget. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Carol. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on 10-1003 BNF? If not, moving on down. 10-1014. Yes, someone said speaker.
Oh, this is Doug again, so I was just calling back in again.
Okay. Welcome back. With that, moving on down to 10-1014, Navajo Nation Labor Commission. I'll refer that back over to Madam Pete. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For business unit number 10-1014, the Navajo Nation Labor Commission, I'm going to turn it over to the Executive Director, Anslem Bitsui. Mr. Bitsui.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Anslem Bitsui, Navajo Nation Labor Commission.
God day.
Oh, yeah, there's Nandai. Adult Nandai, 24 Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'iyati Committee. Thank you. Have a good evening. Yes. The internet is interrupting me. Nandai, we have before you FY 2021 proposed budget, the amount of $300,673, $276,400 in general funds, $29,773 in indirect costs.
Question for the speaker.
Hello?
Hold on, Mr. Bitsui.
Yeah.
Hold on. There's a question by Madam Chair Charles Levin.
Speaker, I just have a quick question. The Navajo Nation Labor Commission came before the Law and Order Committee earlier this week. As I thought we were their oversight, are they also, do they also have to come before us